Motion on the Committee of Selection.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, is many of the opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion for the unopposed return. Chairman of Ways and Means to move. Marvellous. Right. Let's come to questions. Secretary of State for Business, Energy, Industrial Strategy. Let's start with Lawrence Robertson. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker.
State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In relation to this question, we are providing support for the delivery of renewable energy projects within rural communities in England through the £10 million Rural Community Energy Fund programme.
Lawrence Robertson.
I thank the Minister for that response. Does he agree with me that the production of electricity locally could help a great deal towards our net zero target? But will he also look at the situation in my constituency in Tewkesbury, where we have two rivers, the Avon and Severn, which join? The Severn, I think, would be particularly useful in producing electricity if we could get the schemes in place. Will he look at that and perhaps explore the possibilities?
I'd like to thank my honourable friend. He correctly observes there are two major rivers in Tewkesbury, the Avon and the Severn, very beautiful rivers, I might add. And as far as hydroelectric power on rivers is concerned, we have to look at the actual hydraulics of it, the power that can be generated. But clearly, we appreciate that there is a potential there, and we want to explore any ideas that can bring those projects to fruition. Having said that, there is a limit to the capacity that such rivers can generate, unfortunately.
Let's come to SNP spokesperson Stephen.
Mr. Speaker, just last week the Secretary of State accepted that the inexcusable costs facing Scottish renewables projects trying to access the electricity grid had been an issue for a long time. Notwithstanding the 11 years that they, of course, have been in government, the government continued to blame Ofgem, whilst at the same time refusing to accept that they are the ones who set Ofgem's strategy and policy statement. So on that point, can the Secretary of State outline when the consultation detailed in his Energy White Paper will begin, when it will end, and when we will see real change? Or is it simply the case that UK energy ministers are amongst the worst idlers in the world?
I mean, he makes a pointed and unfair observation at the end of his remarks, which I think is beneath his dignity. We've worked extremely. I know he's referring to Britannia Unchained, a classic work, I might add, published 10 years ago. But 10 years ago is a very long time. I don't want to revisit those battles. I will say what I will say what I said to him earlier, that it was an issue for Ofgem, and we're discussing how to see make progress in this very important subject.
Mr. Speaker. Number four, Mr. Speaker.
With your permission, sir, I will answer question 4 jointly with question 5. We have made a commitment to level up all areas of the country. The plan for growth is a critical part of this, and we will go further with the publication of a levelling up white paper led ably by my honourable friend, the member for Market Harborough, later this year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I fully welcome the Prime Minister's 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution as we build back greener. Now, green eco-businesses in my Colne Valley constituency are ready to play their part, so can I please suggest to the Secretary of State that if the Bays Department, or in fact any other government department, is looking to relocate to the north, that towns like Slathwaite and Marsden, with their mills, and with direct rail links to the likes of Manchester and Leeds on the Trans-Pennine rail line, would be ideal locations.
As my honourable friend will appreciate, there are many ideal locations that we're looking at the moment. And I was very pleased, actually, last week to make an announcement about Darlington. I think it's a really good move for the department. I think we're always looking at ways to create more employment, recruit really great talent for our department across the country, and I'm sure his constituency will also perhaps be among those considered for such expansion.
My constituents are very pro the north of England and the Midlands, even though we're in East Anglia, but they do want to have a firm commitment from the government, and it can't be stressed enough that the levelling up agenda also covers Ipswich. Of course, we've got the £25 million from the town deal, which goes some way to assuaging these concerns. However, does my right honourable friend agree that the Skills Improvement Plan pilot bid from Norfolk and Suffolk could be a fantastic example to prove to people of Ipswich that we are in fact at the heart of the Levelling Up agenda? And will he engage in discussions with the DfE about the possibility of this pilot scheme, which of course would also feed the new Freeport East, which is going to be in Felixstowe, which already employs 6,000 of my constituents but could employ many more?
Thank you. My honourable friend is quite right. I mean, he was good enough to mention the fact that Ipswich has indeed been selected for a £25 billion town deal. And he suggested that this was a matter of course, but I think it's due to his very, very keen advocacy and very eloquent persuasive powers that the government can actually provide help in this way. And clearly skills is at the core of any levelling up agenda, and I know that there are great ideas in Ipswich, there are great things that are being promoted in East Anglia, and that's something that I look forward to engaging with him on.
Question number 6, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer this question with questions 7, 8, 9 and 10. The Department engaged with ACAS to hold discussions in order to generate evidence about the use of fire and rehire. ACAS officials have shared their findings with BEIS officials, and it's right and proper that we give this evidence full consideration, and we will communicate our next steps in due course.
Mr Speaker, I'm sure that you'll join with me in welcoming the return of the Bradford Bulls back to its iconic home of Odsall Stadium in Bradford. Now, Mr Speaker, turning to fire and rehire. A recent Survation poll found that 76% of those asked said that they think that fire and rehire should be against the law. The Prime Minister has said that fire and rehire is unacceptable. Minister, the time to act is now. With no mention in the Queen's speech, when will you legislate to make this practice illegal?
I thank the Honourable Lady and congratulations to the Bradford Bulls for their return. But we've always been clear to the threat that using the threats to fire and rehire as a tactic to put undue pressure on workers during negotiations is completely unacceptable. But we need to tread carefully when considering government intervention in commercial contractual matters between employers and employees, and that's why we're now carefully considering with the evidence our next steps.
Mr Speaker, may I first congratulate members of my own union, Unite, at Go North West Buses in Manchester, who after an incredible 85 days of continuous strike action have now won a landmark victory against appalling fire and rehire abuses. My question to the Minister is straightforward. Does he condemn rogue bosses like Go North West or coffee producers Jacobs Dow Egberts, which despite record profits during lockdown have provoked strike action by firing and rehiring over 300 loyal staff on worse pay and conditions? Will the Minister wake up, smell the coffee and agree that this disgraceful behaviour leaves a bitter taste in the mouth?
Mr Speaker, I see what the Honourable Gentleman has done there. His coffee-based puns do below the fact that this is an incredibly serious situation. But as I was saying, if these companies or any other companies are using them for bully boy tactics, then that's completely unacceptable. What we need to look at is the evidence so before we intervene on the flexibility of the workforce. But clearly, we do not want bully boy tactics to be used for negotiations.
Mr Speaker, thousands of workers at British Airways and Heathrow, including many of my constituents, have been at the sharp end of fire and rehire tactics during the COVID outbreak. Across the country, 1 in 10 workers have been subject to fire and rehire tactics since last March. That's almost 3 million people who have been forced to accept lower wages and longer hours or be sacked. How many more millions of workers will the Minister allow to be fired and rehired before the government decides to outlaw the practice?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman, and there is a distinct difference between using them as a negotiation tactic, which, as I said, is if they're using them as bully boy tactics, then that's completely unacceptable. But there is an element of flexibility in our labour market which we need to base on evidence, and that's what the ACAS report is there to do, and we're considering the evidence, and I'm looking forward to coming back to this place and outlining our actions in due course.
Let's go to Mohammed Yassin. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Fire and rehire is illegal in countries such as Germany and Spain. In 2019, the government promised an employment bill to make Britain the best place in the world to work, which could have outlawed in practice. But it has been ditched Given the government has looked the other way as fire and rehire become endemic, can the Minister seriously claim to be committed to make Britain the best place in the world to work?
There's a huge difference between our employment law and Germany and Spain in so much that actually it's very much more rigid. There's lacks flexibility, which is reflected in the job figures and the job growth that we've had in this country. But the government remains committed to bringing forward the employment bill where parliamentary time allows. We want to protect and enhance workers' rights as we build back from the pandemic.
Let's go to Stephen Kinnock. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fire and rehire has been used against supermarket staff who worked through lockdown to keep our country running. And the practice has now spread into schools, with teachers being threatened with the sack unless they agree to worse terms and conditions. Does the Minister agree that it's completely unacceptable that our key workers who've sacrificed the most in our national effort against COVID are the very people who are now being threatened by these bully boy, fire and rehire tactics?
I've said repeatedly that bully boy tactics are absolutely unacceptable, but if it's a matter of choice of protecting jobs in the first place, that's the flexibility that we need to check with the based on the evidence, and ACAS have gone a long way to providing that evidence.
Why is it that fire and rehire has spread like wildfire across our country? Trade unions are shackled to prevent them defending their members. Employers have free rein to terminate their contracts, and protections for workers are woefully weak. We know how to outlaw fire and rehire, and I'm more than happy to meet with the Minister and show him how. But isn't the truth that this government is content with millions of workers being bullied into accepting lower wages and worse terms and conditions, or face the sack because it's in the Tories' DNA to side with bad employers rather than protect working people?
Tories' DNA to create jobs, to create opportunities. After the last recession, we were creating more jobs than the whole of Europe put together, and we will continue to do so as we build back better after this pandemic. Now, ACAS has provided the evidence for us to consider. We're doing that in due course, and I look forward to coming back to this place. The TUC reported back in January with a survey of its members. It hasn't shared its methodology, so we can't use that as a substantial method of evidence unless they share that evidence with us.
Substantive question to the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the 10-point plan focused, I think the second point of it was all about hydrogen. We've got a forthcoming hydrogen strategy which will set out very clearly what we hope to see, what we are committed to seeing for the hydrogen economy in 2030.
Let's go to Ian Paisley. Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for that answer. Could the Minister go a little bit further and explain how the strategy, and indeed commit how the strategy will actually deliver specific jobs in Northern Ireland as well as the rest of the United Kingdom? And will he continue to agree to meet with myself and with other parliamentary colleagues to ensure that Northern Ireland gets a fair share of the hydrogen strategy as it's rolled out, as he knows this is so important to the future economy of Northern Ireland?
Thank you, sir. I will absolutely, certainly continue to agree to meeting him at any time. And I know that there are very important projects, hydrogen projects, in Northern Ireland. I speak to Mr. Bamford and others, particularly in relation to Wrightbus, which, as I understand, is in the Honourable Gentleman's very own constituency. So there's a huge opportunity here, and I'd be very happy to meet him and others to discuss these prospects at any time.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will answer question 13 together with 14 and 15 with your permission. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, presented the budget to Parliament, which sets out an additional £65 billion to support people and businesses. And we have our roadmap. We've hit every roadmap commitment at every stage so far, and no one can doubt that we are leading in our support to businesses. We have even done a total cumulative cost of support to £350 billion.
William Thompson.
Mr Speaker, with Excluded UK reaching its first birthday soon, it must be a bittersweet moment for many of my constituents, because it's frankly a disgrace that even though his campaign has continued in the face of the government rejecting calls to support 3 million ignored and denied COVID support, does she not agree that the self-employed and others denied the support now deserve to have funds backdated so they can rescue their livelihoods and contribute to the economic recovery, rather than simply adding to online dole queues?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the Government has supported people and businesses across the whole of the United Kingdom. The budget extends to the UK job retention and self-employed income support schemes, and the VAT cut to support tourism, leisure and hospitality sectors. And to date, businesses in Midlothian have benefited from over 1,500 loans and £56 million, with over 16,000 jobs supported through furlough.
Let's go to Dean Russell. Dean.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently delivered a 10-minute rule bill on making mental health or psychological first aid a legislative requirement for the workplace first aid beyond the positive recent inclusion in health and safety executive guidelines. Would my right honourable friend please meet with me to explore my proposals, which make a very small change to make a very big difference?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I know how passionate the member for Watford is about mental health and this campaign, and I myself am dedicated to supporting campaigning and advocate for mental health. And I really do care passionately about mental health in the workplace, and indeed we're working on a people and culture strategy for R&D. And I will say we will ensure that he has the opportunity to discuss the matter further with relevant ministers.
Stephen Bond.
Mr Speaker, the Chancellor has announced that the job retention scheme is to end in September, yet thousands of workers in Coatbridge, Chryson and Bellshill remain on furlough today, with their industries required still to close. While the vaccine rollout gives us real optimism, the world still remains firmly in the grip of this pandemic. It is unacceptable to leave workers and businesses with only 4 months before they face the cliff edge and cut off from this vital lifeline. Other European nations, such as Germany, have already committed to continuing their equivalent scheme until 2022. So with that in mind, will the Minister join me in imploring the Chancellor to do the right thing for workers and businesses in my constituency and across the UK by extending the retention scheme for as long as it is required?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has provided unprecedented support to business sectors throughout the pandemic, including the hospitality and retail sectors. In addition to the job retention scheme and cuts to business rates and VAT, we provided one-off restart grants of up to £80,000, which are available to businesses in the non-essential retail, hospitality, leisure and personal sectors to support them and reopen as restrictions are relaxed. And to date, businesses in Coatbridge, Christon and Belgium have benefited from over 1,500 loans and £59 million and 17,800 jobs supported through furlough.
The Minister Symbol.
Mr Speaker, this week marks English Tourism Week, but the UK's tourist destinations have been hit hard, with a much higher than average increase in people now out of work, including in places like Scarborough and Whitby. Many tourism businesses like hotels and cafes have taken on debt to stay afloat, and 1 in 5 hospitality businesses now say they're at moderate risk of insolvency. Yet, the government's pay-as-you-grow scheme does nothing to solve the underlying long-term issue of business debt and means that businesses will have to repay whether or not they are making a profit. So does she agree, Mr Speaker, that if we want to give businesses the time to build up their trade and resilience, protect jobs and not let debt stifle the recovery, we need a genuinely flexible repayment scheme like Labour has called for?
Mr Speaker, thank you. We care passionately about businesses in this government, and our support package includes a job retention scheme, generous grants and cuts to business rates. Pay-as-you-grow measures will allow 1.5 million bounce-back loan borrowers to extend payment terms and benefits from a further repayment holiday. Our plans to support economic recovery and pursue growth through significant investment in infrastructure, skills and innovation will help us build back better and level up across the United Kingdom.
Minister Scully, substantive question.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Government's committed to protecting and enhancing workers' rights. The Uber's Supreme Court judgment, for example, was clear that to those who qualify as workers under employment law are entitled to rights such as the national minimum wage, and all gig economy businesses should ensure that they're fulfilling their legal responsibilities.
Let's go to Kate Oswald. Kate.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does the Secretary of State recognise that by ditching the Employment Bill and with it the opportunity to strengthen the rights of gig economy workers, he has abandoned millions of precarious and low-paid workers to fight through the courts for fair pay and job security?
The Secretary of State and I both believe that the workers' rights should be enhanced, should be protected, and so we are absolutely committed to bringing forward an employment bill that will help us build back better and protect vulnerable workers, delivering on our ambition to make the UK the best place in the world to work and grow a business. And whilst the employment bill, we're waiting for the employment bill to come forward in parliamentary time, we will continue in that regard.
Sir Desmond Swing.
18, sir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer question 18 together with 19. In December, the Government aims to deliver its biggest auction for renewables yet through the Contract for Difference scheme. Our £240 million net zero hydrogen fund and forthcoming hydrogen business model will enable us to deliver our 5 gigawatt low carbon hydrogen production ambition to use across the economy. We have also announced the Clean Heat Grant, the Green Heat Network Fund, and will launch the Green Gas Support Scheme later this year.
Sir Desmond.
How good are we actually going to be at the production of green hydrogen?
There's a short answer, Mr Speaker, or I could give you a longer one. Brilliant, Mr Speaker.
Thank you very much. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that one of the many natural advantages we're blessed with is the tide around the shores of the United Kingdom? And would she bring forward, would the right honourable lady bring forward at the earliest opportunity the government proposals to unleash tidal power?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And may I first, whilst I have the opportunity, pay tribute to the honourable member's work as our net zero business champion for COP26. He is doing an extraordinary amount of work, and he has been tireless in his efforts to support the country's business community, showcase their extraordinary leadership in tackling climate change and heading to net zero in their businesses. But on tidal generation specifically, this does indeed have a potentially important role in the long-term decarbonisation for the UK. Projects will need to demonstrate value for money to compete with other renewables over the long term. The Secretary of State and I are very keen to hear from those who are wanting to progress these projects.
Shadow Minister Dr Alan Whitehead.
In terms of increasing the production of renewable energy, does the Minister feel rather embarrassed about the deep neglect that there's been for the development of deep geothermal energy in the UK over recent years? Is she aware of a report that has been produced in May the 19th suggesting a new future for deep geothermal energy, and particularly a mechanism for supporting deep geothermal through a successor to the renewable heat incentive? Is she intending to respond positively to that report and to its proposals, and will she acknowledge that deep geothermal is indeed one of the cleanest and most efficient renewable energy sources that we can have in the UK?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I haven't had a chance to look at this report, but I absolutely commit to do so. We have been doing a lot of work with BEIS and local communities where there are geothermal projects, and we continue to look at them and see how we can help support, and it will be, as ever, one of these ongoing areas of policy where in the long term we want to use all the renewable resources available to us as a country to make sure that we maximise their use. As I said earlier, making sure that they also provide value for money for the taxpayer.
Lisanne Stafford.
You answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Renewable electricity will be key for the decarbonisation required for Carbon Budget 6. Therefore, we have set an ambitious target to deliver 40 gigawatt of offshore wind by 2030 and announced our aim to up to double the capacity of this year's Contracts for Difference auction, as well as extending eligibility to a wider range of technologies.
Alexander Stafford.
The Minister is aware of my long-standing interest in ESG, having chaired the all-party group. So how will her department ensure that the government's sixth carbon budget is delivered with ESG at its heart? And what are the plans for engagement with government departments and corporations to make sure all targets set out in the carbon budget are viewed through an ESG lens?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that my honourable friend's passion for this and commitment since he's arrived in the House has been unstinting, and I have been more than impressed by his determination to make sure that we do not at any turn miss the opportunity to raise this, and particularly on the role of critical materials in renewables. He has been absolutely determined to make sure we do that, and I just want to set on record that they will continue to be an important part of how we are able to develop our renewables capacity, and that I hope he is reassured that we are continuing to work across departments to make sure that we maximise those outcomes.
Nick Smith.
Number 23, please, Mr. Speaker.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer question 18 jointly with question 19. The government is committed to a UK steel industry. I mentioned this repeatedly in my session with the Bay Select Committee this morning.
I think the numbers are 23, 24. Don't worry, seriously. Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Sunjav Gupta promised that none of our steel plants would close on his watch. But after the Serious Fraud Office descended on his empire, the workforce is afraid for their future. Now, the Liberty Steel plant in Tredegar puts food on the table and pays the mortgages of my constituents, and across the country 5,000 families rely on the company. We now need the government to ensure that these plants remain open and, crucially, provide the finance to bridge any transition period should a new buyer or state purchase be necessary, and, of course, work with the trade unions to test the commitment of any new buyers. If promises are broken, will the Secretary of State step in with the finance to support our steel communities?
The honourable gentleman will remember that Mr Gupta asked myself and the department for £170 million. And dare I say it, many members opposite were hollering and screaming and saying we should nationalise. And in fact, I would say that my actions and those of the officials have been vindicated. There were serious concerns about corporate governance for this company, and it's something that I think members on the party opposite should do well to understand how to manage with care public finances. Having said all of that, I'm monitoring the situation closely, and I remain strategically committed to a steel industry in this sector.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And on behalf of workers at Liberty Steel in Newport, can I agree with my honourable for the points made by my honourable friend for Blaenau Gwent? The government must do all it can to protect these strategically vital businesses, which are very important to our communities. And because of that, and because of global overcapacity in steel, it's also critical and very urgent that ministers work with cabinet colleagues to prevent TRIDs slashing our steel safeguards in half. So please will the government act on that?
So with regard to TRIDs, the honourable lady will know that the consultation for that closes tomorrow. So I would urge all interested parties to feed into that consultation so that we can reach a good decision. Having said that, she knows on record I've committed to a strategic presence in the UK of steel. I think it's vitally important, and as Secretary of State I will always promote that within government.
Minister Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The crisis at Liberty Steel is yet further evidence of the need to break the cycle of crisis management that has defined the approach of successive governments to this critical sector. The Secretary of State knows full well that there is a global race underway to green the steel industry, and that our country is currently at the back of the pack with no concrete plans for trialling hydrogen-based primary production and only vague plans for a single carbon capture-based project. With its long-term survival at stake, can he explain why the government believes the UK steel industry can afford to wait a further 2 years for the limited Clean Steel Fund to even begin distributing investment?
I completely reject the basis of the honourable gentleman's remarks. This idea that we're back of the pack in decarbonisation is a complete nonsense. We're the first country in the G7 to have come up with an industrial decarbonisation strategy. He and his supporters, members of the party opposite, were saying, oh, you should give Secretary of State, why don't you nationalise Liberty? Why don't you give Mr Gupta £170 million? We made absolutely the right call. We showed judgment and restraint. And going forward, he will appreciate that I was the Secretary of State that resuscitated the Steel Council. We've had constructive conversations across unions, employers, to work out a decarbonised future for the industry.
Substantive question to Minister Trevelyan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government is striving to decarbonise transport by phasing out the sale of new petrol and diesel cars and vans by 2030, and from 2035, all new cars and vans must be zero emissions at the tailpipe. The plug-in van grant will support businesses to reach net zero by reducing the purchase price of new zero-emission vans up to £3,000 for small vans and £6,000 for large vans, and the plug-in truck grant also provides up to £25,000 of funding for the largest HGVs.
Right, let's go to Barry Sherman. Barry.
Mr Speaker, can I thank the Minister? I've got a lot of time for her, but she does realise that it is these heavy goods vehicles, these trucks that are poisoning our atmosphere, are poisoning children, pregnant women, elderly people, all of us being poisoned by the emissions. Can we not move much more quickly to encourage? There are really good British manufacturers, such as Electra Trucks in the north of England, doing wonderful work, guided by Sid Sadiq, one of our new entrepreneurs. There is a capacity to switch to electric vehicles to deliver all the stuff that we get in this country, and we could do it much faster. Can I just beg her to move faster for the environment, for children, for the air that we breathe, and for our commercial industries?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind words. We are working to ensure that the Transport Decarbonisation Plan is as ambitious as possible, and we plan to publish in the very near future. It's going to set out how we incentivise operators and industry to transition to zero-emissions HGVs and manage emissions from the existing fleet. We're also investing £20 million this year in planning for zero-emission road freight trials, which will support UK industry to develop cost-effective zero-emissions HGVs and their refuelling infrastructure in the UK.
We have another substantive question to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will answer question 26, 27 and 28 together. The Government has laid legislation for the UK's sixth carbon budget, proposing a target which would reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 78% by 2035 compared to 1990 levels, marking another ambitious and decisive step towards net zero by 2050. Our 10-point plan will bring together £12 billion of government investment, unlocking 3 times as much private sector investment by 2030 and supporting up to 250,000 green jobs.
Let's go to Aaron Bell. Aaron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Energy Minister for her answer. I know she will have been as disappointed as I was that we weren't able to visit the Ibstock brick factory in Chesterton yesterday, and I do look forward to welcoming her up to Newcastle-under-Lyme soon. In the meantime, could she say what the Government is doing to support our vital manufacturers like Ibstock brick to decarbonise and at the same time support jobs?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yes, I was very sad not to get there. Sadly, a cow on the line caused a level of disruption to LNER services yesterday, which delayed my always relatively long journey from the north to further south. However, I hope indeed to be able to visit before too long. In March, Mr Speaker, the Government published the UK's first ever net zero strategy for industry. This is the first strategy published by a major economy which sets out how industry can decarbonise whilst remaining competitive and without pushing emissions abroad. Our £350 million Industrial Energy Transformation Fund will support businesses with high energy use to cut their bills and to reduce carbon emissions.
Let's go to Laura Trott. Laura.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Consumer awareness of the environmental impact of the actions that they take, the things that they buy and the food that they eat will be key to helping us achieve net zero. Can the Minister set out what steps the Department is taking to help consumers make more informed environmental choices?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last November, we unveiled the brand Together for Our Planet to raise awareness of climate issues and support the public in making those important green choices. In parallel, we funded several digital tools that can help people reduce their carbon footprint, including the Simple Energy Advice Service on how to reduce energy use in the home and the Go Ultra Low website, providing information on electric cars and vans. Our upcoming net zero strategy will set out our approach to supporting the general public to make green choices, which will be a critically important part of our journey.
Let's go to Deanna Davis. Deanna. You're on mute. You're on mute. Yes.
Can you hear me now? Hopefully you can hear me. Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and try it. A key part of achieving net zero is going to be exploring alternative energy sources. And one of those that was mentioned by my honourable friend, the member for Southampton Test earlier, was deep geothermal. I'm working with a number of stakeholders across Bishop Auckland to explore making Bishop Auckland a centre of excellence for geothermal energy. So I wonder if my right honourable friend would visit me in Bishop Auckland to discuss this in much more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, with the speed I hope to be able to reach Bishop Auckland, which is just round the corner, I'm always happy to meet my honourable friends to discuss new pioneering projects. Compared to many countries, high geothermal temperatures are found at a much deeper depth in the UK, but we recognise, as I said earlier, that geothermal could indeed form part of our solutions to decarbonise our heating, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss innovative opportunities in this area and look forward to meeting her and her constituents.
Katzman.
Question 29.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our comprehensive economic response to business is worth £385 billion, including grants, the furlough scheme, tax deferrals and business rate reliefs. We're providing a £56 million welcome back fund, helping councils prepare for the safe reopening of our high streets and seaside resorts.
Gatsby.
High street businesses on Lord Street in Fleetwood tell me that one of their biggest concerns is empty shop units which have fallen into disrepair. They're dangerous for people who are out shopping and they make the high street very unattractive. What support is the government able to give councils like Wyreborough Council to make sure these shops are made safe and ideally tenanted?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government is committed to unleashing enterprise and growth across all parts of the United Kingdom, and we will go even further with the publication of our Levelling Up White Paper this autumn. And I welcome the news that Lancaster and Fleetwood have been awarded funding under the High Streets Heritage Action Zone Cultural Programme. Our £4.8 billion Levelling Up Fund will invest in infrastructure that improves everyday life across the United Kingdom. We protected 14 million jobs following the comprehensive package we have put in place, and our plan for jobs is creating, supporting and protecting jobs, and our £2 billion Kickstart scheme has helped 16,500 young people start paid jobs.
Gavin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure that number 30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Government is committed to supporting the transition to net zero for all of the United Kingdom. Our landmark North Sea Transition Deal will support Scotland's offshore oil and gas workers, businesses and the supply chain to exploit technologies such as low-carbon hydrogen production and carbon capture, usage and storage. In March, we announced £9 million to help Scotland's world-famous whisky distilleries get into the spirit of going green, cutting emissions and supporting green jobs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure if we could capture energy and store it, Scotland's entire energy needs would have been met on Saturday by Clean Blue Energy from St Johnstone fans celebrating their historic Cup double. But now that I've shoehorned that in, as for the actual question, despite meeting after meeting in which Minister after Minister, including the current Secretary of State, have said that Helm's customers under the Green Deal have been at best missold and it would be fixed, hundreds of my constituents and others right across Scotland and the UK remain swindled by Robert Skillen and his company Helms. I'm happy to have another meeting, but I'd be even happier with swift and appropriate action.
I'm happy to meet the honourable gentleman and his constituents and work with officials to make progress.
Question 31, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, workplace health and safety is of critical importance. And I'm in regular discussion with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, on this and other issues.
Mr Speaker, if the government are so committed to keeping workers safe throughout the pandemic, can you explain why they haven't been able to protect workers at the DVLA in Swansea by putting in measures to keep them safe from COVID-19?
She will appreciate, Mr Speaker, that public health and guidance for safer working in Wales is in fact a devolved matter. So this is something which she should certainly bring up with her colleagues in the Welsh Government. Public Health Wales and the local authorities supported by HSC are working with the DVLA to ensure that there is appropriate protection.
Jensen, question 32, please, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And having worked in manufacturing for over 20 years, I know the challenges, and I want to thank those in the manufacturing sector for the brilliant work that they have done supporting the economy, including the way they came together for the ventilator challenge and indeed manufacturing all of our vaccines. And we are committed to supporting UK manufacturers to build back better by taking advantage of innovative technology and through measures such as the super deduction capital allowance rate of 130% to turbocharge business investment.
Jameson. Mr Speaker, following Brexit, it's more important than ever that we incentivise the best possible commercial manufacturing and industrial base in the UK. Could I please ask the Minister what BEIS is doing to support the DIT and other government departments in bringing foreign businesses to our shores?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. BEIS is working with departments across government to implement the plan for growth, with its focus on infrastructure, innovation and skills. This will have the effect of making the UK more attractive in terms of inward investment, cementing our place as a global science superpower and potentially increasing investment in areas such as Thames Valley, which already boasts a number of world-class manufacturing companies.
To answer your question to Minister Schooler.
Mr Speaker, our Start-up Loans programme has a phenomenal track record backing budding entrepreneurs. We've supported more than 83,000 people across the UK with £733.5 million in loans. The British Business Bank's new UK Unlocked campaign supports all entrepreneurs to access the right finance to start and grow.
Let's go to Dr Luke Evans. Luke.
I'm really pleased to hear the Minister's response, and I'm grateful for the financial backing the government gives. But if someone sat in Bosworth with a great idea, one of the hardest things they struggle to come up with is where to start. So what is the government doing to signpost people who want to start a business who are asking exactly that question?
The answer to this question is go to the Coventry and Warwickshire LEP Growth Hub. There are 38 growth hubs around the country that one-stop shop to be able to get access to that. And we're helping SMEs navigate that business finance landscape through those growth hub networks as well. Our detailed business support web pages provide advice for businesses of all sizes across the UK.
Now come to Topital, so Secretary of State.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, I think over the last few weeks I would like to say that we've gone through a trying time, but two things have really stood out as remarkable successes. The vaccine rollout continues to go from strength to strength. Something like 60 million jabs have been administered across this country, which I am pleased to say is a world-beating target that we've reached for a country of our size. And on the back of that, we've managed to hit those dates in the roadmap. The 12th of April, we opened up in the way we said we would, and then we looked at the data, and we were able to do so again on the 17th of May. And this has provided business with a huge degree of support and a measure of certainty ahead of a summer reopening.
Let's go to Elliot Colburn. Elliot.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Carshall and Wallington residents, particularly those living in New Mill Quarter in Hackbridge, have been suffering at the hands of the Lib Dem-run council-owned district energy network called SDEN, leaving residents without heating and hot water some more than a dozen times in just 6 months. I know BEIS are keen to ensure that residents like this are not victims of shoddy operations, so following the closure of their consultation last year, could I ask what steps my honourable friend is taking to ensure that district energy networks are regulated?
Thank you, sir. It's an excellent question, and he will know that he and I corresponded about this and spoke directly about this when I was the Minister of State for Energy, and I'm very pleased to tell my honourable friend that we are committed to regulating the heat networks market within this Parliament, and we will bring legislation forward at the earliest possible opportunity. It's clearly a really important thing to be doing, and he and his constituents can rest assured that we are acting with due speed.
Secretary of State,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to return to fire and rehire. Chris is a British gas engineer who lives in Spelthorne in his constituency. Chris says this: working under fire and rehire has been horrific. It's caused stress and anxiety, not just for me, but my family. I can't overstate the effect it has on mental well-being. And the government and the business secretary, who is supposed to represent me in Parliament, is doing absolutely nothing about it. I voted for Kwasi Kwarteng in 2019, but he's failed us on this, a total letdown. Chris met the business secretary recently and asked him why he hadn't acted on fire and rehire. What did he tell him?
I remember the meeting well. I met Chris, I think, on the Avenue in Sunbury, and I said very clearly to him that we had an ACAS report that we hope to publish in due course, and that once we publish that, we would set out further action, as my honourable friend very ably mentioned earlier.
The problem is, Mr. Speaker, is that he's the business secretary. He's in charge. He promised an employment bill 2 years ago. He's had the ACAS report for 3 months. He's not even telling us what's in the ACAS report. Maybe he can satisfy Chris and millions of people around this country by saying from this dispatch box today that he agrees with the principle that we should legislate to outlaw fire and rehire, and he will bring forward an employment bill to do it. If he doesn't do that, people will suspect that the truth is he's not acting because he can't act, he's not acting because he doesn't want to act, because he thinks this kind of one-sided power for employers is necessary for our economy to succeed.
We all know the Marxist trope of the employers versus the workers, and we've moved on from that, most of us. Two issues there. One was related to the employment bill, which we are committed to introducing into this House when we can, and that's always been our position. And the second issue, with the ACAS, the whole point of having an ACAS independent report was to allow it to happen, and then we would consider, after publication, the steps forward. And I know he's impatient. I know that he probably is wishing that there was a leadership change, perhaps, in his party. But we've got to stay focused. We've got to stay focused on delivery.
Peter Aldous.
Terrible answer. Mr. Speaker, with an enormous amount of work going to take place in the next few years in building energy and transport infrastructure, there are significant opportunities to enhance skills and to create jobs in steel fabrication. What plans does my right honourable friend have for promoting fabrication hubs, which should include one in Lowestoft, where there are skills and expertise developed over many years in the oil and gas industry, and exciting opportunities coming forward in the offshore wind and nuclear sectors?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend makes an excellent point regarding seizing the broader benefits of the green economy, which are integral to our industrial decarbonisation strategy. We're going to be continuing to work closely with all those helping us to meet our net zero commitments, from that 40 gigawatt of offshore wind by 2030 to the government's commitment to delivering at least one more gigawatt nuclear power station, and substantial commitments to the next generation of nuclear as well. For all of this infrastructure investment, growing the skills base will be vital, and across the country, including in Lowestoft. We have set up the Green Jobs Task Force, which is going to report to government this summer and will inform the next stages of how we work out our green skills plans going forwards.
SNP spokesperson Stephen Flynn.
Speaker, ONS stats released just this morning show that trade with the European Union has fallen by 23% in the first quarter. Meantime, Scottish farmers are facing up to the reality of a trade deal with the Australians that threatens their very future. The Scottish Parliament, it has no say. The Scottish Government, ignored. So what exactly is this UK Business Secretary going to do about it? And how much damage is his government willing to cause?
So he's quite right to mention the ONS data, but he will appreciate that it's comparing Q1 this year with Q1 last year. And Q1 this year, of course it does. And the January was exceptionally bad. I fully admit that, because there was uncertainty about how the new deal would operate. Subsequent data in Q2 and also in March was much better. So the next quarter will have better results, and I'm sure the quarters after that will show a proportionate improvement. About the Australian trade deal, this is an absolutely fundamental issue for us. If we cannot make a trade deal with a country that has a shared legislation, shared history, shared tradition, then we wouldn't get anywhere with any of these trade deals. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is to be congratulated on phasing out the plans to phase out diesel and petrol cars, but it does raise the question about how we're going to charge the electric cars, especially people who don't have driveways and have to park on the roads. What can we do to speed up the development of the infrastructure?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the energy regulator Ofgem announced it's approved a £300 million investment to help triple the number of ultra-rapid electric car charging points across the country. This is going to give a green light for energy network companies to invest in more than 200 low-carbon projects across the country over the next 2 years, including the installation of 1,800 new ultra-rapid car charge points for motorway service stations and a further 1,750 charge points in towns and cities.
Let's go to Leila Moran. Leila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Homes grant was scrapped at the end of March due to severe mismanagement. But nevertheless, we urgently need a long-term strategy to help homeowners cut emissions and bills if we are to tackle the climate emergency properly. Now that local authorities have been awarded the £300 million to deliver the Green Homes upgrades, what steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure that councils have all the support they need to jump over the bureaucratic hurdles and handle the unrealistic deadlines that have been created for them so that we can significantly cut carbon emissions across UK homes?
Mr. Speaker, she will appreciate that the Green Homes grant initially had 3 elements. The first of which dealt with owner-occupier houses. The second was distributed in the way she describes by local authorities. And the third was about public sector building decarbonisation. 2 of those elements were successful. The third was a short-term stimulus, which we've closed, and we're looking to find a replacement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents work in the aviation sector and at Southampton Airport. Advances in green technology to cut emissions are vital for the future of air travel, and this may even include electric-powered aeroplanes in a future powered by greener fuels. Could my right honourable friend outline what encouragement the government is going to give in this area?
We've done a number of things that I'm sure my honourable friend will appreciate. I was very pleased with the Transport Secretary, my right honourable friend, to appoint Emma Gilthorpe as the CEO of the Jet Zero Council. The Jet Zero Council brings together considerable industry expertise to drive sustainable aviation fuel. Electric aeroplanes may be a thing of the future, but clearly today we do have the technology to innovate and to use things like hydrogen and sustainable fuels to power a net zero aviation sector.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will be aware of Plaidis' proposal to close the McVitie's factory in Glasgow's East End, putting at risk up to 500 jobs in a very fragile part of the local economy. Now, on Saturday, myself, cross-party politicians and indeed the GMB union came together to send a loud message to Salman Amin in Turkey that doing so would put at risk the local economy. Will the Business Secretary join us and call upon Plaidis to rethink these devastating plans that would deliver an absolute hammer blow to the local economy in Glasgow and Scotland?
In my business engagement, I have been lucky enough, I suppose, to meet the CEO of Plaidis, the McVitie's operators. I'm not particularly aware of the specifics of what he's just informed the House on, but I'd be very, very happy to speak to him and others to see what we can do to make sure that this situation is improved. They seem open, the business. I had a good conversation with the CEO, but I'd like to hear more about the specific details of this plan.
Mr. Speaker, levelling up has never been so important than in the historic town of Lye in my constituency, an area I am determined to help regenerate, made easier by, I hope, by the funding put in place by this government. Now, I'd like to highlight one business in Stourbridge, I'm Lucky, which was unlucky enough to open just before the second lockdown. But with government support, they have survived, helped also by their own fantastic entrepreneurism. They now have an online shopfront and have begun recruiting staff. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that businesses like I'm Lucky have a vital role to play in levelling up this country?
I thank my honourable friend, and can I wish I'm lucky all the best for the future. There's a number of businesses that I've met over the last year that have opened either at an unfortunate time, just going into a lockdown, or possibly fortunate time as they steal a march and pivot into new business areas. But growing these SMEs are really important to levelling up. We've already provided over 1,000 start-up loans worth £11.8 million this year. We're reducing employment costs by up to £4,000 through the employment allowance and supporting skills through apprenticeships. The strengthened prompt payment code ensures those small businesses will get paid within 30 days.
Well, withdrawn, so we go to Peter Gibson. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the budget, the Leader of the Opposition said that establishing Treasury North in Darlington was not levelling up, but giving up. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the opposite is true, and that by shifting decision-making outside of London, including those from his own department, we will truly level up our country?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It's a huge opportunity. I was delighted to see him in his constituency only a couple of weeks ago. I was very pleased to see the photograph that was taken of us, looking like an advert for Reservoir Dogs, I would say. Bays is absolutely committed to recruiting excellent staff in Darlington, among other places around the UK.
Let's go to Kate Osmore. Kate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following the announcement that the government plans to cut £120 million from ODA research, what assessment has the Secretary of State made of the long-term impacts this will have on UK R&D?
Thank you, sir. She will know it was a very difficult decision. We made a decision, the Treasury and the government made a decision to reduce ODA spending from 0.7% of GDP to 0.5%. In the integrated review, we said we would get it back to 0.7 when we could, and we're fully appreciative that it was a difficult decision, and we want to get back to the 0.7 as soon as the fiscal situation allows.
Let's go to Sally Ann Hart. Sally Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is already embarking on its unprecedented levelling up agenda. Can I ask my right honourable friend what measures he's planning to facilitate small businesses levelling up, looking specifically at start-ups and growing SMEs, as well as issues arising from late payments, reducing employment costs and improving skills such as digital skills and levelling up apprenticeships? And these are the specific questions asked by the Federation of Small Businesses in Hastings and Rye.
The Federation of Small Businesses across the country do a great job, including in Hastings and Rye. And, as I've said, absolutely it's so important that SMEs play that massive role in levelling up around the country. I've talked about the fact that strengthening the prompt payment code will ensure that small businesses get paid within 30 days, and we will always do more to make sure that we can support small businesses, because we know that cash flow is king, and they will be a major part in building back better.
Graham Stringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've sat through a number of Select Committee reports that have exposed the deficiencies of not-so-smart meters and their extra costs. But I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, at a recent Select Committee report when we found that smart meters won't work if we transfer from North Sea gas to hydrogen. What do the ministers think are the implications for the future of smart meters or the possibility of using hydrogen as a replacement fuel?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are continuing to work with the regulators and look at how smart meters are rolling out. We continue to encourage people to do so if they haven't done so yet, but as the technology changes, we will obviously make sure that we are ensuring that regulations afford those adaptations.
Let's go to Mark Eastwood. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. UK industry, particularly the furniture sector, has seen great benefits in recent years from the British Standard Institute's leading role in the CEN European Committee for Standardisation. As CEN is not related to being a member of the EU, would the Minister consider renewing our membership at year-end so we can continue to play a leading role in the development of sensible standards?
Minister. Thank you, and can I thank my honourable friend for that question. It's really important that he stands up for the furniture industry as he does. The BSI have informed the department of their intention to retain their membership to continue to influence the development of standards for the benefits of UK businesses. This is a position that the government supports.
Let's go to Tony Lloyd. Tony.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for a very unequivocal statement, consistent with government's zero carbon promises, that there will be no new coal mines, there will be no new licences for fracking in this country?
Who's having it? Secretary of State, come on.
Thank you, sir. Well, there are two issues there. There's the fracking issue, and I was very pleased as Minister of State to impose a moratorium on fracking, and the language we used at the time was it was going to be evidence focused and it was going to be scientifically based. There's no new evidence to suggest that we should end the moratorium, so it stays. No more fracking. In terms of the other issue that he raised, and I've assuming coal mines. So the issue with the coal mine, I've said very specifically, this is a judicial issue in terms of the West Cumbrian coal mine, and that's something that has to go through the planning process.
Final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable friend will know, I am passionate about inspiring the next generation of scientists and engineers. Will she therefore tell the House what plans her department has to build on the previous good work in this field, such as the Year of Engineering?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've committed to investing £14.9 billion in R&D 2021-22, meaning government R&D spending is now at the highest level in 4 decades. We have our ambitious roadmap, we have our innovation strategy we will be launching, we have our R&D places strategy, and we are indeed working to ensure the benefits are felt nationwide.
I'm suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. Order. I call Jonathan Ashworth to ask his urgent question.
To ask the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to update the House on COVID-19.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our race between the vaccine and the virus continues. As a nation, we've taken some huge strides forward, Mr. Speaker. There are now 908 people in hospital with coronavirus, a fall of 9% in the past week, and the average number of daily deaths is now 6, the lowest number since the middle of March. On top of this positive news, Mr. Speaker, our vaccination programme is accelerating at pace. Over 72% of all adults have now been given their first dose, and 43% of all adults have the protection of 2 doses. And this weekend, we reached the milestone of 60 million vaccines administered across the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, this weekend Public Health England also published new research showing that the effectiveness against symptomatic disease from the variant first discovered in India is similar after 2 doses when compared to the B117 variant dominant in our country, and that, as with other variants, even higher levels of effectiveness are expected against hospitalisation and death. This is encouraging data, Mr. Speaker, and it reinforces once again the importance of our vaccination programme in giving us a path out of this pandemic, as well as showing just how important it is that everyone comes forward for both jabs when the call comes through. Mr. Speaker, it's the progress made by the British people in following the rules and the protection offered to our vaccination programme that means we were able to take step 3 in our roadmap last week. But we take these steps with vigilance and with caution, staying alert to new variants that can jeopardise the advances we've made. We've come down really hard on the variant first identified in India, wherever we have found it, surging in testing capacity and vaccine for those who are eligible. Over the past few days, we've extended this rapid approach to even more areas, so as well as Bolton and Blackburn and Darwin, which the Prime Minister spoke about at his press conference on the 14th of this month. We are taking rapid action in Bedford, Hounslow, Burnley, Leicester, Kirklees and North Tyneside. As the Prime Minister set out 2 weeks ago, we're urging people in these areas to take extra caution when meeting anyone outside their households or support bubble, including meeting outside rather than inside where possible, keeping 2 metres apart from people you don't live with, and that people should try to avoid travelling in and out of the affected areas unless it is essential. For example, obviously for work, if you can't work from home, or for education. As the Prime Minister said, Mr. Speaker, we want the whole country to move out of these restrictions together, and we're trusting people to be responsible and to act with caution and common sense as they have done throughout this pandemic, and to make decisions about how best to protect themselves and their loved ones, informed by the risks. That is exactly what we should be doing. We're always looking to see how we can communicate more effectively with local authorities, and we will, of course, take on board the views expressed by the House over the course of this debate. Mr. Speaker, through acting quickly whenever the virus flares up and protecting people through our vaccination programme, we can guard the incredible gains we've all made and get ourselves on the road to recovery. Thank you very much indeed.
Secretary of State Jonathan Ashworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister appreciate that cities like mine in Leicester, or towns and boroughs like Burnley or Bolton or Batley and Blackburn, borne the brunt of this crisis these last 15 months? We've often been in lockdown longer than elsewhere. At times we felt abandoned. We didn't have adequate financial support. Families did their best, but they struggled. So can the Minister understand how upsetting it is? Can he understand how insulting it is to have new restrictions imposed upon us, local lockdowns by stealth, by the back door, and the Secretary of State doesn't even have the courtesy to come and tell us? Why was this guidance plonked on her website on Friday night and not communicated to everyone? Why were local directors of public health and local authority leaders not consulted? Why weren't MPs informed? And what does it now mean for our constituents? What does it mean for the family in Leicester who are booked a few days next week by the coast for school half-term? Do they have to cancel that break? What does it mean for university students in Leicester when they finish their exams? Do they have to go home? Or can they go home? And can prospective students come and look at the campuses? What does it mean for the parents in Bolton who are planning to take their children to see grandparents on the other side of Greater Manchester this bank holiday Monday? Should they rearrange their plans? What does it mean for the young couple in Burnley or Blackburn or Batley who have postponed their wedding for over a year and have invited friends and family from across the country to come and celebrate their special day with them? Is the message to them that they have to delay their wedding again? Can the Minister answer these questions today? And can he take a message from me, as the Member of Parliament for Leicester South, back to the Secretary of State? Withdraw this guidance now. and convene a meeting this afternoon of the relevant directors of public health to produce a plan involving isolation support, enhanced contact tracing, and because he knows from his own work as vaccines minister that a single dose of the vaccine is less effective against this particular variant, will he produce a plan with local directors of public health to roll out vaccination to everybody and look at including bringing forward the second dose for a larger cohort of people? Now, Mr Speaker, in closing, a year ago, ministers like him were defending Dominic Cummings on Twitter. Now Mr Cummings tweets about the lack of competent people in charge. Well, many of our constituents, looking at this latest lockdown fiasco, will think that Mr Cummings has a point.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his, I hope, equally supportive comments when it comes to supporting his constituents and others around the country in Bedford and Blackburn and Bolton and Burnley and Kirklees, Leicester, of course, his own patch, and in Hounslow and North Tyneside. The one thing I would urge, and I spoke to the Metro Mayors this morning, the M10 Metro Mayors, is that we all work together and take the politics out of this. I think our constituents deserve that. Essentially, as I said in my opening statement, what we're asking people to do in those affected areas is to be cautious, is to be careful. So on visiting family that he asked about, meet outside rather than inside where possible. Meeting indoors is still allowed in a group of 6 or 2 households, but meeting outdoors is safer. Meet 2 metres apart from people you don't live with unless you have formed a support bubble. This includes obviously friends and family you don't live with. So yes, people can visit family in half-term if they follow social distancing guidelines. The guidelines include specific sections on meeting friends and family. Avoid travelling in and out of the affected areas, as the Prime Minister said on the 14th, unless it is essential, for example, for work purposes. The whole principle here, Mr Speaker, is that we need to work together. He has a responsibility, as I do, as do the Metro Mayors, to communicate to our residents, our constituents, that this is a time to be vigilant, to be careful. We're putting more surge vaccination and, of course, surge testing and turbocharging vaccination, I should say, in those areas to make sure that we do the work with local directors of public health. And absolutely, I hope he will agree, we've had that plan in place. We've seen it operate in Bolton and Blackburn, and we'll see it operate in his constituency in other parts of the country as well.
Chair of the Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I congratulate the Minister for the outstanding rollout of the vaccine programme, which is a source of enormous pride to all of us on all sides of the House. As we emerge from lockdown, we all want it to be a permanent change, and for most families the biggest priority is to make sure that schools remain open, even if we find that new variants arrive in the UK in the course of the autumn. We know that children don't tend to get bad symptoms, but they can spread the virus. So is it time to look at vaccinating the over 12s, as they are doing in the United States? Is it time to look at whether we can use some of the FDA analysis to speed up that decision-making process so that by the time children come back in the autumn, schools are protected and we can be confident they'll be able to stay open?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. I think he's absolutely right to focus on the protection of children, but also of families and their community, and that clinical decision has not been taken in the United Kingdom. He will be aware, as well as the US regulator, the Canadian regulator has approved the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for 12 to 15-year-olds. We will operationally be ready, but ultimately the decision has to be a clinical one, and our regulator will have to be satisfied that the vaccines are extremely safe, because when you're vaccinating children where essentially you're, yes, offering some protection to them, and of course children can be infected with COVID and have some evidence of long COVID amongst children, but on the whole, it is really to protect their families and transmission in communities. The vaccines have to be incredibly safe before we administer them to children, but we are we have the infrastructure in place to be able to do that as and when that regulatory and clinical decision is made.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson, Dr. Philippa Whitford. Philippa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister explain if these new restrictions for areas like Bolton are only advisory, will hospitality companies affected still be eligible for financial support? And why the Public Health England report on variants was snuck out at 11 p.m. on Saturday during the Eurovision final and minus the promised data on school outbreaks. The B1617.2 or April 02 variant appears to be 50% more infectious and is affecting even younger children. So can the Minister explain why on earth the government ended the wearing of face coverings in schools? While it is good that 2 doses of the vaccines still provide good protection from this variant, testing shows 1 dose is only 33% effective. The gap between doses has been shortened from 12 to 8 weeks, but with less than half of those between 50 and 65 years of age having had their second dose, are there plans to close the gap further?
Grateful to the Honourable Lady's question, and I would just remind her that Public Health England make those decisions for themselves and not up to the Minister when they actually release their data. On pubs and hospitality, indoor areas of venues, whether it's cafes, restaurants, bars and so on, can reopen, and any premises serving alcohol, customers will still be, of course, required to order and be served and eat and drink while seated. Venues are obviously prohibited from providing smoking equipment such as shisha pipes and so on, really just to make sure that we do everything we can to limit the ability for the virus to infect others, and to, within that, reducing that social contact is incredibly important. Some businesses, of course, such as nightclubs, must remain closed and follow restrictions. And so it really is very much about making sure that we work together to control this B1617.2 variant, exercising that common sense that the Prime Minister spoke about, and the guidance is there to do that. And people on the whole have been following that guidance. Of course, on transmission and the effectiveness of the 2 doses, and her question around accelerating the vaccination programmes, the whole idea of us following the JCVI guidelines and advice on vaccination is we've been able to vaccinate at scale. We've got 2 big weeks coming ahead of us, and we'll continue to focus on the second dose. So when people get that text message or the call to bring forward their second dose, please take that up. It's incredibly important in controlling this variant.
Greg Smith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's tremendous news that the vaccines that are being so successfully rolled out across our United Kingdom are highly effective against the variant first identified in India. But many businesses continue to be delicately balanced on a cliff edge of either a successful summer or bankruptcy. So does my honourable friend agree with me that we need a positive message of hope and certainty, that all the evidence does continue to back up the complete end of all restrictions and social distancing by the 21st of June?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question, and it is good news from Public Health England on the B1617 variant that the 2 doses of either Pfizer or AstraZeneca Oxford are as effective on infection and very likely to be even more effective on serious illness and hospitalisation in real-world circumstance. Ultimately, we are effectively pursuing a evidence-led strategy. The reason for the 4 weeks plus 1, the 5-week interval, is for us to be able to assess the data and then share it with Parliament and with the nation. At the moment, I would say I'm cautiously optimistic that we are in a good place. We have to remain vigilant. We have to work together. As I said earlier, take the politics out of this and let's make sure all of our constituents are careful and we'll get there together.
John Spell.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure the Minister will agree that throughout the pandemic, our community pharmacies have performed magnificently on the front line of the health service. But unfortunately, there still seems to be institutionalised bias against them in the health department. Even now, only a couple of pharmacies in Sandwell have been authorised for COVID vaccines. So, Minister, can I urge you to get a grip of your bureaucrats and get vaccines rolling through our Sandwell pharmacies and before the bank holiday?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. I know he's a passionate advocate for community pharmacy, and he and I have discussed this in the past. I don't recognise his characterisation of the NHS team that I absolutely know every day work with community pharmacies. We are now up to, I think, just over 500 community pharmacies and independent pharmacies actually as part of the vaccine deployment. We know, and they proved themselves in phase 1 to be excellent at reaching out to their communities, giving that confidence to their communities and getting people vaccinated. And they've stepped up in phase 2 as well to fill the gaps where primary care has decided not to carry on with phase 2. So we keep going, and I will absolutely look at his constituents to see whether we can do some more.
Sean Bentley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the record vaccine rollout has absolutely vindicated the decision of my constituents in Wensbury, Albury and Tipton to believe that this country can actually succeed in terms of standing on our own 2 feet. But, Mr. Speaker, vaccination is going to form a really big part of our lives going forward. Can I ask my right honourable friend what work he's doing around localised infrastructure going forward to ensure that as we have to continue our vaccination rollout, we have the localised infrastructure to do that and to ensure this great progress isn't hindered?
I absolutely agree with my own friend. If the virus was designed to test liberal democracies, because the only way we could combat it was to withdraw people's freedoms with the dreaded non-pharmaceutical intervention, the NPIs, then the vaccine has played to the real strength of the 4 nations that make up the peoples of these isles, in the sense of that Dunkirk spirit, coming together, 1,000 flotillas, you know, the volunteer vaccinators, 80,000 of them, the doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and of course our armed forces and our local government colleagues who've not only stepped up in terms of identifying communities that we need to protect, but also finding those sites. So we are already making plans for the booster jab and be ready by September. The clinical decision hasn't been made as yet, I would remind the House, but when it is made, whether it's September, October, November or early in the new year, we'll be ready to go. And we're also planning as to how it dovetails with our flu vaccination programme, and to see how we can increase the uptake of the flu vaccination programme, because the worst of all worlds is you do well against COVID and then you're hit by a heavy flu season in the autumn.
Let's go to Mohammed Jassim. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last evening, I learned the government had sneaked Bedford Borough into local lockdown without even bothering to warn the public health team. The Minister knows that for almost 2 weeks, I have been calling for surge vaccines in Bedford for all over 16s. Yet until last Friday, many of my constituents have been forced to travel miles to access Pfizer vaccine. The variant first identified in India has been imported here because of the government's lax approach to border control. So can I ask the Minister why the people of Bedford are paying for his government's gross negligence and incompetence once again?
I'm grateful to the honourable member. He and I discussed the turbocharging of the vaccination programme in Bedford, which I know that he appreciates. The real difficulty is if you begin to vaccinate people that are 18 years old now and outside of the Joint Committee of Vaccination and Immunisations advice, then you're taking vaccine away from others who are eligible and need that protection. So the strategy we're pursuing is to turbocharge. And I need to explain that a little bit, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that we are effectively putting more resource, later opening, mobile vaccination centres, expanding vaccination centres, so that those who are already eligible and for whatever reason have been unable to access the vaccine or have been waiting to see can get that protection of the first dose, and of course then get the second dose into all those over the age of 50, because the 2 doses we know in those areas against that B1617.2 variant make a huge difference.
Jacob, yeah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the Minister on the success of the vaccine rollout and the rate at which the age limit is now dropping. And at the age of 28, I'm regularly checking the NHS website for when it's my turn. However, those who are a little older than me are currently trying to get their first jab at the Riverside Stadium in Middlesbrough, but struggling to get the jab, reportedly because they're only stocking the AstraZeneca jab at the vaccine centre there. Can the Minister use his office to try and find out what the problem is, resolve it, so that people aren't having to travel unnecessarily to get their first jab?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend, and I will absolutely look at what the issue is, because the good news that we've had recently from our regulator, the MHRA, is that on the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, it can now be stored for up to a month. It used to be only 5 days once it's thawed from minus 70 degrees centigrade, and therefore it is much more versatile and less challenging than it used to be. So I will absolutely look at that and write back to him and contact him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the areas of concern for which new restrictions have been published but no advice has been communicated is the London Borough of Hounslow, which shares a boundary with Whitton, Hampton and St Margaret's in my constituency. Hundreds, if not thousands of people go back and forth every day for school, for work, to get food and other essential supplies and for medical appointments. So could the Minister firstly advise my constituents whether they should be getting on buses and trains which cross the borough boundary, whether they should be going to supermarkets and accessing medical services over the borough boundary, and secondly, will he consider vaccinating as a priority people who have to go to work, teachers, key workers, airport staff in Hounslow but live outside the borough?
I'm grateful for the honourable lady's question. I discussed this with the Mayor of London this morning. Of course, Hounslow is on the list of affected areas, and we are turbocharging the vaccination programme as well as surge testing and the sequencing and isolation. But as I, in response to others, have outlined, that people need to exercise that caution, that common sense, only travel if it is essential outside of the area. That is important, and the right thing to do is for us to work together to make sure we deliver that message, as I did this morning with the Mayor of London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the Telegraph story this morning about what the rules for self-isolation might be post the 21st of June, a government source was quoted as saying, in response to the suggestion they won't change, that there's still a risk of spreading the virus and catching it. Now, that is, of course, true. There is a risk. But, of course, once people have been vaccinated, the risk is much lower. And, importantly, the vaccines are very effective at stopping serious disease, hospitalisation and death. So can I say to the Minister, post the 21st of June, it's important not only that legal restrictions go and social distancing goes, but all of the remaining rules are adjusted to reflect the much lower risk that exists once we've vaccinated the population. Otherwise, we're going to have those rules in place forever.
I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's question. I think it's worth waiting until the 14th of June when we will be saying more on this. Suffice to say two things. One, even if you've had, and I've had this experience in my own family, 2 doses of either vaccine, you still can actually contract COVID, and therefore you should be isolating and quarantining. We're also looking at ways that contacts of people who may have contracted COVID can be regularly tested instead of isolating.
Let's go to Jim Shannon.
Can I thank the Minister for his responses so far and the magnificent effort. I had my second vaccine yesterday, just to show how national that was. The person who carried out that injection was a doctor from Lincolnshire. So it very much shows, I believe, that the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland works better together, and that's a supreme example of it. We understand that things will change depending on the circumstances, and localised lockdowns may be the way to do this to ensure that areas who have low numbers are able to allow people to safely live. But can the Minister outline what parameters establish localised lockdowns, and if this is the same approach that will be taken UK-wide by devolved regions? Thank you.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. I'm very pleased to hear that he's had his second dose, and when you do get that text message, please come forward and have your second dose. We're looking to make sure that the whole country comes out of this together, hence why the advice is very much about exercising caution and self-responsibility. People actually get this, and you see it in much of the data from research, that they know what are the things that can add to the risk, and therefore should abstain from doing those things whilst we vaccinate at scale and get to that place where we can all hopefully get our lives back.
Sir Desmond.
Opposed to the use of COVID passports in the domestic economy. When will the government set out its proposals in some detail?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend's question. We are considering a range of evidence around, obviously, COVID status certification and whether it may have a role in opening up higher risk settings. So it would be remiss of a government minister or a government not to look at technologies around the world that would allow us to open up not 20% of Wembley Stadium for the FA Cup final, but the whole of Wembley Stadium. No final decisions have been made, Mr. Speaker. We will, of course, are committed to setting out our conclusions of the review ahead of step 4.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Some people have been making a lot of money from government-approved quarantine hotels, but many of my Slough constituents are continuing to suffer during their stay. In a lot of food as well, the poor food standards, often not meeting dietary or religious requirements, and people having to once again fork out on takeaways, poor ventilation with no chance of opening a window, and I haven't even started yet on the shambolic state of mixing in hours-long airport queues. So even if somebody doesn't have coronavirus, they soon will have. So, Minister, why is the government failing to get a grip of the situation despite repeated requests from right honourable members of this House?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the honourable member's question. I don't recognise his description of the way the system is working. There were some, obviously, distressing videos posted online of people in airports, but we work with the airports and we require airports to make sure that social distancing protocols are followed. Indeed, with Heathrow, we've recently looked at red list countries arriving in a particular terminal. I will take away his point around particular hotels, if he can let me have the exact details to look at what's happening, because I think that's wrong and distressing if people can't have fresh drinking water.
Tom Hunt. In Suffolk and North East Essex, 97% of over 80s have now had 2 jabs, which I think the last time was put us top of the league table. I predict that I'm on the cusp, as a 32-year-old, being offered my jab, but I'll wait for my contact to confirm if that is the case. Huge thanks should also go for BSc Multicultural Services, who have worked incredibly hard with hard-to-reach groups to get the vaccine out. But also, I'd like a special mention here about community pharmacies, which I know another honourable member has mentioned. Aqua Pharmacy on Duke Street. It seems like a very long time ago it first approached me, but they've subsequently gone on to deliver 15,000 doses. But they do sometimes feel that community pharmacy don't always get the attention they deserve. Will the Minister assure me, in the NHS white paper going forward, community pharmacy will be the heart of what we do to recover from this pandemic?
I can certainly give them that reassurance. They are an incredibly important part of our deployment infrastructure.
David Lynn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like everybody else, I pay tribute to those who are delivering the vaccine and those who have developed it. And I'm not quite at the age where I've been offered my first dose yet, but I'm hoping that that will be soon. And when I get that little envelope through, I will go and get my JAG. But the Minister will be aware that there are a number of people who do have phobias of needles. So would he be in a position to update the House on the development of a nasal vaccine?
I'm grateful to the honourable member, and I'm glad he's going to get his JAG when the call comes. We are obviously working with a number of manufacturers that are looking at different delivery technologies for vaccines in the future. It's still some way off, I'm afraid. The needle of the moment dominates the vaccination deployment technologies, but I know a number of them are working on other ways of delivering vaccines, including pills.
Mr. Speaker, 70% of my constituency have now had one vaccine, and I'm sure the Minister will join with me in congratulating and thanking all those people in Warrington who played such an important part in this incredible vaccination programme. As the Minister will know, vaccines are one part of the solution. I wonder if you could give us an update on drugs and research into treatment for those people that do find themselves in hospital suffering from COVID.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. I join him in thanking the local team for going above and beyond. And as I said earlier, it's that the spirit of Dunkirk and the coming together of the nation to deliver the vaccination programme. The Prime Minister announced a couple of weeks ago the Therapeutics Task Force, which is moving at pace to identify therapeutics and antivirals to help those people who, for whatever reason, cannot be vaccinated, and of course to give us a greater arsenal in our armoury against this pandemic.
Let's go to Neil Hanby. Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get my second vaccine tomorrow, so I would also like to thank all of the NHS staff and other staff who have made this possible in such a quick turnaround. However, all of that cannot conceal the opacity of the UK government's position on accusations of cronyism and corruption. But thanks to the Good Law Project, this has finally been challenged in the High Court this week. I've been attempting to get to the heart of the procurement of unlicensed intravertebral flow devices and been met with glib obfuscation from the department. Can the Minister therefore tell me, when was the contract for these devices signed? Was it known at the time that these tests were not licensed by MHRA for asymptomatic testing? Which Minister approved this contract? And if the government really has nothing to hide, why doesn't it just come clean?
I'm grateful to the honourable member's question. I would just remind him that the Prime Minister at this dispatch box announced a full inquiry that will take part in the spring of 2022, where we can learn all the lessons of the COVID pandemic and the government's response to it. Suffice to say, all contracting is published in the appropriate way, and civil servants follow the exact rules around contracting.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 57,000 people in North West Durham have had their first jab, 34,000 the second. So we're doing really well and progressing excellently. And I've got my first jab this Saturday, and I've just had to say to my honourable friend for Ipswich, he is 32, so he can also get his jab now. And anybody else in my constituency or across the country can book now through the app. There are concerns, though, Mr. Speaker, about the vaccine, and the Minister, and can the Minister just ensure that all the possible issues and side effects are constantly monitored and published so that people can make those informed, positive choices to get the vaccine, especially in younger age groups, to ensure that everyone is as protected as possible, especially for the new variants?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend question. I can certainly give him that reassurance, because we have an independent regulator here in the MHRA and, of course, Public Health England, and we have a system called the Yellow Card System, where adverse incidents are recorded. They can be reported by your GP clinician or yourself directly, and all that data is published and people can access it on their MHRA website, and they can Google it and see it. It's incredibly part of the success story of the vaccination programme is that sharing of information, sharing of data, which has led to the highest level of vaccine acceptance in the world amongst adults. I think it stands about 90% at the moment, all adults saying they will take the vaccine or very likely to take the vaccine.
Let's go to Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What steps are the government taking to ensure that the UK is a leader in the global response to tackling COVID-19, especially given the fact that we are not safe until everyone is safe?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, when the Prime Minister set up the Vaccines Task Force, he gave it two priorities. One, to discover the vaccines that will work, to contract with them or to manufacture them in the UK. And the other priority was how are you going to help the rest of the world, which is why we were the first country to put £548 million into COVAX and very much established COVAX. There's now over 450 million doses, the bulk of which is AstraZeneca Oxford, which is our gift to the world. 98% of COVAX jabs that have gone out and been delivered and protected people have come from Oxford AstraZeneca. And I know Pfizer are also doing the same thing from day one. Their Chief Executive, Albert Bourla, spoke about vaccine equality, and they are offering to low and middle income countries the vaccines at cost as well.
Let's go straight to Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's simply unacceptable that my constituents in Luton South found out about the changed travel advice to Bedford through the back door via the media last night. They need thorough clarity and formal information through our local authorities. And talking of our local authorities, Can I ask the Government what steps they're taking for the prioritisation of turbocharged vaccinations, not just for areas with the new variant, but those areas who have enduring transmission?
I'm grateful for the Honourable. I think I've dealt with the first part of her question in the sense that that guidance information was shared with the country on the 14th of May, and we continue to endeavour to improve our communications in partnership with local government and directors of local health systems. In terms of the vaccine turbocharging, she will know that we're looking at whether it's mobile vaccination sites, increasing the hours of opening for sites, as well as putting more resource into that so that we can actually vaccinate the people who are eligible to be vaccinated. And that's the important, I think, distinction to make. But we'll continue to do all of that in Bedford to make sure that the people of Bedford are protected and we get this variant under control.
Over the weekend, I was contacted about 2 instances where people were having difficulties getting the access they wanted to their frail relatives in Barnet Hospital. This was particularly distressing because in both instances, the patients had difficulties communicating and understanding with hospital staff. I appreciate that hospitals do have to, as a paramount duty, to ensure that they have proper infection control, but will the Minister encourage hospitals right across the country to facilitate visits so that relatives can support the frail elderly whilst they're in hospital?
Minister. I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's question, and I will certainly take her specific constituents' details and look into that, but we certainly urge all hospitals to make sure that where the frail elderly and in need of that essential contact, they are able to do that.
Let's go to Mick Whitley. Mick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one is safe from COVID-19 till we all are, but the UK continues to stubbornly resist calls for a waiver of COVID-19 vaccine patents. Given that many of the world's poorest countries can't expect to be vaccinated until 2023, and the failure of the COVAX initiative to distribute vaccines at the volume and speed that is needed, will the government now follow the lead of the Biden administration and reverse its position on the patent waiver?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a really important question, and I would just want to share with the honourable member a little bit of the operational challenges around vaccine manufacture. And of course, we will look at any text that our US colleagues will put forward in terms of the IP issue. But in reality, if the exam question is to get more jabs in the arms of those who live in low and middle-income countries, then actually it's not the IP that is the bottleneck. It is the transfer of technology to manufacturers around the world. Now, what AstraZeneca Oxford did incredibly well is to transfer that technology to 20 sites that can manufacture at scale, and we've already delivered 450 million doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, and Pfizer did the same thing. If you recall, they actually paused their manufacturing in Europe and expanded it to go from 1.2 billion doses a year for 2021 to almost 3 billion doses for 2021. So if the exam question is to get more jabs in arms, we need that technology transfer. It's not easy. We saw it in Halix in Europe. They had great difficulty to operationalise the manufacturing, and Catalent in the US. That is the real effort that needs to go in, as well as, of course, helping other countries in deployment. It's only one part of the jigsaw to get the vaccine into warehouses in those countries. They've got to be able to get it out and into people's arms.
We now come to Robert.
Speaker, the experience over the last year has shown that local lockdowns aren't effective as cases simply rocket in the areas immediately outside of where the local restrictions are. With this in mind, and to get ahead of the curve, this morning I've been in discussions with Derbyshire County Council and my local Director of Public Health to establish a pop-up vaccination site on Gamesley where there's been a high number of new cases so that we can deliver surge vaccination. Will the Vaccine Minister work with me and my local Director of Public Health and the NHS to ensure we get the doses we need to get everyone in the High Peak vaccinated as soon as possible?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. The important thing is to get those who are eligible vaccinated and get those who need their second dose to get that second dose within that 8-week period. because that is the way we control this variant, and I would very happily work with him on any local initiative that he's working on.
Let's go to Stella Creasy. Stella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear. Women who are pregnant who get COVID are twice as likely to have a premature birth and twice as likely to experience stillbirth. Other countries have recognised this and have ensured that pregnant women of any age are a priority for vaccination. But in this country, the conversation about this data hasn't even happened yet, despite months of asking. Minister, there will be thousands of pregnant women in the areas where the variant is on the rise, as well across the country, terrified about what might happen if they get COVID. What can we do to help them get hold of the vaccine, regardless of age, so that we are protecting the youngest members of our community?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady will know, because she's on the weekly MP's call that I host, that the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation are looking at the data on this. But in the meantime, because of the data provided from the United States of America, we've made the Pfizer-BioNTech and Moderna vaccine available to all pregnant women that are in the eligible cohort, and that is happening as we speak. But of course, Professor Antti Harandon, as I know, who's Deputy Chair of JCVI, has promised her that they are looking at the data, and when they deliver the advice to us, then the system will follow that advice.
Jones. The scale and pace at which we're delivering our vaccine programme is a marvellous achievement and a testament to everybody involved. It's how we're able to gradually and safely come out of the restrictions. So can my right honourable friend confirm that we will always be following the science and the data as we do this, so activities can be resumed as safely and as soon as possible? I'm particularly thinking about indoor gatherings for groups, such as perhaps community choirs or other events that bring people together. These are so needed to combat the isolation that has hit so many people during the lockdown.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend. He will know that the reason for the restrictions around activities around choirs and singing is because of the added transmission through aerosols or droplets. But the faster we can move the vaccination programme, the sooner we can end those restrictions. And therefore, my absolute focus and my commitment to him is we continue at pace. We've got a big week this week and a big week next week.
Florence Ashworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to thank the Minister for those weekly updates, which I found really helpful, and his work in terms of vaccine hesitancy across the BAME community. I had my vaccine on the 14th of May at St Thomas's Hospital, the same hospital that cared really well for our Prime Minister who thanked those nurses, including Louise, who gave me my vaccine. But we saw that Jenny resigned from the NHS last week. So will the Minister use his will and his power to speak to the Treasury to get our hard-working nurses the pay they deserve?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question and for her commitment in making sure we get the vaccine message out to the hard-to-reach communities and her work with me on the weekly meetings. Of course, we have delivered an increase to nurses, and we await the outcome of the deliberations of the panel that will look at nurses' pay, and then the Treasury will make the announcement in the usual way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his assistance in ensuring continuity of supply to the Baths Hall in Scunthorpe and our other vaccination hubs? We have had over 71% of our adult population in North Lincolnshire receive their first vaccine and almost 50% their second vaccine. Will he join me in thanking the fantastic volunteers who I see outside in all weathers at the Baths Hall welcoming patients to receive their vaccination? We quite simply could not have done it without them.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend, and I will absolutely join her because I see it up and down the country all of the time. I spoke about it earlier, Mr. Speaker, that Dunkirk spirit, people coming up and just saying, I want to be counted, I want to be part of this. We demonstrated it a little bit in the Olympics in 2012 to the world. This is a whole other scale of operation, but nevertheless, we've delivered on it and will continue to deliver on it. And I have to say, I stand on the shoulders of the real heroes and heroines of the NHS family and our armed forces and local government.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Now then, the vaccine works. It prevents serious illness and helps prevent transmission. But I'm reading in the papers this morning that even if you've had 2 jabs and you come into contact with somebody who's a positive case, then after the 21st of June, you will still have to isolate for 10 days. So could my right honourable friend please confirm whether or not this is correct?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend, and I answered a question earlier on this issue. And obviously, if you contract COVID, then you have to isolate and quarantine. But those contacts, we are looking at regular testing to see whether there is an alternative. But he'll, I'm afraid, have to wait till a little longer before step 4, when we'll be saying more on this on the 14th of June.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be back in the chamber. But for many, like me, who are immunocompromised, returning in person to the workplace is concerning, as we do not yet know how effective the vaccines are for us. So would the Minister consider allowing immunocompromised people to have access to antibody testing, thereby giving us some idea of the vaccine's efficacy and some knowledge of our level of protection from the virus?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her question, and she asked a similar question last week, and the Professor Harrington of the JCVI actually did come back on the antibody testing as saying that the problem with it is, what does it really tell you? But I'll happily ask the question again on her behalf of the JCVI. Suffice to say, on the 17th of May, Mr Speaker, we also put out guidance to employers to make sure that those who are shielding and who are immunocompromised should be allowed to work from home if they need to.
Chris Green.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Would my honourable friend confirm that the government's position on the coronavirus pandemic is still a question of life and death? Also, that communications are vital in this effort, and that compliance follows confidence, which in turn follows competence. Will he confirm, when these local lockdown measures were agreed with the leadership at Bolton Council, will he confirm when the Prime Minister formally agreed this updated guidance being imposed?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend's question. He will recall that the Prime Minister on the 14th actually addressed this issue yes, he did, absolutely did address this issue in his press conference. And I can read him the words from the 14th of May press conference, because he, from a sedentary position, he did not. He promises, I think we have to exercise with this new variant the risk of extra transmissibility. I would urge people, and we were speaking about obviously Bolton at the time, just to think twice about that. That's what we're saying. I think that we want people in those areas to recognise that there is extra risk and extra disruption, a threat of disruption to progress caused by this new variant, and just to exercise their discretion and judgment in a way I'm sure that they have been throughout this pandemic and will continue to do so, and I hope very much, that they do so very much. Those were his words, and the guidance was there in place.
Vic.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think this Minister has... Thank you, Mr Speaker, I apologise. Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister, I think, has done a good job on the vaccines, but this statement is utterly chaotic. It is completely confused what advice he is actually giving to people in the North West or people in West Yorkshire about going to the pub, about weddings, about travel, even about whether or not, if they're allowed to travel out of Bolton, are they allowed to travel to Portugal on the green list for holidays or not? Isn't the reality that the reason he is so uncomfortable about giving any advice is because he knows the reason that he is putting these people in Bolton, in West Yorkshire, in other places in this position is because the government failed to put India on the red list earlier, because over 400 people from India came with the India variant into this country, and their rules prevented that spreading to thousands of other people in the community. Will he apologise to people in the areas that are affected for the additional restrictions he is advising them to take now because of the government's failure?
I'm grateful for the right honourable lady's question, and I don't agree with her. She won't be surprised for me to say that, because I've already talked about how visiting families are impacted, pubs and hospitality are affected, and the exercise of caution and being careful. She will recall that on the 23rd of April, when India was put on the red list, it was a full 6 days later that that particular variant was identified by the experts, the virologists, as a variant of interest. And a full 2 weeks later, it became a variant of concern. So her point actually is made unfairly.
James Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my honourable friend confirm when he anticipates that the NHS smartphone app will be enabled to allow those in Wales to demonstrate their COVID vaccination status? And further to that, does he expect that other features of the app, such as the ability to book GP appointments, to order prescriptions and to view notes, will also be enabled in Wales?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question. We are working closely, Mr. Speaker, with the Welsh Government to enable the integration of the Welsh citizens' data with the NHS app, nhs.uk, channels for the purpose of, obviously, COVID status certification, including undertaking the sort of required scoping and, of course, impact assessment, which will enable us to set out a detailed timeline for that delivery of integration.
We now go to Dr. Luke Evans. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the people of Bosworth are a pragmatic bunch, as are the people of Leicestershire. Leicestershire surrounds Leicester. So the question I have is, what does the advice does the Minister give for those people who are in Leicestershire, who send their kids to school in Leicester, who work in Leicester, and who are thinking of having bank holiday time with family in Leicester?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I hear the honourable member say, from a senator, it's a good question. He's absolutely right. They have to exercise caution and common sense, as I described in my earlier remark around visiting. They absolutely can visit family and friends in half-term if they follow social distancing guidelines. It is that personal responsibility that people, that common sense that people will, I think, absolutely exercise when they go about their family time or school time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, the Prime Minister gave in to pressure from trade unions and cross-party opposition and announced refunds for health and care workers from overseas for the £624 charge they are paid to use the NHS. Yesterday, the Minister of State couldn't tell me how many healthcare workers had been refunded. At committee earlier today, the Care Minister didn't know either. Does this Minister know how many, if any, healthcare heroes have had their NHS charges refunded, or was it just another empty promise from this government?
I'm grateful for the honourable member's question. I'm happy to write to her with the answer. But suffice to say, it's an important question, an important amount of money to those people. And I don't think we should be playing politics with it in a sort of gotcha moment.
Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will recall that we were told that the first lockdown was required to give time to build capacity within the NHS. Can the Minister therefore tell us how many more hospital beds are now available than compared to March last year?
I'm grateful to the honourable lady. I will write to her with that detail. Suffice to say, obviously, as I said in my opening remarks, we now have 908 people with COVID, the lowest since lockdown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. South Shields and North Tyneside are interconnected. Today, my community and businesses are incredibly anxious. We know that local lockdowns don't work and inevitably lead to national ones. We know it is likely there will be other variants of this virus and it may well be with us forever. Lockdowns break our economy and society, cause mental distress, delay vital cancer treatments, lead to further unemployment and exacerbate inequalities. Instead of, for example, fixing test, trace and isolate, can you explain why the government's response is always more restrictions and endless cycles of lockdowns?
I hope she agrees that the vaccination programme has given us a way out of the non-pharmaceutical interventions, which is the only thing we had at our disposal to try and slow down this pandemic and this virus, and where I would hope we can both agree that as we transition from pandemic to endemic. Obviously, there is the autumn, and we were planning for a booster shot to protect the most vulnerable, or all phase 1. That clinical decision has to be made yet. And then, of course, next year, we are already making plans for us to be able to deal with COVID in the way we deal with flu, seasonal flu, in terms of annual vaccination programmes. By next year, this country will be able to manufacture 700 million doses of vaccine, not just for the UK, but to also help the rest of the world.
Thank you. My Colne Valley constituency is in Kirklees. Now, I could ask about how the new travel advice for Kirklees was communicated to my constituents, but instead, Mr Speaker, I just want to clarify 3 things with the Minister. Firstly, travel advice. We're coming up to half-term next week. Families will be visiting and going on short breaks. Should they now cancel those trips? Secondly, hotels, B&Bs, restaurants are getting cancellations. What support will hospitality get? And finally, Mr Speaker, my constituents can see the data, where the hotspots are. When are we going to start using granular data to tackle the outbreaks, rather than lumping whole council areas into these advised restrictions?
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Let me try and take those in reverse. So on the granular data, we already, in the vaccination programme, have the capability to be able to see, literally by postcode area, where the uptake is at, and that's how we are able to focus our resources to be able to turbocharge the vaccination programme, as we have done and will continue to do, including in Kirklees. On pubs and hospitality, indoor areas at hospitality venues can continue to serve, and as I described earlier, of course, serve seated clientele and diners and drinkers. And of course, if they families have book visits to families, then they are absolutely able to visit family, as long as they follow those social distancing guidelines and that common sense. We need to make sure we are vigilant, because this B1617.2 variant is something that is concerning us, and we have to bring it under control by turbocharging vaccination, surge testing, isolating, and of course genome sequencing.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I agree with the question that my honourable friend just said? What we need now more than ever before is very clear communications from the government, so residents in Burnley, in Blackburn, in Bolton know exactly what's expected. And so could the Minister just confirm that this guidance is guidance, and my constituents can still exercise the freedoms that they reclaimed last Monday? And I also ask that he meets with me and other colleagues to talk through what more we can do to make sure this communication is clear in the areas where we need it most.
I'm very happy to meet with my honourable friend, and as I have made clear, I think, on a number of occasions at this dispatch box, in terms of the guidance, people have to be careful, have to be vigilant. They've done that already. A number of colleagues have asked me about the Batley and Spend by-election. We've just demonstrated in the local elections that we can conduct elections safely, and we'll be able to conduct that by-election safely too. So they need to just be sensible. Let's work together, let's bring this together, and let's take the politics out of it.
I now suspend the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order.
Order. Order. I call Alex Davies-Jones to ask her urgent question.
Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Minister make a statement on when the Government's end-to-end review of the criminal justice system response to rape will be published?
I call Minister Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Pontypridd for her continued interest in the Government's work in this area. Rape and sexual violence are devastating crimes that impact victims for the rest of their lives. When victims do take the brave step of reporting the crime, they expose their deep personal trauma in the interests of justice. The criminal justice system needs to support these victims, believe them and ensure their needs are met at the heart of the criminal investigation. The Government has long recognised that the decline in the number of effective trials for rape and serious sexual offences in England and Wales is a cause for significant concern. As a result, we commissioned the end-to-end rape review in March 2019 to look at evidence across the system, from reporting to the police to outcomes in court, in order to understand what is happening in cases of adult rape and serious sexual offences being charged, prosecuted and convicted in England and Wales. Our review represents a serious commitment to change by the Government and our partners. At its heart will be a set of actions that will drive system and culture change to ensure that victims feel supported and able to stay engaged with their case. This, combined with updated and stronger case preparation methods, as well as increased communication between all those involved in the prosecution and new challenge mechanisms, should lead to more cases reaching court and, we hope, defendants pleading guilty. To ensure this happens, I have been tasked by the Prime Minister to take personal leadership of the actions from the review, working with colleagues across Government to ensure accountability of operational partners for delivery. I will, of course, regularly update this House on our progress. On the substantive question, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was very keen to publish the rape review last year, but following extensive feedback from the Victims Commissioner and the victims sector that we needed to take account of the End Violence Against Women's Coalition's decriminalisation of rape report and the pending judicial review judgment, we took the decision to delay publication. We have used the time since that delay to carry out further research and engage with stakeholders in order to formulate an ambitious and wide-reaching action plan, which we will be publishing shortly after recess. When we publish the report, I will present it to Parliament and write to colleagues across the House to outline our approach. I look forward to working with the Honourable Member and indeed all members across the House to ensure that this action plan drives the substantial change we need to see.
Alex Davies-Jones.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the failings of the criminal justice system, particularly for cases involving violence against women and girls, have been well documented in this place. Yet victims of rape continue to be a last priority for this Government. Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday the Guardian's analysis of Home Office figures for rape prosecutions were published, and they make for truly appalling reading. Fewer than 1 in 60 rape cases reported by the police last year resulted in a suspect being charged. In 2020, there were more than 52,000 rapes reported in England and Wales, yet only 843 resulted in a charge or summons. That figure translates to a shocking rate of just 1.6%. Like many others, I initially welcomed the Government's commitment to an end-to-end rape review of the criminal justice system. Yet, we are now more than 2 years down the line, and after a number of delays, this vital review is still nowhere to be seen. The Justice Secretary recently announced that the rape review would be indeed published before the end of the spring. Yet, the stakeholder group reference group, which the Minister alluded to, have not been consulted on what actually is in the rape review action plan. Enough is enough. The Government has repeatedly acknowledged that it has not been robust enough in its efforts to tackle gender-based violence, but it doesn't have to be this way. The Labour Government in Wales passed the Violence Against Women, Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Act in 2015, which set out 10 national indicators of progress in tackling violence against women and girls by which the Government can be held to account. By contrast, the UK Government cannot even commit to publishing their own review in good time. So I ask the Minister, will he now take this opportunity to apologise to the thousands of rape victims, particularly the 40% who are rapidly losing faith in the justice system and are withdrawing from prosecutions for this delay?
Will he support Labour's call to introduce a similar indicator as seen in Wales to facilitate a transparent approach to tackling violence against women and girls? And lastly, will he, once and for all, confirm an exact date for when this review will be published?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely appreciate the Honourable Lady's righteous anger about this situation. As I said in my statement, it is not a matter about which any of us are particularly pleased or proud, and is a source of regret that, frankly, the investigation and convictions of rape has been declining for some years. It's a difficult offence to deal with in the best of times, but the significant declines that we've seen in the last few years are absolutely what we wish to address. But against that background, I am sorry that she seeks to politicise what should be a cross-party issue, not a Labour-Conservative issue. There are many members on this side of the House for which this has been a significant issue for some time. And I have to say that as Mayor of London, the Prime Minister himself published the first ever violence against women and girls strategy in the country, and indeed in a major city around the world. And it's been an issue close to his heart and indeed mine for some time. I should also point out to her that, notwithstanding the fact that there is a document that requires publishing, and as I say, that will be published shortly after recess, she should not mistake that for the beginning of the work. Much work has been done thus far, and indeed we are engaged closely with the police and the Crown Prosecution Service and indeed other partners to make sure that the work, the action plan, the work we need to do to get more cases from report into court has begun already. She will know that the Crown Prosecution Service and the National Police Chiefs Council launched a joint action plan only in January this year, and I'm pleased that progress is being made there as well. That is, of course, against the background of significant action by this government over the last decade in various areas of violence against women and girls, which I hope she will appreciate and applaud, ranging from creating the offence of coercive control to outlawing upskirting, stalking, revenge porn and the threat thereof. We've just passed a landmark domestic abuse bill to great support across both houses. And alongside that, of course, we've got the information and support campaigns that we've been running as a government, along with the very significant amounts of financial support that has gone into support for victims and indeed witnesses of rape and sexual violence. So while the document is important, and it was important that we get it right, as I say, we delayed it at the request of the Victims Commissioner and the victim sector, please do be under no illusion that we are not working extremely hard to try and correct what she points out is an injustice.
We now go to the Chair of the Justice Committee, Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As somebody who both prosecuted and defended probably dozens of rape cases in the course of my career at the bar, the Minister is certainly right to recognise that these are always complex and demanding cases, and that the difficulty that has been with securing the same level of convictions in these cases as other types of serious offence has been around for many years and is not a recent one. It's also right, of course, to have delayed publication until the decision of the Court of Appeal in judicial review, because that otherwise might have materially altered the conclusions of the review. However, now that all the challenges were dismissed on all grounds and judgment was handed down on the 14th of May, will my honourable friend undertake to make sure not only that the document is published, but also that there is proper resourcing to support the joint national plan of action between CPS and police, in the same way that doing the same did make a difference, is starting to make a difference in relation to the problems experienced in the past with disclosure. It's actually getting the thing working on the ground, surely, which is the thing that we must now tackle very urgently.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Chairman of the Select Committee. He is quite right that in order to get this complicated and difficult piece of work correct, it was appropriate for us to delay. I have to confess I was pretty gung-ho, anxious to get it out before Christmas. But as I say, the intervention of the sector pointed out, and indeed the judicial review, meant that we had to hold off for its implications. But he is quite right that the key issue here is not so much the document, which is an important political moment and a statement, but the operationalisation of what's within it. And while we are dealing with a police service of tens of thousands of individuals, a prosecution service with many, many people involved, lots of other parties that take a case from report to court, getting them to both act differently but think differently, the culture change as well as the operational change, will be an enormous challenge. And that is what we're focused on. And he'll be pleased to know that I do have convened a task force, a Criminal Justice Board task force, of key individuals in the organisations involved to try and drive that operational challenge of embedding change.
Shadow Minister Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for granting this urgent question. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government is letting down victims of rape and serious sexual violence on every front. They are being left waiting years for their day in court, with no support, no communication and no action from this Government. When I've spoken to victims, they tell me they often feel as though they are on trial, and how being left to wait years for their day in court leaves them in a form of purgatory, unable to move on from what's happened to them. And many feel the justice system is working against them and not for them, and that is a complete and utter failing of this Government. We've been waiting over 2 years for the rape review. The Minister refers to the court judgment, but that was handed down weeks ago. And again, the date of publication has been kicked into the long grass with no action from the Government. And in that time, another 100,000 rapes are reported to have taken place. Madam Deputy Speaker, victims cannot wait any longer for action. The Government must urgently publish its review, and it must include hard-hitting recommendations and root and branch reform to the CPS, Ministry of Justice and Home Office. We need to see how this Government intends to reverse the shocking deterioration of rape prosecution it has allowed to happen under its watch, and how it intends to improve the criminal justice system for victims of rape and sexual violence. And what we don't need are slapdash briefings to the press about what is potentially in the review. No more pilots, no more consultations. What we need is action. We need a plan. And Labour has one. What we'd do is set out in our Survivors Support Plan and in our Green Paper for ending violence against women and girls. So today, I ask the Minister, will he commit to backing Labour's Survivors Support Plan? Will he introduce indicators across the Crown Prosecution Service, Ministry of Justice and Police to improve victims' experience of the criminal justice system, as set out in our Green Paper? And will he finally commit to a date for the publication of the review? Or will he continue to watch the effective decriminalisation of rape?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, we have committed that the review will be published shortly after the recess. But as I said in answer to an earlier question, please do not mistake the production of the plan. Please do not believe that we're waiting for the production of the plan to start the work. And indeed, much of the work has been done already. As you will know, for example, Project Bluestone in Avon and Somerset Police is doing fantastic work at the moment on a new model of operation for this kind of investigation and joint close working between the police and the Crown Prosecution Service. They have a joint operational improvement board. They've launched their action plan. There is significant support for that and a massive mobilisation across policing to deal with particularly the new disclosure guidelines which the AGO has issued in response to the growth in the use of mobile phones in the investigation of crime, and particularly in this area. I would be more than happy to look at the Labour Green Paper, because I don't think there's any monopoly on good ideas in this area, as I hope that my opposite number will look with an open mind at the plan that we publish and at the work that we intend to do. We all have a shared desire here, which is to see better outcomes and more justice for victims in court. And we're going to have to stand shoulder to shoulder if we're going to make that happen.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The devastating impact on victims from rape, sexual exploitation, sexual violence and grooming is, of course, shattering and long-lasting. And, of course, every victim must feel able to come forward with confidence that their complaint will be fully investigated and, where evidence supports, charges and prosecutions will follow. But not all victims have confidence in the criminal justice system. So can my honourable friend outline what steps the government is doing to support these victims and provide reassurance that any complaint will be taken seriously?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is quite right that we have to make sure in all we do that victims are at the heart of the criminal justice system. And he will have seen in the recent Queen's speech that we have made a commitment to bring in a new victims' law, which will put the Victims' Code, which has 12 strong rights, if you like, for victims in the criminal justice system, to put them into law, to make sure that all the operational partners, both the police and the CPS and the courts, who are all, of course, independent of government, quite rightly, that they see the need and take up the challenge of putting victims at the heart of the system.
We now go to Andrew Quinn.
Thank you. The statistics are frankly lamentable, and behind each one is a victim. There were 52,210 rapes recorded by police in England and Wales in 2020. Only 843 resulted in a charge or a summons, a rate of 1.6%. And for every 10 cases the CPS prosecuted in 2016-17, it now pursues only 3. We know what failure looks like. It's this. So what should the figures look like to be acceptable to the Minister, and what timescale does he think we should have to wait to get to that point?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said, the Honourable Gentleman is quite right. The numbers are deeply, deeply regrettable. And he is correct that not enough victims are getting justice in court. There have obviously been significant changes in technology, as I said, not least the advent of the mobile phone and the critical part it plays in so many of these investigations, where we need to get ourselves in shape, both in terms of capacity and capability, and indeed the right framework around inquiry and disclosure for the police and the Crown Prosecution Service. That work is ongoing. We have ambitions, obviously, to raise the number very significantly, but I would not underestimate the operational challenge required to embed this across 43 police forces. He will know that creating the structural change alongside the cultural change in 2 operationally independent organisations, as well as in the court system, will take time and will take a sort of foundational approach to change, which we are committed to, and the work on which has started already.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What is being done to improve the collaboration between the police and the Crown Prosecution Service to ensure more cases are actually charged?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady who, as usual, puts her finger on the key issue here, the relationship between the police and the CPS in them collaborating to get a case into court is absolutely critical. And I hope she saw that in January, the National Police Chiefs Council and the Crown Prosecution Service launched their joint national action plan with 5 themed areas of work which are designed to do exactly that. Support for victims, casework quality and progression, digital capability and disclosure, looking at the mobile phones that I talked about earlier, people and expertise, critically building knowledge and expertise, and then engaging properly with stakeholders. I know that Deputy Chief Constable Sarah Crew, with whom I've met many times now, and Baljit Uphay and Sarah Hemming from the CPS are leading the charge on this. And as I say, they will be effectively forming part, or they do form part, of the Criminal Justice Support Task Force, which I lead, to try and drive the kind of results we want to see.
We now go to Liz Saville-Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr, Derbyn Lefarydd. The shocking drop in rape convictions demonstrates the need for urgent, radical, systemic change. Welsh Women's Aid have stressed to me the importance of accurate, disaggregated data for Wales in their monitoring of the current duty to prevent crime and protect victims under the Violence Against Women, Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Act of Wales 2015. Will he commit to a regular publication of Wales-specific data relating to cases of rape? And will he also acknowledge that prosecution and support services will only work effectively for rape survivors when justice powers are devolved to Wales, just as they are in Scotland and Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, data and transparency is one of the key themes that we've been looking at as part of the rape review, and there will be an announcement when the plan comes about what we intend to do in terms of reporting. I'm afraid I don't support her call for more or devolution. I think England and Wales are stronger together in this issue, as in so many others.
You now go to Bob Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The vast majority of rape victims know the perpetrator in the first place, and the vast majority are actually in relationships with them, or historically have been. The key here is that once a victim of rape reports it to the police, ensuring they're not only dealt with sympathetically, but also supported all the way along the line to court. This is a structural and cultural change that needs to take place. What efforts is my honourable friend taking to make sure that cultural change, as well as structural change, actually is implemented?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right that one of the key issues we have to address is what they call victim attrition. It's a slightly depersonalised, desensitised word for victims not feeling that they're going to get justice and giving up along the way. I was very pleased that the government announced a massive increase, huge increase in the amount of money being given to create the post of independent sexual violence advisor and indeed domestic abuse advisors who will help to support victims through the criminal justice system to make sure that they get to court in good shape and able to give the evidence that they wish to give. There will be more about this issue in the review, and I hope that when it comes, he will welcome it.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, despite the reasoning, the long delay in publishing the Government's review of rape cases is emblematic of the chronic delays throughout the criminal justice system that are denying survivors justice and allowing the rapists to walk free. And the results of the analysis initiated by my honourable friend, the Member for Bath, are shocking. As a former sexual offences trained police officer, what these statistics make clear is that police and prosecutors need more resources and training to bring perpetrators to justice, whether it's supporting survivors, handling investigations sensitively, analysing digital evidence or countering damaging stereotypes. The Minister talked in his response that this was part of ongoing work. So what is the Government doing now to deliver?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Lady about resources and training and the development of expertise, which she obviously had in her careers. The development of expertise is a key part of the CPS and NPCC Joint National Action Plan. We do see better results from specialist teams, and we do know that very often those structural issues, allowing police officers to stay in post for longer, develop an expertise in a particularly difficult, as she will know, and sensitive area of investigation is critical, along with making sure that the CPS are able to develop that specialism as well. And as I say, that will be a critical part of the Joint National Action Plan.
Number 10's withdrawn, so we go straight to Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In South Yorkshire, just 24 people were charged despite nearly 1,600 reports of rape being made in 2019. The Minister says the Government have taken action, but their recent sentencing bill doesn't mention women once. Will the Minister admit that through their lack of action, this Government have effectively decriminalised rape?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am sorry to hear the numbers from South Yorkshire, and I know that she will have addressed those with the Police and Crime Commissioner there, who's responsible for the performance of the police, and also, I think, chairs the Local Criminal Justice Board, which is designed to bring partners together in that area to work on exactly these kind of issues. And as for the bill that's going through Parliament, there are provisions in there which will be focused on offences which largely impact on women, not least the end of the halfway release for serious sexual offenders, including rapists who will, when the bill goes through, have to serve 2/3 of their sentence, providing greater protection and indeed justice for their victims.
Laura Ferris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because the majority of rapes take place behind closed doors, where the victim knows the perpetrator in circumstances that are incredibly difficult to prove afterwards, it has always been a difficult crime to get a conviction. But the most striking feature of the current rates is the very high rate of attrition. And the fact that the CPS has seen fit to update the RASO guidance all the way through the year on victim behaviour. Does my honourable friend think that there is a case for specialised prosecutors and a specialist sexual offences court to deal with these kinds of crime?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had the pleasure of watching a talk that the Honourable Lady gave just last night, I think, to a think tank about these issues, which was very thoughtful and interesting on this subject. We see across all crime types that specialism pays, both in terms of apprehending the perpetrator, but also in getting a conviction. And so making sure that both the police and the CPS can develop those specialisms, and of course all prosecutions are charged by specialist prosecutors, by RASO prosecutors at the moment, but a collective expertise between them, I think needs to be a key mission for us. Alongside that, obviously, making sure that victims have specialist support and that there is expertise in that is absolutely key. She is right that this is a particularly difficult evidential situation where often it's one word against another and there is other circumstantial evidence which may lead to a conviction or not. One of the key areas, though, where I do want to concentrate is on recent reports and encouraging people to report as soon as possible, because as she will know, there is a short forensic window in these situations, normally 7 to 10 days. There are sensitive forensic facilities where evidence can be gathered, and we know that in those circumstances the likelihood of conviction is much greater. With historic offences, obviously, that's even more difficult, and that's why expertise is even more important.
Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government knows that rape prosecution and conviction rates have always been too low, but they have plummeted over the last 4 years, dropping by 60 to 70%. Ministers were warned several years ago about the impact of cuts to specialist rape prosecutors and cuts to specialist sexual violence teams within the police. Has the Minister done an assessment of what the reduction in some of those specialist policing teams has been, what the impact has been, and what capacity is now additionally needed, both in the CPS and in the police, in those specialist teams, in order to turn this awful, awful situation around?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee for her question, but I think it would be a mistake to point to one particular issue as driving the drop. We know, for example, that the significant fall from 2016-17 was down to difficulties with disclosure that arose from particular cases, and the impact that that's had on both the police and the Crown Prosecution Service. I think it's sometimes a mistake to give the impression that somehow a decision was made that this should happen. It wasn't. This is something that has been a pattern of decline over a number of years, and part of the reason that we instituted the Rape Review, admittedly 24 months ago, was to try and diagnose exactly what has gone wrong, exactly why these cases are failing to get to court, why so many witnesses are falling out before they get to court, why we're seeing difficulties with disclosure, what we can do to improve, for example, our operation of digital forensics, both in terms of capacity and capability. All of that will be contained in the review, and I understand people's impatience. Not much longer to wait now.
We now go to David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the Government for the work that's already been put in hand to improve support for rape complainants. Can my honourable friend give me an update on when the new 2017 guidance on achieving best evidence ABE will be published, and set out how the use of recorded pre-trial evidence and the specialist input of the Criminal Bar Association are informing the government's next steps?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's constructive question, and he is right that the use of Section 28, as it's called, giving recorded evidence, we do think will have a role to play. As he will know, we've rolled it out for vulnerable victims across all Crown courts, and now we have a number of Pathfinder courts in Liverpool, I think Leeds, where we are using it in cases of intimidated witnesses, not least in cases of rape and sexual violence. As for the guidance that he points towards, this is a police-owned document, and I know they are collaborating closely with the CPS and the Criminal Bar Association to get it right. We stand ready to help them with publication once their work is finished.
We now go to Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've heard harrowing testimony from a number of my constituents about their experience of seeking justice after rape and sexual violence, the majority of whom felt they had been further traumatised by the process and felt like they were the ones on trial, whether it was being required to hand over their digital devices, not being able to access pre-trial therapy, or the myths and stereotypes that abound. Listening to this testimony, I felt vindicated in my own decision not to go to the police, a decision thousands of women sadly take because they understandably feel like their trauma will only be compounded by this process, with a minuscule likelihood of securing a conviction. Will the Attorney-General therefore please commit to supporting Labour's call for the establishment of a pre- and post-trial survivors support package, including a full legal advocacy scheme for victims and better training for professionals around myths and stereotypes, so that survivors can finally have some confidence in this process?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's obviously a matter of deep regret that anybody feels prevented from coming forward to report a rape or indeed a sexual assault to the police. That is one of the issues which we need to address, building confidence amongst victims that they should and could step forward, recognising at all times that it takes enormous courage to do so. Like her, I have myself over the years sat with victims of this particularly appalling and intimate crime, and so I do recognise the devastating impact that it can have. As to the measures that she's called for, I obviously can't make an announcement today, but I would recommend that when the review is published that she reads it from cover to cover.
Suzanne Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Being believed is one of the most important things to a rape victim's confidence. Being able to come forward and report the rape in the first instance is not easy, especially when sexual abuse survivors really fear that if they were to report the crime, no one will believe them, or when victims know that society can blame them for the aggression, or when, as often the case, the rape was known by a perpetrator. I thank my honourable friend, therefore, for his assurance today that the voices of victims are at the heart of the review. But will he assure me that rape victims going forward will have confidence in the criminal justice system's handling of rape complaints?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, while my primary objective will be to get more cases into court, that fundamentally is the problem that we're trying to address. Alongside that, she is quite right that it is completely critical that we build confidence amongst victims in the criminal justice system. While we have seen an increase in reported rape over the last few years, quite a significant increase, so more people are confident to come forward. Given the performance figures so far, that could easily slip away. And so making sure that they are the heart of the decision-making, they know when they come forward that they can access the support that they need, they can get the guidance and indeed the advocacy that they need, that they will be received by police officers and prosecutors who are invested properly and are looking dispassionately in the investigation, and that the natural inquiries that are required as part of this sort of offence investigation are proportionate and do not invade privacy in a disproportionate way will be critical to the mission. And I hope that that's what you'll find in the report.
Antonia.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the Minister has rightly highlighted the importance of data and transparency in the rape review. With some police forces reporting a rapid rise in sexual offending by women, what steps is he taking to ensure that all police forces accurately record and collect data on the sex of both the victim and the perpetrators in all cases of rape and sexual violence? And does he agree with me that when it comes to recording crime, sex does matter?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Lady that demographics of all type matter, and indeed, I forget who it was that said if you can't measure something, you don't know how to change it. One of the first questions that I've asked in my initial meetings in this job when officials come in with a particular area of policy to deal with is, do we actually know what's happening? Do we have a clear picture of what's happening out there on the streets in the communities that we serve? And I'm more than happy to go back and have a look at the particular issue that she's raised to make sure we're getting the recording right.
We now go to Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the government's support for independent sexual violence advisors, which we know have a profound effect in helping victims to get through the court process. However, we know that there is also an issue in convictions versus acquittals in the court process as well. Could my right honourable friend please assure me that this will also be thoroughly investigated in the rape review, but also that we will be looking at how we communicate the changes on a national level so that people who might not otherwise be engaged in the political stories of the day will learn about these changes and have confidence in the system going forward?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right that we need to create a self-reinforcing story of success, where the support that we give to victims, the changes in our methodology and indeed practices between the police and the CPS lead to a greater number of cases going into court. That in turn leads to a greater number of convictions, which should build confidence amongst victims. And I hope that that is exactly the kind of spiral of success that the report will produce.
We now go to Paula Barker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 7 in 10 women say the government's efforts to make the UK safer for women are lacking. Does the Attorney General back Labour's bill to end violence against women and girls? And if not, does he believe 7 in 10 women are wrong?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, obviously one of the key themes that we wanted to address as a government is a general sense of safety in the public realm. That's why we're recruiting 20,000 more police officers. That's why we are working day and night to drive performance on all crime types to create a greater sense of safety and security on our streets for both men and women. But I don't accept necessarily that we need a bill, as the Honourable Lady has outlined, not least because we've managed to do a fair amount, a huge amount actually, for violence against women and girls over the last few years through other means. As I outlined earlier, new offences of coercive control, upskirting, stalking, revenge porn, the rough sex defence has been dealt with. We obviously introduced modern slavery offences where women are very often trafficked for sex, even campaigned on rape being used as a weapon of war around the world, alongside the report we've given in refuges, domestic abuse helplines, the work we're doing now on the rape review. There is a huge package that points towards the safety of women and girls, and while there is much to be proud of in that, there is still a lot more to do, which is why later this year we will be publishing a violence against women and girls strategy alongside a complementary domestic abuse strategy.
Number 20 is withdrawn, so we go to Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While the justice system is in meltdown and victims of all crime are having their justice both delayed and subsequently denied, for a survivor of rape and sexual violence, they are also being denied vital psychological therapy and counselling, since to seek such life-saving support can be deemed to interfere with the validity of their evidence. Will the Minister adopt Labour's survival support package as a first and immediate step to ensure that survivors can have their evidence pre-recorded and cross-examination pre-trial so that they can access the very help they need?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, while the pandemic has obviously been extremely challenging for the court system over the last year or so, I think we all have a duty not to be hyperbolic in our language. It is not in meltdown. Justice is still being dispensed in the courts, and while obviously a delay did build up naturally during the pandemic, there's been an enormous amount of work to deal with it, with the opening of Nightingale courts, massive expansion in capacity, and we are seeing progress. So I hope, as I say, that she will focus on the work that needs to be done to recover from the pandemic, and we'll see more positive outcomes in the months to come.
Sarah Atherton.
Conviction rate is far lower than in the civil system. Service personnel, veterans, representatives are all calling for military rape to be heard in civilian courts. So would my right honourable friend agree to discuss with his MOD counterparts that all victims, regardless of where the assault took place, receive the justice that they deserve?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I share the Honourable Lady's concern at the low figures in military courts as well, and I will, of course, discuss this with the Secretary of State Defence, or indeed my ministerial colleague. And I know that she's authoring or leading a report on women in the armed forces at the moment, and I look forward to reading that as well and drawing some conclusions from it for my work.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Violence against women and girls starts really young. I don't know if the Minister has seen the news today about the research done by Radio 4 and the NASUWT about sexual violence and harassment in schools. But a third of teachers have witnessed peer-on-peer sexual harassment or abuse, and 1 in 10 see this happening on a weekly basis. The problem we have with violence against women and girls in this country starts young and it never ends. We have a real problem. So as well as no more delays to the publication of the end-to-end rape review, can he commit to talking seriously with his colleagues in the Education Department about addressing the needs about education around consent for boys and girls in schools and through youth work?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady raises an important point, which is, she will, I'm sure, appreciate, is not within my ministerial ambit to comment. However, through the work at DCMS on the Online Enhanced Bill, and I know the work that is done at the Department of Education, we are all very much aware that young people take their signals and learn their behaviour from the adults around them. And we all have a duty to make sure that they grow up as right-thinking members of society.
Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a fact that victims of rape and sexual assault are deterred from reporting these crimes. The combination of very low conviction rates, reporting requirements, and a societal view of victim blaming combine to contribute against this feeling of deterrence. So what can the government do to ensure that the voices of victims are right at the heart of the review?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that the Honourable Gentleman, given his obvious conviction and commitment to this issue, will volunteer to be on the committee that considers the Victims' Bill when it enters the House. For me, this is a critical part of the architecture of making sure that we build confidence in the system amongst victims, and I look forward to its passage through the House.
We now go to Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister says that justice is being dispensed in our courts. Well, in April this year, a convicted rapist who named and blamed his victim on Facebook got a paltry £120 fine. We rightly give victims of rape anonymity for life. So what message does he think it sends to those when this important protection is being abused and the penalty for it is less than you would get for fly tipping? And if he agrees it's not acceptable, what's he doing about it?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you will know, victims of these kind of offences do have a right to lifetime anonymity, and while that penalty in its standing alone does seem derisory, I have to admit. She will know that that particular individual, I think we're talking about the same case, received a very significant sentence for the substantive offence. This is an issue which we will be keeping under review, but as I say, for the purposes of the rape review, my job is to get more cases into court, and that's what I'll be focusing on.
Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of the issues in securing convictions is proving lack of consent. As my honourable friend has said, it is often one person's word against the other. Would my honourable friend consider working with the CPS and the police to establish guidelines as to how to prove consent or lack thereof?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady raises a critical issue, which, as she says, is at the heart of so many of these investigations. I know, as part of their joint action plan, that the police and the CPS will be looking at exactly these issues to make sure that there's consistency and that, frankly, they are able to get the right kind of result in court.
We now go to Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister tell the House, does the rape review look at the shockingly low figures of convictions for men who rape women and girls who've been trafficked for commercial sexual exploitation? And will it be addressed in any action plan, including the need for new legislation to protect women and girls and hold men accountable for their actions?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Honourable Lady will know, there are now, thanks to this government, I have to say, significant penalties for those who do traffic individuals under the modern slavery legislation. But I hope she will forgive me if I don't necessarily reveal what's in the review. But I hope that she will see that whatever the circumstances of that particular offence, once the work starts that sits behind the work has started, but once we get going on the work that sits behind the rape review, we will see all kinds of those who've perpetrated these offences in court where justice can be dispensed.
David Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last month, a constituent of mine sent me a very powerful account of how her case has taken nearly 3 years to reach court. And during that time, she's been told not to have therapy, then told she could as long as the notes were shared with the defence, told she shouldn't claim compensation, told she shouldn't speak about it, told at one point she wouldn't be able to watch the trial. Can my honourable friend assure me that the review will look both at how we can get cases to court more quickly, but also how so that victims will feel more supported rather than she has felt, which is inadvertently silenced?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very distressed to hear the experience of his constituent. It sounds like a dreadful case. And just on the therapy issue, there are guidelines in place that say that pre-trial therapy is absolutely allowed and is appropriate, and nobody should be steered away from it. I would be more than happy to meet with him to discuss that particular case, because it does sound like one from which we can learn some lessons.
Ruth-Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dame Vera Baird, the Victims Commissioner, has stated that the government's rape reviews team took the surprising decision not to seek the views of those who really matter, the rape survivors. So can the Minister confirm today that the upcoming end-to-end review did in fact consult survivors of rape and sexual violence? And if it didn't, how can he assure the House that the rape review is in fact end-to-end without speaking to those directly impacted?
Minister.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course we consulted with survivors, and a number of organisations who represent survivors were represented on the sort of engagement panel as part of the development of the review. And indeed, more than that, the government appointed Emily Hunt, who is a high-profile campaigner in this issue and herself a survivor, to advise us as an appointed expert advisor.
The final question goes to Dr. Luke Evans.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a benefit for being last in asking questions, and that is you get to see the whole debate take place. And through this, there's one common theme, and that's trust. Now, I've written about this to the Minister only this month about harassment cases, but at worst it's rape cases. People need to believe that when they come forward, they can be trusted. The police can be trusted to do their jobs. The sentences are trusted that they are punishments. And finally, us in this House are implementing the right laws. Now, I'm not asking the Minister to comment specifically on whether this will deliver it, but overall, does he think that this review will bring trust into the system so that more convictions will go forward?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, he is absolutely right that trust in the police, trust in the prosecution service, trust in the courts is a critical issue to building the confidence and legitimacy on which our law enforcement system rests. And I hope and believe, having been involved now in the development of this plan, that it will do two things. One, address that particular issue in what is a complex environment, but two, also bring justice for individual victims, absent the general confidence that we should all try and instil in the system.
I thank the Minister for answering the urgent question and will be... Point of order, Seema Malhotra.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week the Health Secretary announced that Hounslow and other local authority areas would be added to the new surge areas without making a separate statement and rolling that into his response to the Queen's Speech debate. The Honourable Member for Brentford and Isleworth and I at least appreciated a call from his Minister while the Secretary of State was in the Chamber. But we were subsequently shocked to find out that Hounslow Council had not been directly contacted at all about the statement. They had found out about it when phoned by the Evening Standard at lunchtime, ahead of the Health Secretary's statement. The tone of the conversation did not sound like a journalist fishing, but a journalist knew what was coming. And today, Madam Deputy Speaker, Hounslow residents have woken up to see the news that the guidance on the department's website was updated without announcement, causing confusion, and again without communication to the council. One playgroup found out when they went to a hall and set everything up and then had to shut it down after 10 minutes. The council leader has said the current communication from government on our national COVID response is woefully lacking in impacting the council's work to inform and protect local residents. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is despite the Minister saying today, at least twice, that communication between health leaders and councils is essential in keeping people safe and tackling the spread of the virus. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is no way to treat our constituents. Could you advise me on how MPs can have a proper chance to ask questions on behalf of their constituencies if the Secretary of State is not bringing statements with significant changes in policy to this House?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving me notice of her point of order, and whilst the Chair is not responsible for the content of statements, Mr. Speaker has made it clear that important announcements should be made to the Chamber first. Clearly it is a matter of judgment as to what constitutes an important announcement, but the Honourable Lady has placed her views on the record, and I am sure that ministers and whips on the Treasury benches will have heard her concerns. As she said, Mr. Speaker did grant an urgent question earlier today where similar points were made, but I think her points will have been added to those, and I'm sure she will be finding other ways as well in order to make her concerns known. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Deputy.
Point of order, Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to raise a point of order, which is around my question to the Health Secretary last week. It was a very simple and honest question of national importance, but also of local concern to my constituents, and that relates to the opening of the Leamington Spa mega laboratory, a testing facility. The Secretary of State did not give me any answer to that question. I have written many times to his department asking what is going on. Madam Deputy Speaker, could you just please advise how on earth my constituents, but all of us, are supposed to know what is going on with that particular project?
Again, I thank the Honourable Member for giving me notice that he wanted to raise this point. Of course, I am not responsible for ministers' answers in the chamber. But again, I'm sure that those on the Treasury front bench will have noted his point. And I would also suggest, with some of the factual answers that he is seeking, that perhaps he pursues these through other methods as well, such as written questions. I'm sure the table office and other clerks would be very happy to give him advice as to the other ways that he might wish to get the information he seeks. Thank you. I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to make the arrangements for the next business.
It's not that. The Deputy Speaker was just checking.
Order. Order. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Telecommunications Security Bill as amended in the Public Bill Committee to be considered.
Now.
We begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call Shadow Minister Chi Onwara to move new clause 1.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to be speaking to the report stage of this bill. As I may have mentioned before, I am a chartered electrical engineer and worked for 20 years before entering Parliament, helping to build out the networks, fixed, wireless and mobile, which became the Internet. I'm proud of that work and the immense contribution that the telecommunications sector makes to our society, our economy and our security. I'm very pleased that today we will be dedicating parliamentary time to our telecommunications sector. And I would like to thank all the Bill Committee members from across the House for the many hours of fruitful debate during the committee stage as we strove to secure improvements to this bill. I would also like to thank the officials of this House, and in particular the Public Bill Office and the House of Commons Library, who have provided such excellent support. And I just do want to start by declaring an interest. Many of the provisions of the bill deal with the regulator Ofcom. My last telecommunications role was with Ofcom, whom I joined in 2004, just a few weeks after it was born, when it was to be the light touch regulator, small and nimble. As a consequence of my time in the sector, I have been calling for greater security, particularly for our mobile networks, since I first entered this place in 2010. And I and the Labour Party welcome the intention behind this bill. However, there are a number of areas within it which need to be addressed. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are here today because of the Huawei debacle of the government's making. The government have been forced to require the removal of Huawei at an estimated cost of £2 billion and delay of 2 to 3 years to our 5G rollout, after overseeing Huawei's rapid rise to be the foremost supplier to the telecoms company which carries our country's name and universal service obligation, British Telecom. The Telecom Supply Chain Review found that there were no incentives for our mobile network operators to provide secure networks. Moreover, successive Tory governments have squandered the world-leading position on broadband infrastructure left to them by Labour in 2010, as the United Kingdom has fallen down the league tables from 27th to 47th in the world for average internet speeds. This lack of sovereign capability and absence of an effective telecom strategy has resulted in our dependency on high-risk vendors, which this bill seeks to address. Now, I'm not going to, I'm sure Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll be pleased to know I'm not going to repeat the same arguments around Huawei, which have dominated this debate over recent years. Given where we are now, we support the aims of the bill. National security is the first duty of any government, and Labour will always put national security first. And our telecoms infrastructure is clearly critical to our defence, our security, as well as our economic prosperity. So we agree, as the bill sets out, that the Secretary of State should have powers to designate vendors of concern and require mobile network operators to take appropriate action, and that Ofcom should have the power to monitor and enforce these directions. But we wish to improve this bill in 3 key areas, and that is what our new clauses 1, 2 and 3 seek to address. So the first is national security. Labour prioritises national security, and the sweeping powers the bill gives the Secretary of State must be used in the interests of securing our critical national infrastructure. But removing Huawei in and of itself does not make our networks secure now or protect them against future threats. That requires a number of additional measures, some of which are in this bill, some of which are not. For a start, if our telecoms network is to be secure, there must be expert democratic oversight of the measures that make it secure, and yet the bill makes no provision for Parliament's experts, the Intelligence and Security Committee, to be informed on or consulted. We want to fix this. Secondly, the security of our network depends on an effective plan to diversify the supply chain. We are very concerned that the bill does not even mention diversification and thus risks shortchanging our national security, our technological sovereignty, and our telecoms infrastructure. We want to ensure progress is made in diversification as a prerequisite for the security of the telecoms network, and the UK sovereign capability should be a part of that. Thirdly, the bill also gives many new responsibilities and powers to Ofcom. This follows a vast expansion of Ofcom's remit over the past 10 years. We want to make sure that Ofcom are appropriately resourced to carry out their duties and to be forward-looking, not simply looking back. Because one of the great failings of the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the government is so fixated on fighting the last battle, the Huawei battle. It is not looking to the future. Now, that is because, in part, various members of the government backbenchers have very real concerns about the rise of China and its influence on our infrastructure. But these concerns, however well justified, seem to be blinding the government to threats which are not Chinese in origin. We want to fix that. We want Ofcom to have the resources and the will to to monitor the evolution of our telecoms networks so that future threats, wherever they come from, can be identified, and we do not find ourselves forced, as we are now, to make a huge change to our networks at a huge cost to our economy. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, turning firstly to new clause 1. As I said during my opening remarks, I joined Ofcom in 2004 when it was in its infancy as a slimline regulator. I kept a copy of the Communications Act on my desk. Since then, that Act has already doubled in size as Ofcom has acquired responsibility for critical national infrastructure, the BBC, the Post Office, online harms is coming down the road, and here in this bill, parts of national security as well. So this latest expansion of Ofcom's duties will necessarily add a strain not only to its budget, but on its resources. In January this year, in response to my written question, the government stated that Ofcom will have the resources that it needs to do the job, in which case the Minister should be keen to support new clause 1, which requires Ofcom to report on the adequacy of its resources in filling its functions under the amendments made within this bill. Ofcom lacks experience in national security measures. This was discussed during the evidence stage, and the expansion of duties will require the recruitment of people with the required level of security clearance and experience. This is not going to be easy. As we heard during the evidence sessions, Emily Taylor of Oxford Information Lab said, and I quote, Ofcom will have to acquire a very specific set of skills and capabilities, and that will require support and learning as an organisation as well. These skills are rare. And the memo from the Minister, which I'm grateful for, which set out how Ofcom and the National Cyber Security Centre was welcome and that it had been good to work together, but it did not provide the reassurance we need. Indeed, it suggests that Ofcom will be entirely dependent on CSC for cyber skills and therefore presumably unable to understand the advice it receives from them. So new clause also requires Ofcom to report annually on the adequacy of measures taken by to comply with changes introduced in this bill, and empowering the government to track the effectiveness of the legislation. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, new clause 1 does more than that. It ensures Ofcom has the human and informational resources to be forward-looking. As I have said, we are concerned that this bill is backward-looking and does not look to future threats. New clause 1 requires Ofcom to provide an assessment of emerging or future security risks based on its interrogation of network providers' asset registries. Now, I'm pleased that government are taking steps, as I understand from the Minister, to formalise existing best practice in the telecom sector and ensure that national providers maintain asset registers. And I can tell you that that has not always been the case. As the Minister said during the committee stage debate, asset registers are an important part of the existing landscape. So I want to ask him why he does not take this further. We need to understand that we have a good understanding of our national assets and so can assess emerging threats. Doing so would have made Huawei's dominance visible earlier. It would now enable warning signs of future concerns, and there are future concerns. Let me again quote from Emily Taylor. I feel a little like we've been fetishizing 5G and a single company from the last 2 years, perhaps at the expense of more holistic awareness of systemic cybersecurity risks. Healthcare systems would probably not have been top of the list 2 years ago, but they are now. The solar wind attack shows that the identity of the vendor is not always the key risk points. SolarWinds is a very trusted vendor from a like-minded, close ally country, and yet it turns out to be a critical single point of failure across key, very sensitive government departments, both in the US and the UK. So I want the Minister to consider that in his response on this amendment. And also another very real possibility. As our networks evolve, key functionality moves from chips into software that will be running in the cloud. Now, our cloud infrastructure is dominated by one vendor, Amazon Web Services, whose cloud services actually cross-subsidize the retail services we are more familiar with, and which so many of our high street names are unable to compete. So in the future, and in the close future, when we think we have 3 or 4 or 5 separate mobile 5G networks, actually they would all be effectively running over one vendor, AWS. That would be a single point of failure were AWS to be bought by a hostile country, for example, or simply, as is the case with SolarWinds, to be hacked by a hostile operator. And yet, without this amendment, I fail to see how the bill would ensure we had warning on for that. There is no requirement on Ofcom to assess how each network provider and their supply chains are evolving in terms of network architecture and the threat to our network security that follows. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, as is becoming a recurring theme of this government's approach to telecom security, and it must be said elsewhere, including online harms, these appear capable of recognizing a threat once it is here, but incapable of putting in place the infrastructure to anticipate threats and protect our citizens accordingly. So new Clause 1 is designed to address that. Now, turning to new Clause 2, that is designed to improve the bill by ensuring greater scrutiny, focus, and transparency, and address the gaping hole in accountability presented by the government. So as I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've consistently supported the need for this bill, and our approach has been to push for the change necessary to address these security threats, and specifically to allow the broad powers of intervention, which this bill gives the Secretary of State, whilst ensuring that those powers are overseen by Parliament. And the bill provides substantial powers on national security to the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, a department that lacks expertise, experience and understanding in matters of national security. This new clause will ensure that the Intelligence and Security Committee is provided with information relating to a designated vendor direction, notification or contravention, urgent enforcement action or modifications to an existing enforcement direction made on grounds of national security by the Secretary of State as soon as reasonably possible. Now, during the National Security and Investment Bill's passage through this House and the other place, we've tried time and time again to ensure ISC oversight of national security issues with support from across the House and in the other place. But the government seems to have a blind spot here, and I hope the Minister will not put ideology before national security today. During committee stage on the 26th of January, the Minister did say that the ISC is the appropriate place to discuss matters of national security and the unique role that it plays in assessing security implications. So I do hope he's not going to pretend that the occasional letter from himself to the ISC will provide the appropriate level of security. The Business Minister did try that during the National Security Investment Bill debate, but the chair of the ISC, who I know is down to speak in this debate as well, made short work of him, and I do hope the Telecommunications Minister won't follow in his footsteps. Much of the testimonies during both the National Security and Investment Bill and this bill emphasise how national security threats are evolving, how the bad guys do not stand still, how technology is becoming more and more important in every sphere of activity. Yet instead of responding, the government sticks to the same old ways. I urge the Minister to accept new Clause 2. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on our new Clause 3 on diversification, we believe that it is right to remove high-risk vendors from the UK's networks and enable government to designate vendors and require telecoms operators to comply with security requirements. However, our networks will not be secure if the supply chain is not diversified. Dependency is simply shifted to another point of failure. New Clause 3 requires that network diversification is reported on annually. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government claimed to recognise this, and indeed they set up the Telecoms Network Diversification Task Force over 9 months ago. I have voiced concerns that this task force does not represent our whole country or even the telecom sector, but I welcome the report they published in April, which identified the lack of joined-up thinking across government as a potential barrier to diversification, with 20 different initiatives across different departments which could contribute to diversifying the sector, but which had no effective overall responsibility or accountability. And I hope the Minister will address that in his comments. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the task force has yet to actually do anything, fund anything, or get anything going. 9 months may not be long in ministerial terms, though not all ministers last that long, but it's an age in technological terms. If the task force is going to move at this glacial speed, then we will have a single supplier telecom supply chain embedded in our telecoms infrastructure within the next 5 years. Answers to parliamentary questions I've submitted show that none of the £250 million allocated to the task force has been spent or earmarked, but we know there are small startup suppliers in this sphere desperate for funding. We have innovative small business crying out for investment in Wales and the North East, to name just 2 centres of excellence. So where is the investment to secure the future of these small businesses? And without it, the government will not be able to achieve a diverse and resilient network. And this is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need a reporting mechanism on network diversification, again, which is not mentioned in the bill at all, which this clause sets out. And I would say that government inaction is putting our national security at risk. As I've said, the 2019 Telecom Supply Review stated there are a lack of incentives to manage security risks to an appropriate level, and the bill does not address that fully. During the evidence sessions, Emily Taylor stated that the bill was very much at the stick end rather than the carrot end, and Dr. David clearly was clear that you need both carrot and stick on something like this, and yet we have so far we have seen no investment to support a diversified supply chain. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have argued throughout this bill's passage that the sweeping powers afforded to the Secretary of State and Ofcom by the bill must be put under proportionate security. And in addition to the scrutiny of the ISC, this new clause would enable that, because it would bring about a debate in the House, updating the House on the progress and barriers faced to network diversification. The new clause would therefore provide accountability for the diversification strategy's progress and lead to real action, not just talk. Because you cannot have a secure network with only 2 service providers. And the removal of Huawei leaves the UK with effectively only 2 service providers. Reliance on 2 providers creates an intolerable resilience risk. These are not my words, but the words of the Secretary of State, the Chief Technology Officer of BT Group, the Director of Emerging Technology at Ofcom, and the former Head of Cybersecurity at GCHQ all think that reliance on only 2 providers presents a risk. Yet the lack of link between diversification strategy implementation and the security of our telecoms networks is an ongoing cause for concern. Now we have the opportunity to put that right. We need a diversified supply chain, and that means diversity of suppliers at different points in the supply chain, and it also means that different networks will not all share the same vulnerabilities of a particular supplier. So very incredibly important for network resilience. So this new clause provides a reporting requirement which is simply not there in the bill, whilst the entire success of the bill is dependent on diversification. And I hope that the Minister will take this opportunity to correct that. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will just say a few words on Amendment 1 from the SNP. Now, This requires the Secretary of State to consult with leaders of the devolved nations when carrying out reviews or drafting reports required within this bill. Now, given that telecoms is not a devolved issue, I would hope that consultation with the relevant ministers of the devolved nations was a regular occurrence. And following the success of the Welsh Labour government Superfast Cymru project and the above-average level of fibre connections to Welsh homes, I would hope that the government listened closely to any advice offered to them on telecoms rollout. Labour recognise that our telecoms networks will never be safe and secure unless every region and nation of the United Kingdom has a say in how we build out our networks. Under this government, 9 of the 10 worst connected constituencies in the United Kingdom are all in Scotland. And if the government wishes to ever reach its broadband and 4G rural broadband connectivity targets, then it must address the connectivity black spots in every nation. And a fundamental characteristic of being part of our United Kingdom is that there is a pooling and sharing of resource. Therefore, rollout targets in the UK must apply to the whole of the UK and not just new Conservative constituencies or those that have the minister's WhatsApp details. The devolved nations should be consulted when key infrastructural decisions are being made, and so Labour is free to support this amendment. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do just want to finish now by celebrating the potential of the UK telecom sector and the benefits that digital innovation and effective government can provide to all our lives. If the first industrial revolution was powered by engine, the fourth is driven digitally. This bill is an opportunity to set in motion a bright future for British telecoms, creating an environment in which telecoms providers, including a sovereign capability, a UK capability, with the right subsequent government support, can grow and thrive. Unlocking the potential of 5G will not only vastly improve our connectivity and web experience, but support new enabling technologies from the Internet of Things to artificial intelligence. But that will not happen by accident. It requires political will. We must get this right. And without oversight, diversification, and an appropriately resourced regulator, we cannot get it right. As we all agree, our national security is priceless. But until we see a detailed plan, a proper impact assessment, and an industrial strategy, we in the Labour Party remain deeply concerned that the government are not prepared to make the interventions necessary to ensure that our national security is safeguarded. I encourage everyone to support our amendments and to take these necessary steps towards unlocking the UK's digital potential. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Gom's annual report.
The question is that new Clause 1 be read a second time. Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the Shadow Minister is a considerable specialist in this field, and I particularly endorse what she says about the importance of a non-partisan approach to national security in this and other legislation. As noted at second reading, the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament has long been concerned about the security of the UK's telecommunications networks. Our 2013 report on foreign involvement in the critical national infrastructure identified serious failings in the way that successive governments had managed the entry of foreign telecommunications companies into the UK market, Huawei especially, and we urged the government not to sacrifice security in the pursuit of investment when it came to our critical national infrastructure. The committee therefore welcomes this bill and the additional safeguards it provides. In presenting it at second reading, the Secretary of State assured the House, and I quote, "We are clear-eyed about putting national security first. If national security and economic interests are in conflict with each other, national security comes first." That, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a considerable advance on the Coalition's complacent response to our CNI report, which committed that government to do no more than, quotes, balance economic prosperity with national security considerations. This change of approach and the bill itself are, from the perspective of the ISC, thoroughly good news. Both the Secretary of State and the Minister, my honourable friend for Boston and Skegness, have been exemplary in reaching out to the ISC, and what I am about to say in no way reflects on them. The problem with this legislation lies not with what has been included in the bill, but in what has been left out of it in terms of scrutiny. The bill grants significant new powers to the Secretary of State to designate certain vendors as high risk and to direct telecoms providers to abide by certain requirements about the use of equipment from such designated vendors. When the Secretary of State issues, varies or revokes a designation notice or a designated vendor direction, he will lay it before Parliament except when this would be contrary to national security. This is entirely reasonable. None of us would want the government to publish information which would damage national security. That would not be in the national interest. But, as in the case of the recent National Security and Investment Bill, it does mean that there is a significant gap in Parliament's oversight of these new powers. This is something which should concern members on both sides of the House. The logical solution would be for any designation notices or designated vendor directions that cannot be laid before Parliament for security reasons to be provided to the ISC, the body which was expressly created by Parliament to scrutinise national security issues which cannot be laid before Parliament. As members will know, the ISC is the only committee of Parliament that has regular access to protectively marked information that is highly classified for national security reasons. Amendments to provide for such scrutiny were tabled at committee stage, but the government sadly did not support the principle behind them for reasons that are, I'm sorry to say, entirely unpersuasive. It is both puzzling and exasperating that the government is yet again refusing to use the Intelligence and Security Committee for the purpose for which it was created. As I reminded the House on 26 April during consideration of Lord's amendments to the National Security and Investment Bill, paragraph 8 of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Government and the ISC categorically asserts, and I quote, "The ISC is the only committee of Parliament that has regular access to protectively marked information that is sensitive for national security reasons. This means that only the ISC is in a position to scrutinise effectively the work of the agencies and of those parts of departments, such as DCMS, whose work is directly concerned with intelligence and security matters." New Clause 2, tabled by the opposition, would fix the problem in this instance, but there is no sign of the government being willing to accept it. I regret that. We should not be knowingly passing legislation which has holes in it. The government should not be creating new powers or new units within departments, as in the case of the National Security and Investment Act, without providing for effective parliamentary oversight of them. As previously explained in considerable detail on 26 April, it is a physical impossibility for departmental select committees to fulfil that role, lacking as they do strap-indoctrinated and cleared staff and secure facilities, even if individual members may very occasionally be shown something that's classified. nor do assurances by the government that the ISC is welcome to ask for information related to its remit from non-traditional national security departments, such as BEIS or in this case DCMS, offer any comfort. During the passage of the National Security and Investment Bill, ministers repeatedly emphasised that, and I quote, "there are no restrictions on the ISC requesting further information from the, in that case, BEIS Investment and Security Unit, or the Secretary of State, where it falls under the remit of that committee." End of quote. Yet, when we recently did precisely that and asked BEIS for information related directly to our remit, we received a response that was so dismissive as to border on the contemptuous. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ISC was created by Parliament to oversee national security matters on its behalf, and it should not be for the Government to deny Parliament's intent, explicitly confirmed in paragraph 8 of our MOU with the Prime Minister, that extends to those parts of departments whose work is directly concerned with intelligence and security matters. If there is information relating to the use of the powers in this bill that cannot be laid before Parliament for reasons of national security, then that information must surely be given to the ISC to scrutinise. Nevertheless, because it is good legislation for which we have consistently called, the committee will certainly not seek to impede the progress of this bill. The National Security and Investment Act would have been entirely lost at the end of last session if the Upper House had insisted once again on our amendments providing for proper ISC scrutiny. But we were not then, and we are not now, in the business of seeking to scupper legislation which helps to safeguard our national security. Yet that doesn't mean that this serious scrutiny gap can be left unresolved. In our forthcoming annual report, we shall therefore be asking the Prime Minister to agree an update to the ISC's Memorandum of Understanding in order explicitly to include oversight of these matters. I trust that by the time we lay our report before the House, we shall finally be able to announce a positive outcome. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The SNP spokesperson, Stephen Flynn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to once again follow the chair of the ISC, as I did during the National Security and Investment Bill. I think he speaks with great wisdom and experience on these matters, and the Minister would do well to heed the advice from his own backbenches. Indeed, it's also a pleasure to follow on from the Shadow Minister, who also speaks with great experience in this field. I've been fortunate enough to sit on a number of bill committees with her, and it's very clear that telecommunications is very much her forte. Now, just looking at what's before us in a little bit more wider context before I seek to drill down into the new clauses, what we're essentially looking at, Madam Deputy Speaker, is in relation to foreign investment in our critical national infrastructure. And in real terms, it's not a new thing. We all are aware, I would hope, of the ISC report, I think it was in 2013, in relation to this very matter. And of course, Huawei and its role within our infrastructure is not something which necessarily came as a surprise to anyone. And I read with much interest the second reading of the bill, where the Labour Party were trying extremely hard to absolve themselves of any blame in that regard, which did make for some quite light entertainment last evening. But of course, the government are just as complicit in that regard. And I say complicit with a small c, because of course they weren't necessarily looking at things with the view that they are now. And certainly, from my experience in this House, the government haven't covered themselves in much glory when it comes to this particular topic. When I came in 2019, one of the first debates, the first key issues that was talked about, aside from Brexit, of course, was Huawei's role within the UK. And what we've seen was the government flip-flop from one view to another view, and it's testament, indeed, to many members opposite for their hard work in terms of getting the government to realise just how serious this topic is, and indeed was in years gone by. So whilst there are concerns, the only thing that has really changed in the many years that have gone past since 2013 as an example, is of course the seriousness with which the government is treating this matter. And in that regard, that seriousness extends to ourselves as well. And we are, of course, as has been made clear by my colleague, the member for Gordon, at the second reading and through Bill Committee stage, we are, of course, supportive of the government's efforts in this regard, as indeed we were with the National Security and Investment Bill. But there are a couple of areas where the government still need to provide a level of assurance, notwithstanding the remarks that have rightly been made in relation to scrutiny by the ISC. We also need to be clear, we also importantly need to be clear that the government are going to pick up the tab in Scotland for all the equipment which is now going to be made surplus to requirements. We cannot have a situation where that is not the case, because of course it has been their actions which have led to the situation that we are in at this moment in time. And we also need to ensure that the replacement strategy is both safe and secure going forward, so that we do not find ourselves in a situation such as this ever again. And perhaps the key thing in all of this, notwithstanding the justified security concerns that we all have, it really lies in and around the issue of telecommunications itself, as was referenced by the Shadow Minister, although not with the same detail. There are around 1 million people in rural Scotland who don't even have access to 4G. Now, of course, telecommunications is reserved to the UK government. It is the responsibility of the Minister opposite, and he will be cognizant of the fact that the 4G rollout has not been as good as it should be. So when we go to have the 5G rollout, which we all want to see in terms of making sure that we are in as an advanced position as we can possibly be, that we don't have the same mistakes repeated. And I would certainly welcome assurances from the Minister in that regard. And of course that leads me to the SNP amendment, which seeks to ensure that this government consults in full with the government in Scotland, the government in Wales and indeed the government in Northern Ireland. It's vital that we have that link up, whilst we remain a part of the United Kingdom, that the UK government works in partnership with the Scottish Government on such serious matters. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, it will come as no surprise perhaps to the Minister opposite that in terms of the new clauses put forward by Labour, in terms of ensuring that there is a diversification, ensuring that there is government oversight and parliamentary oversight and scrutiny, and of course ensuring that the ISC plays a key role, that we are supportive of the new clauses in that regard. And certainly I would like to hear from their members that they are equally supportive of the view that the devolved administrations should play a key role in telecommunications going forward. Thank you.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's always a pleasure to return to old arguments to ensure that they're still live, and I intend to do just that. Can I start by, first of all, saying that I, from the beginning, have supported this process and initiative by the government. And it's not without the struggles early on. I don't intend to go into details about them, but I do want to just reference them again. I do recall back in 2019 and early 2020, it became quite a battle over whose advice was better. And it did seem to me at the time, and I don't in a way blame the government for this, that the NCSC gave poor advice to the government about the security risk, and I think it was tempered by the need of the government to want to go ahead and get 5G moving. And I think this is always the problem that you face, that if organisations are to advise government about security risks, then they have to be completely separated on the basis that that is their advice, and they don't temper it to suit the government's. We've seen this happen all the way through. It's not just this particular government, I think, made the right decision, but I'll come back to that. But also, if we go back, it is also Labour governments and Conservative governments of the past. Successive governments have underestimated the risk, the growing risk, particularly the risk coming from China, but there are other countries. They already were aware of the risk from Russia. And I do agree with my honourable friends, always a pleasure to be in the same debate as him, over his reference to the ISC's ability to scrutinise. I do think that, if I might say so to my honourable friend, who I have a huge amount of time for, as he knows, and we have debated ad nauseum some of this, but I do say to him that I think the government is going to have to come back to this process. I think it will add value. There's no question that the parliamentary scrutiny process through this committee of my honourable friends, the ISC, will add value and strengthen government legislation going forward. And I do hope that the government does use, even if they don't want to accept the particularly new Clause 2, I think it is, but do, in principle, come back to this and use this committee. I think it can only strengthen and counterbalance other pressures that may exist from other companies outside. So I do, of course, therefore, agree that this bill does require our support. Its main aims of strengthening security and resilience in the UK's telecommunications infrastructure absolutely goes without saying. All these struggles over Huawei were just part of that process. Giving stronger powers to the Secretary of State and Ofcom to enforce the new duties on telecom providers to increase the security and resilience of their networks is also critical, and the third element of giving new national security powers to the Secretary of State to impose restrictions, I want to come back to this, on telecoms providers. And this is regarding their equipment and the equipment from high-risk vendors. Now, I did lay an amendment, myself and some of my honourable friends, and I had hoped to be coming to debate that, but clearly it wasn't selected. But I think I'm going to select the principles of that particular amendment, if the Madam Deputy Speaker, you don't mind, even though it's not there, it is there in spirit. And the point that I was wanting to make with this particular amendment was that it would require, essentially, the Secretary of State to make a designated vendor direction for any firm which is required to hand over its data to government or intelligence services of a foreign country. The reason why I wanted, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be quite so specific in this, to use what was already in the bill, but to force the government a little bit to go further, is because I think it's necessary. I think it's necessary because right now I think we are facing a number of particular threats. But I think in this regard, a lot of hidden threats that hide behind the idea, particularly from China, that they are independent companies, independent of their government. This is simply not the case. I cannot think of a single company registered in China, not Hong Kong, but in China, that is not somehow linked directly or indirectly, but nonetheless under control of the Chinese government. And it's worth repeating the Article 14 of China's 2017 National Intelligence Law, which obliges all firms to give the government assistance in areas of intelligence and national security if requested. And perhaps this quote is useful. It's a translation, so it may be slightly to be modified. But it says, state intelligence work organs, when legally carrying forth intelligence work, may demand that concerned organs, organisations or citizens provide needed support, assistance and cooperation. And this is critical because this requires those organisations to do whatever is required of them with regards to data transfer. Now, this is peculiar in a way, but it would be peculiar even if it were just dealing with Russia. But the fact that we're dealing with China, which has a very much larger commercial base in all of these areas. In fact, it's quite interesting to bear back at had other governments, going back further, recognised the nature of what was going on, they would have seen that there is a strategic plan from the Chinese Communist Party to dominate key commercial areas. Rare earth materials, they own 85% of those. Rare earth materials are, as one said the other day, the oil of the 21st century, without which we simply won't be able to operate. But they don't stop there. They also own all of the processing capability, particularly the large share in the world. So they strategically look ahead, look at the areas, telecommunications. We had, 10 to 15 companies globally engaged in this about 12 years ago, one of which was Marconi here in the UK. There is today only 3 non-Chinese companies in existence that can build a 5G system, and not one of them, by the way, is in the United States. That tells you just exactly how that market has been infiltrated and destroyed. People talked about market failure when we discussed the Huawei bill. It was not market failure. It was the fact that a government with its institutions, has set out strategically to destroy a market and dominate it. And that was one of the excuses used by my government, which is that we had no other options, but we had to go for what was there in the marketplace. Well, that has now changed, and I'm pleased about that. So this amendment was necessary because lying behind all of this is the real key, which is these companies are not free, and they do not protect data in the way that we would expect. And they're not alone, by the way. Huawei is just one company. I mean, there's lots of others. ByteDance, that owns TikTok. I really question the degree to which they own that data now and are able to use it. Data on many, many people, particularly many of our younger generation. And these requirements of the national intelligence law apply not just, as I say, to Huawei and co, because they dominate the nature of the process that they are engaged in dominating that data and their use of that data, which is critical. So I'm pleased that the government, with this bill, demonstrates now that it's got it, absolutely got the point, and I pay credit to my honourable friend who has been in this process and honest and straight from the beginning about his recognition of this particular problem. So that is now the case. But we are just but stepping tentatively in the direction of this understanding, because when we look at this, and I ask myself, in the other place, I think the Trade Minister said that the government, this government, was still determined to pursue deeper bilateral trade, as a quote, with China, while sanctions against many of our parliamentarians, myself included, by the way, but there are some others here now, are in place, yet we still just kind of step that to one side and think that we can go ahead trying to make these deeper relations with China, notwithstanding the fact we also recognise they're a remarkable threat. I simply don't understand how we square these two things and get on with it. Was my honourable friend wanting to intervene?
No,
I thought she did, sorry.
It's a joy never waste. It's obviously a joy to intervene on my right honourable friend. It was that very point you were making, is how deeper can our relationships go with a country that has sanctioned parliamentarians in this House for basically raising human rights abuses and security concerns.
I'm getting so used to just doing what I'm told by my honourable friend when it's necessary that she only has to look in this direction and I give way to her. My apologies. But what I was really trying to get to the bottom of is that I don't think this is feasible any longer, and I think this process, this bill illustrates the dichotomy that lies at the heart of the government's position on this. We are trying constantly to talk about these trade relationships, but at the same time we recognise that the country that we are discussing that with is a totalitarian state that is guilty of what many, myself, believe is a genocide of a whole ethnic group, more than one ethnic group, is intolerant, it is suppressing democracy and free speech in Hong Kong, and is threatening Taiwan, India, possess the South China Sea. You can go on for the list of these things, and yet at the same time recognise that all of those things compile, but also as a security risk. And then in the other place we are told, don't worry, we're still trying to do trade deals. And it's quite interesting about this because we have reopened an economic and financial dialogue under JETCO, which is a Joint Economic Trade Cooperation, which was paused because originally of the imposition of the national security law in Hong Kong. These discussions have now restarted again. We didn't get much fanfare on that, I think. We sort of discovered that they restarted, but there was no announcement from the dispatch box that we were restarting these. Although there's no dates particularly involved in this, despite these sanctions against individuals, etc., and our sanctions against Chinese officials, still I wish we could do more. And I note also the other day that the European Union was heading in the same direction with their agreement, only now, because of the sanctions on their MEPs, etc., have actually decided no, they aren't going to do that. So I simply raise the question, if we think that this country, this government, the Chinese Communist Party, the government of China, is such a potential threat, should we really be trying to reopen those doors, despite the sanctions we've in place, despite the sanctions they put in place, and despite the very clear threat that they now pose to our security in this? So I simply say to my honourable friend, I was going to move my amendment, but that was going to say to them that they should immediately declare many of these companies as high-risk vendors and do it by the very nature of the security law that exists in China. I also do, however, say, in support of what has been said already, that I do think that the government does need to use the internal possibilities in our Parliament. We have a committee that is cleared to see the highest level of security in these areas, and I do think it's very important that if we use that committee and the government gets that private advice from the committee about what they think is going wrong with their particular position, I think it will benefit them and improve them. So I ask my right honourable friend to take into considerations both the amendment that would have been in this paper, to answer that at the end when he sums up, but to seriously think about how we can strengthen this more, and if he can, make the reservations of this place felt to his colleagues in government that we are deeply concerned about trying to ride two separate bicycles at the same time. One, recognising a deep and growing threat to democracy, not just here but around the world, from that threat which is now the Chinese Communist Party of China, and two, trying to beg them to do trade deals with us, notwithstanding the fact that they behave so badly.
We now go to Jamie Stone.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A pleasure to join you from the far north of Scotland. Before I make 2 points which will be familiar to the House, could I just firstly compliment the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green for a most interesting speech. And I afford myself a wry smile in that we are where we are today, and where we are today is rather different to where we were when I attended the Westminster Hall debate, where the same Right Honourable Member made his point. And I think he would be allowed some quiet satisfaction to have actually changed the course of government as significantly as he has, because, and I shall return to this point, it is about the defence of the realm. And the second initial remark is to say, referring to the Honourable Member for Aberdeen South, as a former member of another place based in Holyrood in Edinburgh, I would absolutely wholeheartedly support the notion of working with the devolved administrations. It makes absolute sense, because if you believe in the security of the realm, then we've all got to work together for the better good. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said already, these will be familiar, my 2 points will be familiar to the House. The first one is that having done the Armed Forces scheme, it has been very useful in terms of an elected member being brought face to face with the realities of the defence of this country. And for me, it was something of a wake-up call. And there's no doubt, as the Right Honourable Member for Chingford Woodford Green has said, that there are nations out there, such as Russia and China and North Korea and others, who are not concerning themselves with the good health of the United Kingdom. And we only have to look at in recent days, the hijacking of the Ryanair airliner, or indeed the crime that was committed in Salisbury, to say that the actions of states can be very, very bad for us indeed as a country. And so all of this debate in some ways is a bit of wake-up call of we have to ask ourselves, where do we stand in the world, and what can we do, and are we going to stand up for what we believe is absolutely right? So this bill has the support of my party in that it helps protect the vital interests of the United Kingdom and the people who live and love our country as we all do. And I think the key point emerging from that, as others is going to have to be an element of cooperation with other countries who share the same ideals and interests as we in the United Kingdom do. And I think we think of the Five Eyes, we think of our European friends, we think of other countries all over the globe, perhaps India. Talk about it yet again, perhaps I should offer an apology to the Chamber. It is, of course, something that the Honourable Member for South Aberdeen referred to, which is that when we talk about 5G in the UK, there are parts of Scotland which doesn't have 4G. And as indeed the Shadow Minister said, you know, there are bits of Scotland where the connectivity is very, very poor indeed. And I have made the joke, perhaps not a very clever joke in the past, that in parts of my constituency, we might even be better off with 2 tin cans and a length of string. So there's a lot of work to be done, to say the very least. And if I could just make it the point this way, as we come out of COVID, and thank God that's where we're going, we are going to see a tourism boost within the United Kingdom. But if the tourism providers in my constituency and remote parts of Scotland are to compete on a level playing field, then surely they have to have the connectivity which other businesses in other parts of the United Kingdom enjoy. That's one argument. Secondly, sadly, there will be another pandemic one day. And one of the means by which we can beat off the pandemic is by being very, very clever indeed. And when it comes to NHS services and provision of services and so on, connectivity has a part to play in this as well in my constituency. So I will rest my case at that, but I do believe that whatever the United Kingdom government can do to work with the devolved government in Scotland to get proper connectivity in my constituency and other parts, we have very few Gs at all in some parts, but to get up to 5G would be so welcome and so important to my constituents. And finally, I would just like to end, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the point that the Shadow Minister made, which is I do very much agree with the notion that Ofcom are going to face very considerable strain. It's about, confronting the known hostile nations, but it's a changing world. It's changing ever more rapidly, and new threats and new challenges will emerge, and Ofcom are going to have to be very, very nimble on their feet to do that. This will require the necessary resources. So we look forward to see what the government's reply will be on that particular front. Essentially, this debate has been an example of Parliament, I believe, actually changing the mind of a government, and the point that's been made about the International Intelligence Committee is absolutely correct. Parliament does have a role to play, and I very much hope that the Honourable Member for New Forest East and his committee will have a role to play in the future. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Nusrat Ghani.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to contribute to this very, very measured debate, and I'm fearful of lowering the tone. But I've been speaking to the Minister on the front bench, and I must congratulate him with the amount of communication he's had with us backbenchers with the concerns that we have. But I was thinking about how best I could sum up our dialogue, and I recall Ronald Reagan once said, the most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And I think for a minister, the most terrifying words are, I'm a backbencher and I really am just here to help. So without removing the momentum, we really are here to help. But first of all, I need to put on record my thanks to the Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green for putting down the amendment, which unfortunately wasn't called today, and I must put on record my support for my right honourable friend, the member for New Forest East, for what he has also proposed with the support and expertise that he can bring forward to the debate and legislation, and I hope the Minister can reflect on both of those opportunities down the line. There's much to welcome in the bill, but I just fear that sometimes technology can move faster than we can legislate in this country. And on two particular issues I just want to touch on. One is national security, and the other is resilience and diversifying our supply chains. And I'm going to start off by being very helpful as a backbencher. I know that the Minister may have cast eyes on a report that I have recently produced for NATO. I sit on the Science and Technology Committee, and I was tasked to put together a report on science and technology threats, looking particularly at East Asia. And in the report, there is a puff box that the Minister may want to reflect on, which talks about Korea, South Korea, and the amount of work they've done in innovating and developing new technology, so they are truly resilient in their national 5G infrastructure. I believe that 85 cities will have coverage by the end of 2021, and they're not relying on any external government to provide them with that service. So I'll urge the Minister to go away and look at what South Korea is doing and possibly see how we can become more resilient here in this country. And the reason why I want to raise resilience and security is that I sit on the Bayes Select Committee, and we've been undertaking a report into links back to Xinjiang, but we also had companies give evidence to us which should bring some concern to the Minister and the piece of legislation in front of us today. And it's basically around companies that are headquartered in China and have access to data that we are using, manipulating, algorithms that we're creating here in the UK. And in particular, I want to reflect on the evidence given to the Select Committee from TikTok.
So we'd invited TikTok to come in and give evidence around the algorithms and if they are distorting them to stop information around Xinjiang and Uyghur being out on the platform. But unfortunately, the more we dug into TikTok, the more complex and concerning it got for us. So TikTok is a media company, it's a platform, most kids will have access to it, most people might have access to it here as well. But it has a very complex ownership structure, which is why it's important that it's reflected somewhere in the Telecommunications Bill, somewhere along the line. And it's important because TikTok is a subsidiary of a global parent company, ByteDance Limited, which is incorporated in the Cayman Islands, but there is a China-based subsidiary of the same global parent company called ByteDance Hong Kong Limited. And the reason why this should be of some concern is that when we took evidence from the TikTok's UK branch, we were told that ByteDance in no way could have access to UK data, that the two things were completely separate. But the problem is this: we can legislate in this country for what we want to do to keep our country safe and our people's data safe. But when that company that we are working with has headquarters in China, it has to abide by completely separate sets of rules and regulations. Yeah. So we end up in a two-tier system. So let me just reflect on what a company like ByteDance has to adhere to. I'm talking about China's National Intelligence Law 2017. I know that my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Green, spoke about Article 9, I believe. I want to reflect on Article 7, which states, this has been translated into English, so it may not be perfect. Any organisation and citizen shall, in accordance with the law, that's the Chinese National Intelligence Law 2017, in accordance with the law, support, provide assistance and cooperate in national intelligence work and guard the secrecy of national intelligence work of that they are aware of. So fundamentally, you have to hand over data when you're asked. But when you're asked by the government that's asking you, whether it's us asking that company, they have to deny that they're doing that. So my concern is how robust is our legislation today, or how robust will our legislation be going forward if countries are abiding by separate sets of intelligence laws based in China. On a similar theme, if we take a closer look at Hikvision in particular, there was a very good recent report by Reuters which basically states that half of London councils are using Hikvision, even though Hikvision is banned in the States. And last week, Italian media reported that Hikvision equipment in the country was communicating with servers. I'm not quite sure what that means, communicating with servers, but for me, alarm bells are ringing. Communicating with servers in China, despite being on a supposedly closed network. So the points I want to just land with the Minister is that how robust is the legislation that we have in place for today, let alone tomorrow? How can we ensure that the processes to legislate in this country just keep up to pace with the threats that we are facing? And I suppose the fundamental point is that China has its own national intelligence law. It completely contradicts what we are trying to do here in the UK. So I wonder if the Minister has any thoughts, how can we ensure that, that our security isn't undermined by China's national intelligence law, and what guarantees can they give to constantly look and review and update, and also hold companies to account that we may be anxious about? Because we seem to be setting up a two-tier system, one for us and the West and the countries that we work with, and a completely separate system for the China and its companies it wishes to work with. And I fear that unless we put a marker down, that we're going to lose out to a country like China, and I hope that the Minister can make some comments when he returns to the dispatch box at the end of the debate. Thank you.
Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. And it's a pleasure to speak in this and to follow all the right honourable members who have made contributions. I want to refer, if I can, first of all to new clause 1. It is designed to ensure that legislation and obligation and Ofcom to report on the adequacy of their resources and assess the adequacy of the annual measures taken by telecommunications providers to comply with their duty to take necessary security measures. The Honourable Lady for Windon has referred to security, and I want to maybe just very quickly speak on that in a few minutes. It also requires Ofcom to assess future areas of security risk based on its interrogation of network providers' asset registries. This does seem to be standard to me, but it is essential that there is regulation and control of these providers on whom so many of us heavily rely, indeed probably all of us heavily rely. It may well be that the Minister believes that this obligation is already included within the Government's bill, and if that is the case, maybe the Minister in conclusion can confirm that that is the position. And that is already, and if this is the case, I am sure that this will be subsequently highlighted. I've seen with the privatisation of water service amongst other public bodies that private companies have little desire to provide any more information than is legally required. You know, they just give you the basics of what they want you to know. I believe that there's an obligation for Ofcom to actively regulate, and to do this we must provide adequate funding. So to make it happen, is it a funding issue, or can we legislatively make sure that they just tell us all that we need to know? I will consider the words of the Minister regarding this imperative regulatory function. I want to echo the concerns that the Honourable Lady for Wilden had, who very comprehensively addresses the issues that concern us all. She referred to the companies that have their headquarters in China, how that impacts upon us here in the United Kingdom. Our duty in this House, Mr Deputy Speaker, is to our citizens, to the citizens of Strangford, to the citizens of Wilden, to everyone across the whole of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So, again, we all probably seek assurances in relation to that. So, again, I look to the Minister in his summing up to do that as well. In new clause 2, provision of information to the Intelligence and Security Committee. Mr Deputy Speaker, does the Minister not agree that it's imperative that the appropriate committees have the right information on security matters? I'm a very clear and firm believer in the need for information share. It's always been my policy to make sure that those around me in political life or in social life or in personal life are aware of all the issues that are concerned. It's also important that MPs have all the information on board as well. I'm also a very firm believer, Mr Deputy Speaker, and this may well due to years of part-time service in uniform, 14 years as a part-time soldier, but I also believe in the chain of command, and I think it's really important that that's in place. I believe that there is also a time when the interests of the nation, not all is revealed, and there'll be a purpose and a reason for that, and that some things are classified as top level only. I understand that. I often ask the police about things that happen back home, and I say, don't tell me anything I don't need to know. But if you can tell me and I can tell others, then let me know that. Our job as parliamentarians is to scrutinise government, to hold ministers to account, and to strive for the good of the nation. And I would ask the Minister to clarify why government does not feel that new clause 2 is necessary. Does the Minister, for instance, believe that this is already accounted for? And if it is, again, maybe the Minister perhaps could just tell us the position in relation to that. I'd like to understand the rationale behind withholding information from a regulated committee and what constitutes high-level information that should be withheld. And again, I look to the Minister, as I often do in this House in any debates, for a response to satisfy that this new clause 2 is not needed. My final point, Mr Deputy Speaker, is in relation to clause 14, page 21, line 27, where it says the Secretary of State must, in the process of carrying out reviews and drafting subsequent reports, consult the appropriate ministers from the devolved governments. And obviously, although I'm in this House as a Member of Parliament, I have always wished to know what the devolved administrations are doing, and in this case the Northern Ireland Assembly. When I saw the amendments, Mr Deputy Speaker, and new clauses, I assumed that this clause would have included as a matter of note. Surely it is of the greatest importance, and especially in Northern Ireland, which is fast becoming the capital of Europe's cyber security, that the devolved administrations, in this case the Northern Ireland Assembly, have a full understanding of any emerging cases. The cyber sector in Northern Ireland is leaps and bounds, I say this with great respect to everyone else in this chamber, is leaps and bounds ahead of other parts of the United Kingdom. Maybe only the southeast of England may be able to match our level of advancement. We have an incredible skills staff and skills available in Northern Ireland, and the cyber security sector has grown greatly. So again, I would ask the Minister, could he reference the mechanism by which this information share takes place without any amendment? I want to make sure, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Minister can confirm that the Northern Ireland Assembly will have a key role to play in that, and how that will work within the legislation that's here before us today. Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you so much.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Chillingly, the head of military intelligence recently concluded that the difference between being at war and being at peace is becoming increasingly blurred. In short, Britain is under perpetual attack. Every day, every week, there are attempts to break or breach the information and communication system upon which so much depends. The fragility of the modern world, as the resilience provided by the eclecticism of local and national means of gathering, storing, and exchanging information, has been eroded by global interdependence and, in particular, by technological interoperability, has left us being more vulnerable to attack from hostile state actors or indeed from other groups, serious and organised criminals, than ever before. So the need for safeguards that guarantee our security could not be more pressing or clear. And in that spirit and to that end, this legislation is very welcome indeed. The bill strengthens the security framework for used in 5G and full fibre networks. It protects the UK from hostile state cyber activity and other activity of that kind, and we need protection, for we know from the evidence that attacks from Russia, China, North Korea and Iran have been recorded in recent time. And of course it provides new national security powers to issue directions to telecom providers to manage the risk of high-risk vendors. And that extends, by the way, beyond the existing restrictions, which essentially relate to the most significant parts of the systems, to all goods, services and facilities. So we go beyond merely the most sensitive areas. And just as there should no longer be any doubt about the damage done by the lazy liberal assumptions about globalisation, there must be no complacency about the virtues of the suppliers of telecoms, hardware, software, services, or those that manage them. That they can themselves provide a threat to the way we communicate, to our infrastructure, to all that we now do in our country, is without doubt. Indeed, I would go as far as to say that the unaccountable power of corporate monopolies is one of the most sinister features of the way we now live. And it's not just my view, by the way. It's the view of the chief of MI5, who recently said that Facebook had given terrorists a free pass by allowing stronger encryption on its network. Mr. McCullum said that social media giants' plan to install end-to-end encryption would block hundreds of counter-terrorism investigations by the security service. He said if you have end-to-end default encryption with absolutely no means of unwrapping that encryption, you are in fact giving those rare people, terrorists or people who are organising child sex abuse online, a free pass where they know that no one can see into what they are doing in those private living rooms. The effect of what Facebook are doing, and I suspect they will do still more of it, will inhibit the powers of those that we mission to keep us safe. It's as simple as that. So let's have no naivety or complacency about what these organisations are about, and about their willingness to act responsibly. Neil Basu, the police's national commander of counter-terrorism, echoed those sentiments. He said that Facebook, if pressed with its plans, would put privacy before security. And while Mr Masood may be confused about the institutionalised racism of the Metropolitan Police, he's not confused about this. He's absolutely right. The reality of hostile state cyber activity is also beyond doubt. For example, in 2018, the Chinese APT-10 group attack on global networks, also known as Cloud Hopper, targeted a range of companies, including in aerospace, defence, telecommunications, professional services, utility sectors, and many more. It was one of the most significant and widespread cyber intrusions against the UK and allies uncovered to date, targeting trade secrets and economies around the whole world. I could go on and cite many similar examples, Mr. Speaker, but I think the case has been made by other contributors to the debate already, particularly my right honourable friend for Chingford and Woodford Green. The pressing need for the government, as well as ensuring that these safeguards are put in place, as has been acknowledged in their own supply chain review, is to diversify the number of suppliers in this market. The government have concluded that the only way to address the risk is to introduce national security powers, which will allow it to intervene to set conditions necessary, including by imposing limits and controls on the use of high-risk vendors so that operators can manage risk. But it's also important to acknowledge that without an effective diversification strategy in place, we will not have a secure network. The diversification strategy, as the ISC highlighted in July 2019, is therefore the most critical action to ensure our security now and for the future. The issue of national dependence goes beyond high-risk vendors, and I hope the Minister will say more about diversification when he winds up this debate, because it is the most pressing requirement not to allow ourselves to become dependent on single vendors, and the case has already been made about the existing vulnerability in that regard, which Britain endures. I give way to the Chairman of the ISC.
In support of what my right honourable friend is saying, he will recall that one of the main reasons why the government felt it so difficult to rid itself of Huawei was that if it did that, there would be only 2 remaining possible suppliers, and if one of them got into difficulty, we'd have total dependence on a single supplier. So this really has knock-on effects. If we don't diversify, we sometimes have to improperly consider using suppliers who really are a risk to our security.
Well, as the right honourable gentleman knows, it's not only the committee on which he and I serve that have highlighted this, other committees of this House have too, and the government itself. And the government itself has acknowledged it. So we really need to look at how the government, having accepted the thrust of the argument that my right honourable friend has made, how they intend to respond to it. What is the action plan? I know the Minister will have much to say about this, but my honourable friend is absolutely right, of course. It's part of a wider problem, actually, of the concentration of power into the hands of what I described earlier as a handful of unaccountable monopolies, corporate monopolies. And there is a sort of curious assumption that somehow these organisations will be intrinsically virtuous. That is simply not the case. Commercial organisations are just that. They are interested in commerce. They're not there to do what governments and this Parliament does exist for, which is to protect the interests of the whole of the people.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank my really good right honourable friend. One of the things that worries me a little too is that Huawei's Chinese-owned, Nokia and Ericsson are not, but they get a lot of their kit from China, so they're not pure either, and that is a worry for diversification.
It is, and I did make reference a moment or two ago to the provisions in the bill which extend existing powers to take account of supply chains. So that is acknowledged in the legislation, and that brings me neatly, it wasn't scripted, I hasten to add, it brings me neatly to the next part of my speech, because in that process, much power for regulation is put into the hands of Ofcom. And I do have questions about that for the Minister. This is not territory which traditionally Ofcom have navigated. It will require a step change in both their capability and approach to manage these additional responsibilities. They previously were responsible solely for assuring the resilience of networks. No list of mandatory standards has previously existed, and Ofcom has historically produced guidance which merely pointed communications service providers towards the main source of advice and best practice. So the responsibility to ensure providers comply with the new security duties will require, as I said, a step change in what Ofcom do, given that they will now have the authority to proactively assess the security practices of large telecom providers, take action where security is at risk of being compromised, and make information available to the government and provide annual security reports to ministers. Now, that, of course, brings me to the issue of scrutiny, dealt with by various contributors to the debate so far. Given Ofcom's new powers, the means by which Ofcom can be held to account becomes salient. Of course, they're accountable to ministers, but we need ministers to be accountable in an effective way to this House. Now, there's a long debate to be had about the role of various select committees in that regard. It's a debate to which I've contributed previously, and the chairman of the ISC has spoken eloquently already. But I would simply say to the Minister, there needs to be a well-established and rigorous process by which these new powers can be assessed and checked, not only by Ministers of the Crown, but also by those to whom Ministers of the Crown are accountable. Confusing accountability and scrutiny risks weakening both by obscuring the first and diluting the second. C.S. Lewis said, and I know that you wouldn't want me to conclude any speech, Ms. Deputy Speaker, without some literary reference. C.S. Lewis said that experience is the most brutal of teachers, but you learn, my God, you learn. And the experience that I've had over 25 years in this House of being a shadow minister trying to hold ministers to account, a minister being held to account, a narrow backbencher trying to hold both to account, is that unless the process is right, that scrutiny simply won't be effective. So, given what I've said about vulnerability, given what I've said about the recognition of the need for greater regulation, and by the way, if anything, this bill does too little. It's a good bill, and it does a great deal, which I welcome. But we probably need, over time, to go further. I've drawn the House's attention previously to the history of legislation affecting security here. It's typically been periodic. We haven't had big bills that became acts brought to this House concerning matters of security. I repeat what I've said before, that I suspect over the coming years we will. We will have more and more legislation to ensure that our country remains secure, given the dynamism and character of the threats that we now face. I end with simply this. This is good work, but it is work in progress, if I might put it that way, as generously as I possibly can to the Minister. I hope that during that progress we can see further attention given both to the issues of diversity in the marketplace and to scrutiny by this House. The fundamental requirement of government is to protect our infrastructure and our economy, and by so doing, to protect our people. For in doing so, we protect all of our futures.
Colonel Bob Stewart.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a real pleasure to follow some of these speeches, particularly my right honourable friend and the chairman of the ISC, and obviously the member for Chingford. I rise to support the government, but I do so with some reservations, which largely reflect concerns I still have as a member myself, as the Intelligence and Security Committee. I'm concerned about oversight and the scrutiny of decisions made by the Department of Digital, Culture, Media and Sport, which will have an impact on national security. This is increasingly growing as commercial companies get more and more involved in such matters. The government's current view is that DCMS, Ofcom and the DCMS committee can probably watch over these matters. Yeah, they probably can. But I'm not so sure. The bill says when the Secretary of State issues, varies or revokes a designation notice or a designator vendor direction, he or she will lay that before Parliament. Good, so far. Except in cases where there would be contrary to national security interests. What? Details prejudicial to commercial interests, we've raised this matter already, or contrary to national security interests, might also be excluded from documents laid before Parliament. That could mean that we parliamentarians may have no oversight whatsoever of such activities. Are we really going to be debarred from such knowledge? So I wish now to highlight a few of the problems I foresee, not just because I'm a member of the ISC, but because I have handled highly classified information in the past. As we've heard, the Committee of Parliament that has regular access to top secret and above information is the Intelligence and Security Committee. Members of the Intelligence and Security Committee are subject to Section 1(1)(b). Have I got that right, my right honourable friend? Good. I'm a bit worried because when you guys start talking, I know I'm in trouble.
Just endorse it.
I better rephrase that a bit. So, those of us on the ISC are subject to Section 1(1)(b) of the 1989 Official Secrets Act. And we've all been appointed to the committee, from whatever side of the House we come from, by the Prime Minister, with this in mind. However, this is not the case with every member of Parliament or our clerks. They haven't signed the Official Secrets Act. Some have, a lot have, but many haven't. Obviously, I'm not being personal about colleagues, because a lot of them can keep secrets far better than me. As my wife says, I've got a big mouth. Okay. But I do keep secrets of the state. Minister. Whereas ISC clerks have something called developed vetting security clearances, that would not probably be the case, for example, with all, or indeed some, of DCMS committee clerks. Developed vetting clearances, as I know, require the individual concerned to undergo a lengthy and somewhat intrusive investigation. Some of the questions are appalling. Assuming DCMS clerks were to have such developed voting credentials and they were able to handle top secret material in hard copy, such as documents that need to be secured in security accredited lockable cabinets within a security accredited office. Anything with a top secret grading on it or an IT system with such a grading would require to be accredited and checked out very carefully. May I also raise the matter of meetings where top secret material is discussed. I don't think, I may be wrong, but I don't think there's such a meeting room in the palace or in, what's the place called? Norman Shaw. No, Portcullis. Sorry, shows I've only been here 11 years. And you require a room with a clearance to be able to even just look at these documents, store them, or discuss them. For example, the ISC, I don't think it's a secret, we can't meet here. We have to meet somewhere else. And we go to a place which is accredited and checked, and where documents can be stored, and where our clerks have ready and easy access to it. All discussions concerning such a level of security take place in that room. We're not allowed to write something down and walk it out. Everything has to be left there. Well, unless it's specifically on a certain kind of paper. And we are informed of that very strictly. The product of ISC investigations can only lay before Parliament after a redaction process with the intelligence agencies and confirmation from the Prime Minister that there's nothing in them that might breach national security. So I think it would be rather difficult for DCMS, Ofcom, or the DCMS committee to be able to oversee top secret material produced by the department and still obey national security rules. So in short, we parliamentarians might not have oversight of some key decisions made by Ofcom and DCMS. That can work. I've got no doubt the Minister will say that. It can work. But we could be blindsided, I guess. The government thinks otherwise at this stage, and I'm prepared to accept that promise. But I have to say, I think it might quite quickly run into difficulties when classified material has to be examined by people from Parliament who are specially selected to do it. In summary, I repeat, I will be supporting the Government Minister. Of course I will. Loyal. That's me. It's like a dog. But it doesn't stop me raising a flag of concern. There will always be problems around these matters. I hope that's not going to be the case, but I wouldn't be surprised, as my right honourable friend has said, that we're only at the start of a process and we're going to have to revisit this very shortly. Finally, may I apologise, Mr Deputy Speaker. I don't feel great and I'm a bit dizzy, so my voice is not usual, and I'm going to sit down now. Thank you.
We heard you loud and clear, Colonel Bob. Jane Sunderland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to follow my very good, very eminent right honourable friend from Beckenham. If only I was as good. And as the final backbench speaker this afternoon, I think it's incumbent upon me to be supportive of the government, which of course I am, with this excellent bill. We are where we are today for two reasons. I think, first of all, it shows that the government does listen to backbenchers. And also, the bill is actually a pretty good bit of work, and I think it ticks the box, as indeed it should. As defence and national security become ever more virtual and online, it's never been more important, in my view, to secure our lines of communication. And what does that mean? Well, it means both internally, domestically, and also internationally with our allies. And I would urge all of you in this place to consider the notion of strategic independence. We spoke a lot about this during the COVID crisis. It's still there now. And I think as we go forward, that's a really important aspiration that we must have as a country, to be able to operate autonomously on our own as a global nation alongside our allies. So I believe that this bill is important for three reasons. Firstly, it will allow for better security, as I mentioned, both domestically and internationally. And what it does, it kicks out the high-risk vendors from our network. What's not to like? It also placates our allies, and I know for a fact that New Zealand, Australia, the USA, Canada and others were quite noisy with Huawei originally being admitted to our network. So let's hope that it will placate them, let's hope that it will cement that relationship, and also perhaps even in time admit Japan and other close allies. And the third thing is it opens the door for other 5G providers to come in, which again is a good thing. Hence I do support the UK's diversification strategy. And having sat on the Bill Committee for this excellent bill, it's a pleasure to see it back here at third reading for ratification. So what does the bill do? Well, we know that it takes forward the government's commitment to the UK telecom supply chain and security review. It introduces a new security framework. It amends the Communications Act of 2003. It brings new security duties. It brings new powers to the Secretary of State. And it strengthens Ofcom's regulatory powers, allowing them to enforce the new framework. So it's all very positive. And it also introduces new national security powers for the government to impose, monitor and enforce. And again, that's a positive step. So I'm pretty happy with the bill as it currently stands. But in the interest of objectivity, I just want to talk, if I may, to a number of the new clauses in the amendments. On new clause 1, the government is aware that the bill gives Ofcom significant new responsibilities, and it will need to increase its resources and skills to meet these new demands. Ofcom's budget is, however, approved by its independent board, and the ministers today confirmed that the budget limits set by the government will be adjusted to allow Ofcom to carry out new functions effectively. So Ofcom is already engaged in this space. We're already proactively looking over the horizon, scanning for future threats. So I'm pretty happy that the government's got it about right. New Clause 2 ensures that the ISC, the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, is provided with information relating to a designated vendor direction. And I'm sympathetic to this, but I do concede that the government knows what it's doing. And as the ministers also said today, the ISC's primary focus is to oversee the work of the security and intelligence agencies. Its remit is clearly defined in the Justice and Security Act 2013. So this bill is not the appropriate place, in my view, to achieve an overall enhanced role for the ISC. I give way.
I'm very sorry to have to reiterate this point. There are other ways in which our concerns could be addressed, such as by adjusting our memorandum of understanding rather than putting it on the face of the bill. So I'm with him as far as that's concerned. But it is very clearly within our remit that our job is not only to oversee the agencies, but also those parts of other departments where highly classified information is concerned. So I'm afraid that is just a matter of fact. It's in the agreement between us and the Prime Minister.
I empathise with my Rottenham friend with that view, and I do agree that he's got a point. I think my position is the same as the government's, in the sense that this particular bill isn't necessarily the vehicle through which we look at the future of how the ISC operates. And as a keen follower of the ISC and your outputs, your work is very eminent, and I think your point is very well made.
I wonder if
Please.
I'm grateful for my friend. Just to cement that point, but also perhaps offer an olive branch to the Minister, if I might be so bold. If the Minister were, when he sums up, to make a firm and binding commitment that he, for example, and others will appear before the ISC at our request to be scrutinised on these and other matters, that might go some way, not the whole way, but some way to assuaging doubts and fears.
Again, thank you to my honourable friend for the intervention. Again, I empathise with the point, and I will leave this happily with the Minister to make his view known in his summing up remarks later on. On to new clause 3. This requires Secretary of State to report on the impact of the government's diversification strategy on the security, telecommunications network and services, which of course it will do. So I agree that the government does not need to be dragged back to the dispatch box in law. So again, I am with the government on new clause 3. And I can also see the merits of Amendment 1 in consulting with devolved nations, which of course the government will again do. But national security, as we know, is a reserved matter under the devolution settlements in force. So again, I'm happy the government has got this right. And lastly, for Amendments 2 and 3, the government has every intention of seeking the advice of the UK Security and Intelligence Services, in particular the National Cyber Security Centre. So again, whilst those amendments have merit, I am with the government completely on this. So to conclude, Mr Speaker, my sense is that new clauses and amendments that we've discussed today do have merit, and I note that the Minister has noted them. And again, we discussed these issues at length during the Bill Committee. But it's a good bill. I'll be voting it through this evening. Thank you.
Can I say that I'm anticipating 3 divisions on new clause 1, new clause 2 and new clause 3. If there is to be an additional vote, I would like to be told about that or informed in order that I can call it, but I understand that there's only going to be 3 divisions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to all those members who have contributed to the debate today. It is an important debate because digital connectivity is an integral part of all our lives. For countless people across the country, having fast and reliable broadband and a good mobile connection is vital to our way of life. But for us to truly reap the benefits of that gigabit-capable broadband of 5G, we need to have confidence that they are secure. And that means securing the networks on which they are built, the supply chains on which they depend, and the equipment and services that support them. And this bill demonstrates clearly the government's commitment to ensuring the security and resilience of our telecoms networks. To turn to the new clauses and the amendments, I'll start by addressing new clause 1. And as the UK's communications regulator, Ofcom already plays an important role in ensuring the ongoing security and resilience of our networks by enforcing the current security duties under the Communications Act. And this bill will build on that experience, giving Ofcom new responsibilities and a range of new powers. But what this new clause would do, Mr Deputy Speaker, is require them to publish an additional statement as part of its annual report. Happily, I can reassure honourable members that the bill already has various reporting mechanisms included in it, whether that is under the new and snappily named Section 105Z. Ofcom will need to regularly report to the Secretary of State, and subsection 4A makes it clear that this report must include information on the provider's compliance with the duties imposed on them by the bill. Ofcom will also need to report on telecom security in its annual infrastructure report, and Clause 11 specifies that this should include information on the extent to which providers are complying with their security duties under new sections 105A to D, and the Secretary of State will also need to regularly report to Parliament on the effectiveness and impact of the new telecom security framework. And the final point in the honourable member's amendment about publishing information on emerging and future security risks is not of itself, I think, necessarily the most productive way of handling security risks, but the principle that she is trying to get to is very much under the government's very much part of what the government is seeking to do, and of course it would be part of what we intend to make sure we talk about as much as we can within the bounds of national security. But to turn specifically to budget and resourcing, the honourable member has also set out her concerns about Ofcom's access to resources and capabilities, an issue that my honourable friend from South Holland and the Deepings also touched on. So I can tell the House today that Ofcom's security budget for this financial year has been increased by £4.6 million on top of their current security budget. This funding will allow Ofcom to more than double its headcount of people working on telecom security, ensuring it has the necessary capability and capacity to deliver its new responsibilities under the bill. The honourable member for the opposition is also aware that I have written to the Intelligence and Security Committee with greater detail on that security resourcing at a level that I can't go into on the floor of this House. But I hope that provides the kind of reassurance that she seeks. On those future risks that I alluded to a moment ago specifically, we have ensured that this bill is looking to the future. For example, Clause 12(3)(b) amends Ofcom's information gathering powers under Section 135 of the Communications Act to ensure that it can request information from providers concerning future developments in their networks that could have an impact on security. And when reporting on security, Ofcom must include any information that assists the Secretary of State in the formulation of security policy, allowing him or her to be able to make an informed decision about what should be published as well in due course. Turning to new Clause 2, which has, I think, been the subject of the majority of this debate, and rightly so. One of the phrases used about the ISC was that it adds value. This government does not dispute for a second that the ISC adds huge value. And if I may start by welcoming the tone with which the chairman of the ISC has approached this. I appeared before the ISC with some trepidation. I think that's probably appropriate for all government ministers, but it is something that was a hugely productive part of this process and something that I'm more than happy to do again. I don't think that the honourable gentleman necessarily thinks that piecemeal changes to the ISC's role is the way to pursue what he seeks, but I can certainly say that the annual report that he mentioned will be looked at closely by the government.
Yes, I'm very happy to agree with what he's just said. It shouldn't be necessary to keep trying to put these provisions on the face of each individual bill every time there's a new unit set up in a different department or a new duty laid on a different department, if it could be agreed with the government that the Memorandum of Understanding would be adjusted as it's meant to be adjusted when these changes occur. But sadly, no one has yet been able to give us an assurance from the front bench, and I know he won't be able to do that either, that that's going to happen.
As I say, I'm sure that is a point that he will make in the annual report again, and which the government will look closely at. I should just say, however, that members could take some comfort from the fact that in relation to the more sensitive technical and national security matters in the scope of this bill, then it is the National Cyber Security Centre that will be providing much of that advice, and their activities do already fall within the scope of the ISC, as he knows. But I do think I welcome his approach on this, and I hope that his mechanism, rather than that of new Clause 2, will be the one that he will support today. Turning to the last of the new clauses proposed by members opposite, new Clause 3 aims to include the diversification strategy within the scope of this bill. Now, diversification is crucial to the future of our UK networks, and that is why the government set out its plans to diversify those networks in the 5G diversification strategy in November 2020. That strategy includes steps to invest in research and development, to remove technical and commercial barriers to entry for new suppliers, and to increase our influence in standards setting bodies. All issues, I think, that my honourable friend from South Holland and indeed others on the ISC are keenly aware of the importance of. Now, we're pursuing a huge range of different mechanisms to enable diversification because the government's fully committed to ensuring its strategy comes to fruition. But the diversification strategy moves the whole market forward by broadening the supplier base in many ways which are beyond the security measures alone that are the purview of this bill, including increased innovation, increasing competition, and the overall growth of the telecoms supply mechanisms. So to give the House an idea, Mr. Speaker, some of those non-legislative, Mr. Deputy Speaker, some of those non-legislative measures that we are already pursuing include the investment in R&D development facilities such as the UK Telecoms Lab and the Sonic Lab that is jointly work with Ofcom. We're working to remove barriers to entry for vendors, such as by coordinating the sunsetting of legacy network technologies. We're working internationally to coordinate diversification objectives, and we're exploring the use of commercial incentives to address the cost of incorporating new suppliers into a network. The bill placed... I will give way to the Honourable.
It's a question to do with the Northern Ireland Assembly and how the cybersecurity in Northern Ireland will be protected. Can we have the assurance on the floor today and through Hansard that that will happen? Thank you.
I will come on to the devolved aspects that are in Amendment 1 momentarily, but I can say to the Honourable Gentleman that it is, of course, vital that we continue that collaborative relationship with the Northern Ireland Executive, with the Welsh and Scottish governments as well. But as I say, the bill places security requirements on individual operators. They are hugely important, but they are not diversification requirements on the government's national scale. Defining diversification in legislation would be limiting in a hugely rapidly evolving market, and I know the Honourable Lady from the opposition understands that that need for agility. To put it in legislation on the way that she proposes would run counter to that ambition. And on the devolved administrations referred to in Amendment 1, it would require the Secretary of State to consult ministers from the devolved governments when reviewing the impact and effectiveness of clauses 1 to 13. As the Honourable Gentleman from the SNP noted, telecoms is a reserve matter under each of the devolution settlements. And I say this, however, in the full knowledge that a constructive and close working relationship with each of the devolved governments is hugely important, be it in Project Gigabit, be it in the Shared Rural Network, or indeed be it in matters such as this. So that collaboration I look forward to continuing. It is what will drive forward our connectivity. Now, to turn briefly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the amendments that were not selected, the Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green has spoken passionately about these matters, privately and publicly, I may say, and I think on the one hand, I don't want to go into a huge amount of detail on amendments that were selected, but I would say simply that the actions this government is taking in this bill, I think, speak for themselves, and they speak powerfully for themselves. Just on the specific matter of issuing designation notices to vendors headquartered in other countries, I think the important thing to consider is not just whether the kind of laws that he refers to exist, but how the government in question intends to use them. Because a friendly democracy may have, and indeed many do, have laws that would enable it to yield information and data from companies headquartered within their territory. The conduct of the government, though, and our relationship with it, may reassure us that they would not use those powers to do harm to the UK, but there'll be other cases where governments have these laws and where the government has acted contrary to the national interest of the UK in the past. And as we've set out in the illustrative notice for Huawei, there is a law in China that enables the Chinese government to collect information from companies headquartered within its territory. As the Foreign Secretary has stated, we know that the Chinese state has in the past used its power to undertake malicious cyber activity, and that designation notice that I referred to demonstrates how the government could take those sorts of laws into account when exercising the powers that are already in this bill. And finally, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Wealden for her work on the Science and Technology Committee at NATO. Her preliminary draft report is one that we very much welcome. I'd like to express the government's commitment to deepening our cooperation with partner nations such as Japan and the Republic of Korea. To close, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank all honourable members on my own benches and indeed those opposite for their constructive engagement throughout this debate. This is an important bill and it enjoys strong cross-party support in the main. The sooner we can pass it, the sooner we can set about the crucial work of ensuring our public telecoms networks are secure and resilient, and I commend it to that.
Shane Warren.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This has been a very well-informed debate. I'm sorry if my own digital connectivity did not enable my contribution to be as perfectly heard as it should have been, but I hope we've corrected that, and there were many excellent contributions from all sides of the House. And it's important to note that the House is in quite a rare, if you like, agreement on a number of questions regarding this bill, and particularly the importance of national security. And we saw that the representatives of each of the parties in the debate, the member for Aberdeen South, the member for Caithness, Sutherland and Easter Ross, the member for Strangford, and the Minister himself shared support for the primacy of national security and recognition of the importance of our telecoms networks in our national security. And I was been very pleased to listen to the contributions. And I also like to thank the Minister for his statement and the tone in which the debate has been conducted. But I will just say, just to say sort of briefly that with regards to new clause 1, which seeks to ensure that Ofcom has the skills and expertise needed to undertake its duties, its new duties, in the midst of all the other responsibilities that Parliament is asking, as well as review future provision and threats to the network. The Minister's comments on the increase in the cap, if you like, on Ofcom's budget did not begin to address our concerns. It is effectively a snapshot of the the financial resourcing available now. And what this amendment, this new clause seeks to do is to ensure that we have understanding of the resourcing as it continues in the future as threats evolve, and particularly being able to look forward to new and evolving threats on the basis of a thorough understanding of the assets in each network operator's networks. And indeed, the member for South Holland and the Deepings did emphasise the step change in Ofcom's requirements that this bill represents. And the Minister implied that Ofcom would be able to do everything that requested in this amendment when it comes to, for example, looking at asset registers. And therefore, I simply do not understand his reluctance to put that into the bill, given the important role that Ofcom is to be playing in our telecoms security. So I'm afraid that the Minister has not, I feel, answered my points on that question on new clause 1. On new clause 2, we heard very eloquently from the Intelligence and Security Committee members in this debate, the Chair, the member for New Forest East, the member for Beckenham and the member for South Holland and the Deepings. We heard very eloquently from them, I think, many of the arguments for why the ISC needs to be a part of the scrutiny of this bill. And indeed, the member for Beckenham was particularly detailed in his description of the very room requirements to assess national security issues. And having worked at Ofcom, I know their rooms very well, and I don't think they meet the requirements that he set out. It's worth noting that back in 2013, the ISC was one of the first parliamentary organisations to raise the issues around Huawei, and it seems very wrong that they should be excluded from involvement in scrutinising how this bill is implemented. And given that they are the only parliamentary grouping with the appropriate security clearance. And whilst I appreciate the constructive tone that the Minister made, I don't think he answered the questions raised, nor sufficiently justified the government's aversion to ensuring a process for ISC scrutiny. So I will seek to push that amendment to a vote. Finally, the most complex of our new clauses, new clause 3, which seeks to ensure that the diversification, the diversification of the diversification of our telecoms networks is actually achieved as a prerequisite for true security of our telecoms networks. We heard from the member for Chingford and Woodford Green on the way in which telecoms networks, the telecoms market had been structured to enable, if you like, the consolidation and monopoly power of particular players, particularly Huawei. Unfortunately, did not go on to say how the government would, in this bill, would deliver on particularly a UK sovereign capability. But I think he was absolutely right when he talked about the way in which the market effectively failed. We heard from the member for Wealdon, who used their experience on the Science and Technology Committee of NATO and on the Days Select Committee here, to encourage the Minister to examine our network resilience. And that's part of what this new clause is designed to ensure that we have the ability to examine on an ongoing basis network diversification and resilience. And we heard from the member for South Holland and the Deepings the impact of the unaccountable power of monopolies. And again, this bill, which does not mention the diversification plan or the diversification strategy, we cannot see that it will be doing anything to address that. Now, the member for Bracknell said that the bill supported network diversification. I know that is the intention, but again, without this amendment, without this new clause, I do not see how the bill actually achieves that. And the Minister reiterated the diversification plans, which are not a plan. They have no detail, no action, as I set out, has happened yet. He did not explain why. Well, he's attempted to explain why they have omitted any reference to diversification from the bill. I have to say I found entirely incomprehensible, as if by referring to diversification in the bill, that would limit what the meaning of diversification was. If that were the case, we would find ourselves unable to many intentions or outcomes of a bill in the bill itself. So I remain convinced that we need to ensure that there's been agreement indeed on all sides of the House that we need to ensure that diversification of our telecoms supply chain goes hand in hand with ripping out Huawei and reducing increasing our dependence on the two remaining providers. And so I think it is very important that we take this opportunity to change the bill so that the diversification of our telecoms networks is an integral part of Ofcom's reporting on the progression of our telecoms networks. And I would also like to move that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. As I announced earlier, there will be 3 divisions, and as is usual, if anything is usual these days, the first division will take 8 minutes and 5 minutes for each subsequent division. The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. As many as of that please say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Jessica Morden and Liz Twist. Tell us for the noes, Maria Caulfield and James Morris. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 365.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 365. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. I can now inform the House that new clauses 2 and 3 have been selected for separate decisions. Shion Wara has indicated that she wishes to move new clauses 2 and 3 formally, and I can therefore announce to the House that, both new clauses have been moved, but clearly I am going to take them separately. So the question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Jessica Morden and Liz Twist. Tell us for the noes, Maria Caulfield and James Morris. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 363.
The ayes to the right, 263. The noes to the left, 363. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Question is that new clause 3 be read a second time. As Member can say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that new clause 3 be read a second time. As Member can say aye. Aye. Or contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Liz Twist and Jessica Morden. Tell us for the noes, Maria Caulfield and James Morris. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 271. The noes to the left, 357.
The ayes to the right, 271. The noes to the left, 357. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Consideration completed. Third reading. And I call the Minister to move third reading.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the Telecommunications Security Bill be read a third time. I'd like to thank honourable members and right honourable members for their contributions today, and I'd also like to thank the excellent team of clerks of this House at DCMS and all those who have been involved in the preparation of this bill. But I would particularly, Mr Deputy Speaker, like to thank those who work at our agencies, whose work supports so much of what goes into our national security work. They are the best among us, and we are all in this House grateful for their service. Because the first priority, Mr Deputy Speaker, of this government is to keep people safe, and this bill is just one step in achieving that objective. It's a precise and technical bill, but an important one nonetheless. And while we might have disagreed over some of the details, it is encouraging that there is such a broad consensus across this place, and I hope that that is the spirit of cooperation that continues when the other place considers it next. The bill will ensure the security and resilience of the UK's telecoms networks for years to come, and bringing it into force with royal assent can't come soon enough, Mr Deputy Speaker. It will create one of the toughest regimes for telecom security in the world, and it will protect our networks and shield our critical national infrastructure both now and in the future as technologies grow and evolve. With this bill, we are delivering on our commitments from the 2019 Telecom Supply Chain Review, which were informed by the advice from the world-leading NCSC in GCHQ. Today, we've taken an important step towards putting those commitments on a statutory footing and taking action to protect and secure our important networks. I hope in the course of my response to the amendments and new clauses that were proposed, I provided reassurance on the role of Ofcom, on the importance of diversification, and on the other matters raised. And I welcome the constructive challenge of honourable and right honourable members on those points so far, and I hope I've reassured them that we are pushing in the same direction. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank all members for their contributions. I commend this bill to the House, and I look forward to it passing through the other place as well.
The question is the bill be now read the third time, and by a video link, Shianwara.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement, and I'd like to echo his remarks in thanking all the clerks and officials of this House and the Department who worked on this bill, and to also thank our security services for the protection they provide day and night, and the input of the NCSC and GCHQ to this bill. And I want to begin my comments by making it clear that we on this side of the House in the Labour Party support this bill as a necessary step in protecting our telecoms national security. It is important that we legislate to ensure that government has the power when faced with circumstances such as those presented by Huawei or even better, to prevent dependency on high-risk vendors arising in the first place. Therefore, we will not be opposing this bill at third reading. We recognise that national security is the first duty of every government, and we support the measures to promote national security in this bill. And at every stage of this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have seen an engaged and informed level debate. As I've said, as a chartered telecoms engineer, I particularly welcome the time the House is spending considering our telecoms infrastructure, even in these circumstances, because these circumstances are to be regretted. We should not have got here. Parts of our debate have resembled a wake for the telecom sector we could have had with a UK sovereign capability. The telecom sector should have been subject to a more active, proactive interest for years now. Shall I say for 10 years now? We have lacked a telecoms industrial strategy, and that, together with a focus on foreign investment over national security, is why we are here. The successive Conservative governments have allowed the telecom sector in the UK to be dominated by a high-risk vendor. Competition on price rather than security has become the rule for the telecoms operators. The markets failed, but ministers did not notice. They thought security could be left to the market. This at a time when digital has become part of every part of our lives. We now spend a quarter of our waking hours on the internet. Now, the UK telecoms industry contributes £32 billion to the economy, directly provides nearly 250,000 jobs, and it has an impact on all of our lives. And we've recently experienced, as we are experiencing during the pandemic, it is an enabler of almost everything we do, and in the future, and by that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I mean in the next few years, we will bring about even more significant changes to how we live, how we work, how we engage with each other. From driverless cars to advanced manufacturing, digital connectivity is essential. Indeed, you can argue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the pandemic has given us a taste of the future, or moved the future closer. It's shown us how important good, fast, stable connectivity is, with millions still depending on it to work from home and stay in contact with friends and family. The pandemic has encouraged, indeed, inspired a mass migration online, with businesses which were not digital ready suddenly forced to operate online. And it's salutary to recall that before COVID, it was a question of whether broadband was a vital utility. That was a matter of debate. It was debated as part of the telecoms infrastructure bill. The pandemic has since proved beyond doubt that telecoms is an essential utility. But whereas our telecoms infrastructure has held up during the pandemic, and I would like to congratulate telecoms operators for that, it could have been so much better. And many in rural areas or unable to afford decent broadband will not thank me for praising our telecoms networks. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when Labour left office, we had world-leading infrastructure. That is no longer the case. We are now 47th in the world for broadband speeds. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I say this to emphasise the significance of the upheaval the sector is facing after the government's decision to strip Huawei out of the network at a cost of £2 billion and 2 to 3 years delay in 5G rollout. This is a decision that we supported and we continue to support, but we cannot let solving one problem give rise to numerous more. Unfortunately, the holes that remain in this bill will do just that. I want to emphasise how important this bill is in ensuring that we get regulation and investment right for a sector that contributes so much to our economy, as well as our work and social lives. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must make sure that we do not find ourselves in a similar position again, and that our telecoms network and supply chains are resilient and protected in future, even critically as the geopolitical environment evolves. Our telecoms infrastructure lacks security and resilience, and the government have taken no steps to maintain or develop a sovereign telecommunications capability, and the government's broadband strategy, if we can call it that, has far more U-turns, dither and delay than meaningful policies. And still, this bill is passing to the other place with significant failings. The first is in national security. Labour prioritises national security and the sweeping powers the Secretary of State and the Minister both agreed during the proceedings that the bill needs these sweeping powers to address matters of national security. So we remain concerned that the committee that provides parliamentary oversight for matters of national security is being excluded from oversight of the measures in this bill. Secondly, the security of our networks depends on an effective plan to diversify the supply chain. As our amendments have fallen, the bill still does not even mention supply chain diversification or the diversification task force, even though all sides agree we cannot have a robust and secure network with only 2 service providers, which is the number we will have left once Huawei is removed from our networks. I will say this once more for the Minister. We need a diversified supply chain, and that means a diversity of suppliers at different points of the supply chain. Britain has great startups, just desperate to help address this. Where is the support for them? The future of telecoms networks is moving away from closed proprietary boxes to open interfaces and innovation in the cloud. That provides a real opportunity for some of our innovative companies. But the government has still not laid out how it is to be realised, as its own diversification task force report made clear recently. Is the UK going to benefit from this costly debacle, ripping out Huawei as integrated supplier? Right now, the only beneficiaries would appear to be Ericsson, Nokia, and lawyers. We put the government on notice that we will be holding them to account on this. Thirdly, the bill gives sweeping new powers and responsibilities to Ofcom. This follows a vast and continuing expansion of Ofcom's remit. Ofcom lacks experience in national security, and changes to their duties will require the recruitment of people with the required level of security clearance and experience. The Minister and the government have sought to evade scrutiny on that. We will seek to hold them to account. And as part of this, we are also very concerned that the bill in its current form is not forward-looking or even forward-thinking enough. It lacks the level, the processes to ensure the foresight needed to ensure that we are not in the same position again. Where is the horizon scanning function to identify emerging threats and potential weaknesses in UK telecoms providers' assets registries? If our networks become dependent on one cloud service provider, Amazon Web Services, for example, how would we know? To conclude then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we support the bill as a necessary measure to protect our telecoms national security interests. But we are concerned that the government has allowed ideology to undermine effectiveness when it comes to this bill, and we will continue to seek to improve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colonel Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Honourable Lady for Newcastle on Tyne Central. This is a bill to try and block hostile states and organisations from breaching our national security. Its intentions are absolutely on target, and all of us agree with that. I do not believe that we will not have to revisit parts of it to ensure that in the end Parliament is sovereign over the information. For instance, it doesn't seem right that the sort of ministers and ministries keep the information to themselves and it's not passed on, albeit in redacted form or through the ISC. We've got to get oversight right, and therefore I think in the end we may have to revisit the Act in the next few months and years as a result of the experience we have. I hope not. hope the Minister's right that we will be able to do it without, but I suspect we might not. And there it is. I promise to be short, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think I'm short and I'll sit down now. Thank you.
Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm a strong believer that brevity is a great charm of eloquence. So, in that regard, it's a statement that would be well taken on board by the Shadow Minister in future. I think. I was hoping for a power cut in Newcastle there, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But yeah, I'm being kind. I would firstly like to place on record my thanks to my colleague from Gordon for his partaking in the second reading of the bill. He did us a great service in that regard, and also to Josh Simmons-Upton in our research team, who's put a great deal of effort into the bill. It is, of course, a bill that we will support. We will pay close scrutiny to it moving forward, and I hope that the Government will work in good terms with the Scottish Government moving forward in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As a member that can say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'm going to suggest, actually, as we go through the next sections, that perhaps the Sergeant-at-Arms could sanitise just the Government covering of the dispatch box in order for us to save a little time. We now come to motion number 2 on delegated legislation. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, Member that can say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 3 on financial assistance to industry. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, does Member that can say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 4 on financial assistance to industry. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, Member that can say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And have we got Bill Wiggin virtually? As ever. Bill, I don't know if you've been told, but with leave of the House, I intend to take the motions 5, 6 and 7 together on changes to select committee membership. So motions 5, 6 and 7 relating to Backbench Business Committee, European Statutory Instruments Committee and Finance Committee, and the Bill Wiggin to move.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you for taking these together. I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, many of them can say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 8 relating to change of membership of the Health and Social Care Committee, and the member of the Committee of Selection to move, Bill Wiggin.
I beg to move.
Question is, as on the order papers, many of them can say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We come to motions on changes in membership of select committees. Motion number 9 relating to Joint Committee on Statutory Instruments, and Bill Wiggin.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, many of them can say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 10 relating to change of membership of the Justice Committee. Bill Wiggin.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, many of them can say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now, with leave of the House, we'll come to motions number 11, 12 and 13, and we're taking them together. So that's motions number 11 on Procedure Committee, 12 on Public Accounts Committee, 13 Women and Equalities Committee. Bill Wiggin to move.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I beg to move all 3 in my name.
The question is, as on the order papers, Minister, I say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggin. The question is that this House do now adjourn. Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There has been an underlying...
Can I just pause a second to ask those who are leaving to do so in a COVID-friendly manner, and just for an opportunity for the Minister to come in. So we'll just pause for a second. There we go. Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There has been an underlying problem with NHS dentistry in the Lowestoft and Waveney area for a long time. with dentists retiring, leading to resources and dental capacity being taken away from the area, notwithstanding the need and demand for NHS dentistry. And many, but not all of the remaining practices, have difficulties in recruiting and then retaining dentists. This situation has been exacerbated by a lack of funding, with net government spending on general dental practice reduced by a third over the past decade. Mr Deputy Speaker, in recent months the situation has reached crisis point, partly due to COVID, but primarily due to retirement of 2 NHS dentist practices in Lowestoft and the closure of the My Dentist practice at Leiston in the constituency of my right honourable friend, the member for Suffolk Coastal. The latter was due to the difficulties that they were having in recruiting dentists to work in the area. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a national crisis. Official figures in March 2020 show that 26% of new patients could not get access to an NHS dentist. The situation has worsened during COVID, with over 20 million NHS dental appointments nationally lost since the start of the pandemic. As has been reported today by the British Dental Association members survey, reveals that almost half the respondents intend to stop working in NHS dentistry in the next 12 months, and 2/3 estimate that they will not meet the new 60% activity target that they have been set. This is the worst survey that the BDA have ever carried out, and urgent action is required to stop dentists leaving the NHS in their droves. The situation is worse in Waveney. Community dental services, an employee-led social enterprise, have recently opened a new dental clinic in the old Magistrates' Court in Lowestoft. This investment is greatly welcomed, though CDS highlight the challenges that they are facing in the area. They are concerned about the lack of access to NHS dental services. Lowestoft and Waveney is an area of high need for dental services, yet there is a serious lack of provision which has been exacerbated by the backlog caused by COVID and, as I have mentioned, the retirement of well-established local general practitioners. The perceived remote location of the Waveney area and distance from all of the existing centres of dental training make recruitment difficult. CDS emphasised the need for a focus on prevention, particularly among children. The treatment of children under general anaesthetic for the removal of teeth, which cannot be saved, is the highest cause of admittance to hospital for general anaesthetic treatment in England and Wales. CDS advised that the reduction in local authority funding to support targeted or universal prevention, and Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not attacking local authorities for this, has had a significant impact on the Waveney population due to reduced oral health improvement services. This limits CDS's ability to reach out to all the people who need their services. The impact on young people needs particular focus. In Suffolk, the proportion of children who saw an NHS dentist fell by half due to the pandemic. 60% in 2019 compared to just 31% in 2020. This translates to 43,000 local children missing out on their dental appointments compared to the year before. CDS, who are a paediatric dental specialists, have a high number of referrals from other practices of children with multiple decayed teeth which require complex treatment, quite often under general anaesthetic. The lack of general dental services locally makes safe discharge difficult, if not impossible, thereby creating further pressure on services. This has a devastating impact on children's life chances and could well prevent them from achieving the best start in life. COVID has made the situation worse. The interruption of routine dental care and the subsequent reduction in patient appointments has created a backlog of patients. The pandemic has also meant that the cancellation of and significant interruption to the dental general anaesthetic lists at the James Paget Hospital at Galston in the constituency of my right honourable friend, the member for Great Yarmouth, that causes greater problems. So this will recommence on the 1st of June, and the backlog of patients needing urgent care is substantial. This increases the pressure on dental practices who have responsibilities for their patients' dental care. It should also be pointed out that there has been no consultant orthodontist at the James Paget since mid-2020, resulting in patients having to travel further for care, and for children this disrupts their education. I'm receiving approximately 10 emails a week from constituents, many of whom are in agony, who are looking for an NHS dentist. Some will go private, but for many who are on relatively low wages, this is an option which is not open to them and which they cannot afford. One constituent has been quoted £2,400 for a new front tooth and £2,000 for a bridge repair. Others who are in need of urgent attention, as I've mentioned, they go to the A&E at the James Paget in Galston. There, all that the exasperated consultants can do is to prescribe them antibiotics and painkillers. This, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is completely unacceptable. Another constituent has had a new denture fitted in 2019, which needed adjusting as it made his mouth sore and had a poor bite. He had no option but to use his old dentures, which were worn down and had a tooth missing. And he has only just seen a dentist and is now awaiting the new dentures. These are just a few cases which highlight the agonies that many people are going through. Andy Jacob, the Chief Executive of Healthwatch Suffolk, summarises the situation well. He says, "We are living through a dental disaster, with little or no clear sign of when these problems will ease. The latest review by Healthwatch England strongly supports our own local view that there is a huge inequality in the availability of NHS dental care amongst our population. This includes that some people have waited unreasonable lengths of time to get an NHS dentist appointment, while being told private appointments were available within a week. Here in Suffolk," he says, "we are being inundated by feedback on a daily basis from those struggling to access these services. One individual revealed to Healthwatch Suffolk that they required urgent hospital attention after overdosing on painkillers to combat their symptoms, while another told us that they couldn't find a dentist to treat a tooth which had reached a point where it was decaying." Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you very much for giving way. I have to confess I have a slight self-interest in this, in that my father was the NHS dentist in Fakenham for 34 years. And the problems in North Norfolk with dentistry are absolutely terrible. Long waiting lists, people not being able to be seen, and the Healthwatch report in the last day or so absolutely corroborates this. It strikes me that the contracts are some of the root causes with this, and the disparity between the private sector and the public sector. What can we possibly do to try to get more people to join this profession? I have one case in North Norfolk where for over 10 years I have not had a newly recruited dentist want to come and work in the surgery.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and the situation it is very bad in Waveney. It is also bad in other parts of East Anglia, not least North Norfolk, and also in the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Peterborough as well. But it is particularly bad in East Anglia. One of the reasons being is that we are perhaps a little bit away from the centre of things, and it can be difficult to recruit people to work in the area. He is right that one of the solutions is to reform the existing contract, which dates from 2006, and I will come on to that now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I look at some of the short and long-term solutions that do now need to be instigated immediately. In the short term, I urge the Minister, my honourable friend and Suffolk colleague to take the following actions. Firstly, to reduce the UDA, that is, units of dental activity targets. The previous 20% target was appropriate, but the new 45% target is wholly unrealistic. Many practices will be forced to substantially reduce the number of emergency cases they provide and replace them with routine checkups, which are less time-consuming, resulting in an even longer backlog of outstanding emergency and urgent care cases. Money which is at present clawed back by the NHS, if dentists do not deliver UDAs, must be reinvested in the Waveney area. Dentists under-delivering does not indicate low local demand, and any clawback should be reinvested into local dental services, not transferred to other areas. This is a situation which is particularly prevalent in East Anglia. In 2019-2020, 9.1% of total contract value was clawed back in the region, compared to 4.8% nationally across England. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to confess that I do not completely understand the opaque world of UDAs. But what I do know is that this system is short-changing my constituents, many of whom are in agony, and for children there could well be lifelong consequences. There is an NHS dentistry practice in the Waveney and Norfolk area who want to take on more patients, but are not able to do so as the UDAs are not available. John Plummer and Associates are a privately owned family dental practice with 10 NHS practices in Norfolk and Waveney. As NHS dental practices in the Lowestoft area have closed in recent years, dentists from these practices have joined John Plummer, and naturally their patients would like to follow them. However, as there are now no more UDAs available, they've been unable to treat them, as they will not be able to provide adequate treatment for their regular patients. These UDAs are then lost to the Waveney area forever. So much more NHS dentistry could be provided in the Waveney area if more NHS dentistry was allowed. John Plummer and Associates will open a walk-in emergency NHS dental service, but they are not able to do so, as they are not allowed to do any more NHS work. There is a continuing problem with COVID, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which is limiting the number of people that dentists can see each day. This can be eased by installing high-capacity ventilators in dental surgeries. This will reduce the period in between appointments in which the rooms are cleaned, but which most practices cannot afford. I recognise that there is quite a bit of devil in the detail, but I would urge the government can directly increase access to NHS dentistry by providing capital funding for this equipment, as the devolved administrations in Wales and Northern Ireland plan to do. In the long term, root and branch reforms need to be instigated immediately. There is a need to get more NHS dentists practising in the area. The Association of Dental Groups have put forward a 6-point plan to achieve this. Firstly, increasing the number of training places. Earlier this month, Healthwatch Norfolk called for a dental school to be set up. Based in Norwich, this will be able to serve the Waveney area, and indeed the constituency of my honourable friend from North Norfolk. As quickly as possible, the government must instigate a recruitment drive, increasing the number of UK dentistry training places and introducing incentives for dentists to relocate to areas such as Suffolk and Norfolk. Secondly, EU-trained dentists should be recognised. Their role is vital. There must be continued access to NHS dentistry for EU-trained professionals, thereby preventing further shortfalls arising. Thirdly, overseas qualifications should also be recognised. The General Dental Council's recognition of dental qualifications should be automatically extended to approved dental schools outside the European Economic Area, ensuring a smooth process for suitably qualified dentists to work in the UK, notably from countries such as India. This should also include the doubling of places available under the overseas registration examinations. Fourthly, the complex and lengthy process to complete the performer list validation examinations, known as PLVE, for overseas dentists should be speeded up, simplified and harmonised right across the country, with additional measures being introduced to ensure that the process takes no longer than 8 weeks. Fifthly, whole dentistry teams should be allowed to initiate treatments. Allied dental professionals are at present not able to open a course of treatment. This means that they cannot raise a claim for payment of work delivered, with many practices unable to fully utilise therapists as a result. To address this, whole teams should be allowed to initiate treatments. Their fifth and final point is that the government should create a new strategy to promote NHS workforce retention. They must reform the NHS contract, which is the major driver of dentists leaving NHS dentistry. A new contract focused on the oral health needs of patients and targeting improved access and preventative care should replace it. With regard to the forthcoming Health and Social Care Bill, with the commissioning of dentists set to move to integrated care systems, it is vital that dentists have a voice and are properly represented on ICSs. There is a worry that the possible pooling of budgets across primary care could lead to further cuts to NHS dentistry, and everything must be done to ensure that this does not happen. Fluoridation of water can play a key preventive role in oral health. It is very important that changes to the framework in which fluoridation schemes are carried out should be accompanied by the necessary capital funding for these schemes to be actually put in place. I anticipate that we shall consider this matter in more detail in the next few weeks when we debate the bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now come to the new dental contract arrangements. As mentioned, underlying most of the problems of NHS dentistry is the fact that the current contract, which dates from 2006, is inadequate and now completely unfit for purpose. It must be replaced as quickly as possible. The BDA are looking for this to happen by April 2022 at the latest, and the new contract must break with the units of dental activity, must ensure that NHS dentistry is available to all those who need it, and must prioritise preventative care. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend and Suffolk colleague is faced with a major task. From her perspective, it is unfortunate that the music has stopped on her watch. In summary, I believe there are 3 things we need to be doing. In the very near future, I would urge her to provide those practices, such as John Plummer and Associates, who will tackle the enormous backlog of work, with the resources to do so. We must end the cycle of retirements leading to funds being removed from the Waveney area, never to return. Secondly, we must tackle the growing scandal of children having to undergo major dental surgery. This requires much work in the short term in hospitals such as James Paget, but in the longer term, the introduction of major public awareness preventative initiatives is absolutely vital. And thirdly, the dysfunctional 2006 contract should be replaced as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like firstly to congratulate my friend and colleague from Suffolk, the Honourable Member for Waveney, on securing time for this important debate today, and also to my friend from North Norfolk, who, for the second time today, has spoken about the challenges of dentistry that we have. Now, as my honourable friend said, this is not a new problem. This was a problem and a challenge pre-COVID, and the pandemic has very definitely shone a light, and things have become much more challenging in the world of dental provision during the pandemic. Dentistry has been significantly impacted because of the risks associated with aerosol generating procedure that dentists do, and obviously the saliva that's generated when somebody is doing a procedure on your mouth. In response, dental practices have been required to wear full PPE to keep them, their teams and their patients safe. Public Health England are reviewing the current guidance on infection prevention and control, and that I am mentioning this because actually it goes to his point on fallow time. So the time between the dentist putting their instrument down, cleaning down their room, and the time that's then available before they see the next patient, because some of these things have been big constraints in trying to have a throughput or a rapid throughput of patients through the consulting room. So fallow time now is as low as 10 minutes in many cases. However, that does depend on material factors such as the ventilation and so on. I am talking to NHS England about the use and the ability to support dentist practices in putting ventilation in, but I would gently point out that what sounds very easy in a sentence in this place is very often quite challenging. Not always are the buildings owned by the dental practice concerned. In order to put the ventilation systems in, you have to take the rooms that are being used currently to deliver care out. So you have that combination of challenges as well. But it is very definitely both with some of the new research around ventilation, but also around lighting, things that we are constantly looking at to see how we can further support the profession. It's been an important step forward, though, to reduce the amount of time between seeing patients in order to facilitate more care for more patients. But we have taken the action we have because infection control sits at the very heart of what we have to do. And I stress that emphasis because with the variant of concern in some of our towns and cities around the country, we do have to be very mindful that we are looking for progress forward as to how we proceed with dentistry, and I agree with much of what he said about making sure that we're looking for opportunities, but we do have to be mindful of the fact we are yet not clear of this pandemic. And that does bring enormous constraints. The thresholds that have been set for dental practices since the start of the year have been based on data with what's achievable whilst complying with IPC. Now, my honourable friend alluded to the 45%, which actually was the level of dental activity that was placed on practices in Q4 of last year. Actually, it is now 60% and 80% through orthodontics. And this is the tension that we have in this whole area. 60% is still 40% lower than what we delivered in pre-COVID times. Obviously. The challenge is how you make sure that you are able to see the backlog, drive forward with looking after the most vulnerable and those that have the highest degree of need, and not lose ground that's gone before, whilst having the complexity, as he said, of retirements and contracts coming back and so on and so forth. It is not just a question, however defective the 2006 UDA contract is, it is not literally just a question of swapping the one for the other. However, the current thresholds are monitored on a monthly basis, and these new thresholds have been put in place for 6 months. Dental practice have been asked to deliver as much care as possible, prioritising urgent care, particularly for vulnerable groups, and then delay planned care and and make sure that they are dealing on a needs basis with those with the most acute need. In addition to these activity thresholds, NHS England has also provided a flexible commissioning toolkit. And I'm very keen the profession are able to get real-world examples of what can help deliver based on the successes that have been led locally, and some of them have been led in our own particular area. The use of flexible commissioning is to convert units of dental activity, or UDAs as he referred to them, to convert them to activity that focuses on priority areas, such as improving access to urgent care or targeting high-risk patients, which was exactly what he was asking for in part of his speech, that we looked at doing that. We are already doing it. It provides good practice, and regional commissioners can implement it. I am very keen to make sure that it, however, is being used as much as it possibly can, and therefore I am having very frequent discussions with NHS England to make sure that we're monitoring the use of these measures. Now, as well as flexible commissioning, there is also support available to local NHS commissioners to put that capacity where we need it most. And in the East of England, NHS England has developed the transformational dental strategy, the aim of which is to prioritise urgent care, prevention and inequalities. Because despite our efforts to increase services, we know, and it is true in my constituency as well, that patients are still experiencing acute difficulty in trying to find an NHS dentist. It has been a feature of both this morning's debate, however, and this afternoon's debate, that there is often private provision available, where NHS provision is not. The NHS England is charged with commissioning to need in an area and making sure that we commission to the need that is in the area is something that contract change, which I am very keen to see to be delivered by April 2022, addresses itself to. But it is highly complex. I have met with stakeholders both in the UK. People suggest the Welsh system is better. People have suggested the French system is better, some of the Scandinavian countries. And I have met with members of the dental profession from all of those places. And actually, nobody has a perfect system. So taking what is good about the various systems and ensuring that we can deliver in localities so that people can have access to care when they need it is where we are trying to get to, with a particular focus on prevention. Now, we have a web-based programme in the East called Service Provider, and this provides up-to-date information on dental services that are available. And patients experiencing difficulties are able to contact the NHS England's Customer Care Centre and call 111 for help in accessing emergency dental care. All NHS dental practices in the East of England have been asked to reserve at least one slot per day for urgent dental care to improve the capacity and, as my honourable friend said, allow greater access. In addition to that, we have not stood down the urgent dental centres, the 600 that we had across the country during the height of the pandemic. We have left those in place, and we have a network of those also across both Norfolk and Suffolk. But we know that information on NHS dentists is not always easy to access, and alongside increasing the access that we want to do for patients, it's also crucial to support NHS dental practices and the mixed practices and arguably private practices in order that we then start to have a more balanced approach. Because as my honourable friend mentioned, and the honourable member for North Norfolk, part of the challenge we have here is around retention. particularly in our area. And I note my honourable friend from Newquay, we have discussed at length that this problem is not unique to the east of England. It is also something that I have discussed with Cornish colleagues as well. Practices have continued to receive their full contract payments minus agreed deductions, providing that levels of activity are met. An exceptions process has also been put in place for practices who have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. It is wrong to say that we want anybody to not feel that they are supported to deliver what they can. We have also made PPE available free of charge through a dedicated portal, and as of a week ago, had delivered over 367 million items free to dentists, orthodontists and their teams. The pandemic, if it has done anything, continues to highlight that transformation in dentistry is necessary, particularly if we want to make sure that we drill down on oral health inequalities that exist across the country. I am meeting with the chair of Healthwatch tomorrow, and I'm sure we will be discussing access, amongst other things, to dentistry at some length. We need to develop a sustainable long-term approach to dentistry that is responsive to the population. It needs to provide high-quality, urgent treatment and then restorative care where clinically necessary. But it also must sit with prevention at its core. The majority of oral health failures are preventable. He spoke about children. There is nothing more upsetting than a child being in acute pain and having all their teeth removed. This is a broader problem, and the flexible commissioning, making sure that we're doing supervised toothbrushing, which is something that we can encourage local authorities to put in, but also that we are enabling parents to do their part and making sure that they can help their children learn good habits from right the early days. You know, you encourage your children to look after their teeth by rubbing their gums before their teeth even appear, making sure that they understand how important it is. In addition to this, any system that we design needs to improve patient access and oral health, offer value for money for the taxpayer, and be designed in conjunction with and attractive to the profession. NHSE are leading on dental contract reform work, but importantly engaging with stakeholders, including the ADG that my honourable friend spoke about, and they will be looking at what changes can be made to dental contracts in the short term to offer some improvements and some relief and respite to everybody, whilst details of the next stage of reform will be agreed by April 2022. Making NHS dental contracts more attractive to the profession will help with vital recruitment and retention, and I know this is something that all my honourable friends in the Chamber, across rural and coastal areas in particular, will welcome. Health Education England's Advancing Dental Care programme has also been exploring opportunities for flexible dental training pathways and how we train our dental workforce to improve recruitment and retention. I am also very keen to make sure that we use the broader dental team as efficiently as we can, because there are many skills held by technicians, the dental nurses, the hygienists and so on, that particularly could be used in the prevention. But with another hat in my portfolio on, the obesity agenda, and making sure that we all look after ourselves a little bit better and have healthier lifestyles. Everything we consume goes in through our mouths. Dentists are wonderfully placed, as are their teams, to help encourage us to have a healthier lifestyle and eat a little less sugar. We remain committed to prevention and improving oral health, and I'm pleased that the Honourable Member for Waveney supports, I think, in his asks, the direction that we are trying to go in by changing the UDAs, concentrating on making sure we've got the skill mix right, focusing on prevention, looking at retention. But as he said, it is a complex area. I am also having discussions with the GPC, because he spoke about recognising dentists who have trained overseas and making sure that once we are assured of standards of education and so on, that things are a little bit simpler. Making sure that we can expand schemes subject to funding being secured and consulted on. I want to look at the expansion of fluoridated water. As he said, it is one of the simplest ways that we can improve oral health intervention, and we could significantly improve the health of children across the country. It's unacceptable in this day and age that young children have total dental clearances due to preventable tooth decay, and the ROI on fluoridation is very compelling, and there needs to be a renewed focus on the investment in prevention. We're committed to increasing dental access, both in the short term but the long term, so that we can ensure equality of access no matter where in the country a patient lives. But this is complex. We are working hard at it. We are working with the profession. But we all do need to double down on both prevention and making sure that we are all walking in the same direction to bring accessible oral health care to people.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as can say aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.